We are live at Coletco for tonight's live Facebook record sale. And YouTube and Twitch. And welcome everybody. Big night tonight. Punk Metal Night Part 2. Got an update here from Ed on new vinyl. Did you see this daily update Ed gave me here? I like that. I asked him to start doing that for me so we can track it and let everybody know where we're at. Portishead dummy. Got it. All right, I feel like I'm already surrounded by stuff and I hadn't even started the show yet. Oh my gosh. Okay. Elvira. Oh. I got new shoes on. And usually I'm like kicking stuff and pushing stuff with my feet. I know they're going to get worn out and dirty. That's why I bought a new pair, because my other pair was completely worn out. I felt like I was standing on concrete, which I do every night for 8 hours. And now these things are like super padded. And, but they're so clean and white, and I've already kicked some stuff and scuffed them, and I'm like walking like I'm on lava or something. And I'm like, why am I doing this? I should have just wore my old shoes, but they're not as comfortable. I need to go ahead and break them in. So I'm going to start kicking stuff and kicking the trash can and kicking all this new vinyl around. Get them good and scuffed up so I don't feel like I'm messing up new shoes. All right. So I do have an anti-fatigue mat. Yeah. The Vloddercheck sent me one a while back. And we ordered one time on Uline when I was up front, but it's back when we had our cart, and it was always in the way. So we'd have to move it and pick it up, and customers would come in the next morning and, it'd be in the way, because literally I would be standing in the front door. And so what we did was pretty much got rid of that one, but I'm back here kind of in my own zone now. But I took a before and after of my shoes. Basically, I got the exact same pair. That's like after about 6 months, and then there's a brand new one right on top of it. You can tell how the pad is just like complete. The back foam is like smushed. It's like, all right, time for a new one. I've completely. They're stained. They're worn out. They don't fit snug anymore. Here comes John with the loot. I see Sabbath. Well, the first time that I met you, I was born without you, baby, but my feelings are a little. That's that great song off that first album. Well, the first. Steve, we're going to put that up for $1 start. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. Let's roll the dice. You never know. No reserve. Mm-hmm. Well, the first time that I met you, oh, my feelings are a little bit. All right, folks. I'm getting everything shared. Make sure you've hit the like button. Big night tonight, honestly. Huge night. Hatchet Ed crates as well. I hadn't even mentioned, this is my first mention of Hatchet Ed crates. It is Friday, and he didn't do any last week. So we got Hatchet Ed, we got Laura, we got tons of new vinyl as promised. We got Japanese, and we got plenty of other auctions though too. So, you know, and everything. All right, got the link shared there. Let's jump over here to YouTube, see what's happening over there. I was born without you, baby. All right. Wow, we're so close to 20,000 subscribers. If y'all hadn't got over to YouTube yet and hit subscribe, please do that. We are so close. Chad, do you own the object? Oh, no. Led Zeppelin presents? No. I know somebody at one time who sent me a link to a friend that legitimately had one, and it's a cool item, but oh man, that's a lot of money to spend on a Zeppelin collectible. John crates, there's 4 John crates. Laura's working on the auctions right now. Hopefully she'll be able to knock out some price stuff too. We got a lot of new sealed top stuff in the back that she usually prices, and stuff that y'all like. And let's go ahead and share the YouTube link. I'm almost done, everybody. Welcome. And big night. Can you get on waitlist for Matchbox? You can. You're going to lose your mind in Detroit, Rock City. All right. I know the table's pretty crowded right now. This is where I stacked up our puzzles for the flip video this morning. I was born without you, baby. Dun 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 dun. Da-da. All right, live now. And let me post over here. Take a picture of this. And then group. Here we are. Let's just discard that. Let me click on this. Let me do that, this. Okay, we're good to go. Here we go. So let's get this table cleaned off. Let me check on my video. My video had Coheed, Hatebreed, Self-Titled, Run to the Hills, X-Mall, Wasp, Turnstile, Godzilla, Cornfall the Leader, Coheed, Cody Jinx, Jerry Action, Elvira, and Godzilla. Okay, so good. Let me go ahead and show some of this. No crash streams. I hope not. Some of the stuff right here in front of me is already sold from the video. So first thing is the Jerry Only figure is sold to Cameron Lingefelt. We sold one of those last night as well to Rebecca, I believe, $34.99. So that one sold to Cameron Lingefelt. Both sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Both of those sold. Okay. And then Cameron Lingefeld also wanted the Elvira Funko. If anybody else wants an Elvira Funko, let me know. That was our last one. That's also sold to Cameron Lingefeld. So we got both of his taken care of. Both Godzilla puzzles sold. Godzilla puzzle, that's sold to Darren Wortman and William Warner. Darren Wortman and William Warner on those. So Godzilla, Jerry only, Elvira. Nice to see all that get claimed. Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're like, wait a minute, how is Chad already selling stuff? I don't even see comments. That was from a 6 a.m. recap that was posted this morning. All right, and then let me show you these, so I'll go ahead and take them off the table. I got one David Bowie Ziggy Stardust puzzle left. One David Bowie Ziggy Stardust puzzle left. That is $29.99. $29.99 for the David Bowie Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. I have one of those left. Okay, and then the other puzzles that were claimed was Iron Maiden Self-Titled and Run to the Hills, which are actually right over here and here. So I'm going to get those for Danny Thomason. And in the meantime, I am going to go ahead and show these other ones. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm just going to read the titles because I got to get them off the table. The David Bowie puzzle is sold to Todd Doris. Thank you, Todd Doris, on that. I'll put that right over here. Thank you, Todd. David Bowie puzzle sold to you. Was there any other claims as well? Nope, no other claims. Okay, so let me get all these other puzzles off the table. Puzzles are $24.99, and I'm going to stack them over here on our blue cart. I just got to kind of get them out of the way. If you want one, just let me know. We got Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. I've got two of those left. These are 500-piece puzzles. I've got Metallica, Kill 'Em All. I've got David Bowie, Aladdin, Insane. And I've got Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Probably one of our best sellers. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. So all those are gone. Big night tonight. There's 7 crates of new vinyl. John's already got stuff over here. There's 2 Hatchet Ed crates. There's even Hatchet crates of CDs and toys and miscellaneous. Other stuff like that that people bought. I think they purged and cleaned off the shelves tonight. So all that's available. And then over here, here's some Iron Maidens. A couple of these are already sold. Fear of the Dark is available, but and so is Live After Death. Fear of the Dark and Live After Death is available. However, Self-Titled and Run to the Hills, Self-Titled and Run to the Hills is sold to Danny Thomason. And Jerry, that was the last one, in fact. That was the last one, Jerry. That was the last one. And there's Iron Maiden. And then here's Def Leppard Pyromania. Okay? There's Def Leppard Pyromania. So those are available. Self-Titled can be a waiting list, though, Jerry. As of course, if you want to go on a waiting list, we can take care of you with that. And then let's step over here. And I think that was all the puzzles that was claimed. Danny just got those 2. We sold Godzilla's already. So yeah, the rest of them here. Are just other stock. So let me go ahead and show you Queen, Greatest Hits. There's another Def Leppard Pyromania. This one's got a Tear in the Shrink. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. And then Iron Maiden Killers. Iron Maiden Killers puzzle. These are all 500-piece puzzles. Just getting them off the table so we can prop some up in the back and get our auctions rolling for tonight. Let me put this Pyromania with the other Pyromania. All right, there's that, there's that. And then I'm just going to read some of these other ones. Other 500-piece puzzles. Here's one of our best sellers, the Trooper. I'm going to leave that one and this one back here for wall art. I like those. I've got one of each unless somebody buys them right now. That's Trooper and Injustice for All. Also got King Diamond Abigail, Whiplash, and Iron Maiden Seventh Son. Those are all $24.99. Chris Bryant wants on a waiting list for Self-Titled. And Jerry Stone wants on a wait list for Self-Titled, okay? So 2 Iron Maiden puzzle claims. Those are waiting lists for the Iron Maiden Self-Titled puzzle. Iron Maiden Self-Titled puzzle. Those are good to go. Tori Mercado on the King Diamond puzzle. I can take care of you on that. Let me go ahead and set this up right back there, though. And I'm going to go ahead and set that right back up there. And Tori Mercado, I'll go grab that. First, let me show you the other ones here. $24.99. AC/DC, if you want blood, you got it. Rush, Permanent Waves, Nirvana, Nevermind, Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, and Ghost Prequel. So Ghost, Pantera, Nirvana, Rush, AC/DC, these are all 500-piece album puzzles, album artwork. When they're completed, they measure 18 by 18, so it will be a square, just like the album jacket. All right, we got Tony Mercado. Tony, you've bought from us before, right? If anybody ever does buy something and you're a first-time buyer, just always make sure and let me know. I've got most of y'all's names saved up here in my head, but just to be on the safe side, which King Diamond puzzle was that? King Diamond Abigail. King Diamond Abigail. That one's available. And then the last few things over here, we have Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. And then Elton John. This is here. This is Captain Fantastic. Captain Fantastic. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Brown Dirt Cowboy. We have got word back from our crate company. So we're officially taking the next step to get the crates, and they gave us a couple options where we could offer them, and they could give us a price, and then they can take care of shipping, so we can drop ship them. And we're working on that right now, actually. So Tanner is in contact with those fellers up there at the crate company. So just give us probably it's the weekend now. We'll follow back up with them Monday or Tuesday, and we'll take it from there, okay? Let me move this. Let me get the glare off these puzzles. Getting the table set up here for a great Friday night. And then just a few more miscellaneous ones here. Pink Floyd is $24.99. This one here looks like it's round. It's David Bowie. It's a round puzzle. It's $24.99. And then we got this David Bowie puzzle. It's also $24. We got 3 different Aladdin Sane puzzles. That artwork is very... David Bowie Aladdin Sane is a very well-known artwork. I mean, it's the Star Child. It's well, I guess that's Paul Stanley. What are they? The alien-looking David Bowie. The very popular form of David Bowie. All right. Danny wants that last King Diamond puzzle. Okay, great. And let me set this empty crate over here. Now let me get all this stuff crated up. Let me get all this stuff crated up, including the Bowie puzzle, the Iron Maiden puzzles, the King Diamond puzzle, and then the other King Diamond puzzle. That's all sold. Selling puzzles like it's $19.99 again. Let me find where we're going to put this first batch of miscellaneous. I'm going to roll John's payload right over here. And first batch of miscellaneous, Jake. Oh boy, I'm blocked. I'm going to start putting it right here. I'm going to work my way down. I'm going to move Tanner's desk. We're about to sell a bunch tonight, Jake. Jake's looking at me like this crazy guy. He's at it again. He's at it again. Starman, not Star Child. Yeah, Starman. That's what I was trying to think of. Starman. Yeah, Starman. Ziggy Stardust. Okay. Chad, you post a new Zep as a story. When do we do a pre-order? They hadn't released anything yet. It's kind of hush hush right now. They hadn't let us know hardly anything about that yet. Keyword yet. So nothing's available on any of the databases. There's no Zeppelin pre-order yet. Okay. There's only one King Diamond. Juanita wants Pink Floyd. Are you talking about the Division Bell Juanita? She's probably talking about the Division Bell poster. I think that's the only Pink Floyd I have left. Yeah. I remember one time we had animals. Jerry Stone is our puzzle historian. He's got some that are now out of production. I call Jerry our puzzle historian because he's probably got one of all of them now. So this is sold to Juanita. And if anybody else wants a David Bowie puzzle, you might want to be specific and let me know, just FYI. John's heading out. We're about to get started. One crew shows up, another one leaves. That's the way the cookie crumbles in here. All right, I'm going to set this puzzle here. And that we got our backdrop for tonight, Metallica, Iron Maiden. And we'll balance it out a little bit with some Elton John, Captain Fantastic. as soon as I get that glare off of it. There we go. Okay. I'll check on Star Wars or Star Trek. It won't be from this company. And no Van Halens. Jerry, I don't think they ever had a Van Halen, did they? I don't think they ever had a Van Halen. I don't think so. Last night we went through like 4 half-off crates. We was on here till 2, what, everybody? Anybody was on here last night with me? 2:45 a.m.? I was on here till 2:45 a.m. 2:45 a.m. We were going through half-off crates, I think, or was it 2:35? It was something 5. I know I was on here late, though. And our stream died, and then we restarted, and everybody got back on because they got another new notification, and everybody convinced me to. Everybody said, Chad, just keep going, just keep going, just keep going, just keep going, just keep going. Then guess what? Next thing I know, it's 1:30, it's 2, it's 2:15. Then we're starting another crate, 2:30. I think it was 2:45 a.m. we was on here too. So, yep. All right, let's go through. Last night we had about 3 crates of new vinyl. Everything that's left is right here in one crate. And tonight we've got the rest of our metal auctions as promised. And let's do this right here. Dio is a box set, $329.99. It's a 9 LP box set. I'm going to go ahead and get this out right now because I don't want to have to pick it up too many times and mess up the shrink wrap. It's been back here forever. It's been back here almost all week. The complete albums, 1983 to 1993. It is $329.99. It's been sitting back there for a while. I've been hoping somebody would buy it. Okay, so I'm looking for Coheed and Cambria, Hatebreed, X-Mall, Wasp, Turnstile, Korn, Coheed, Cody Jinks, and we're good to go. And first, we need our first auctions. And I've got the leftovers of the last 2 half-off crates, or the last 2 discount crates. And we got more fantastic auctions tonight. I mean, a bunch of killer stuff. Everybody already on and watching? Here we go. We're going to start with Vinnie Vincent Invasion. I think we started with one of those last night, but it was a different one. Here's a different one. This is Vinnie Vincent, and this is Vinnie Vincent Invasion, a 1986 US OG EDP press with the original on her sleeve. It is VG++, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start, a 1986 US EDB pressing. That is going to go up for a $25 start. That is Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Let the bidding begin. And right next to it is Whitesnake. And Whitesnake is an 87 US OG, inner sleeve, shrink wrap, and the MTV Hype sticker. This is pretty cool, actually. It has the In the Still the Night MTV Hype sticker. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. The vinyl's EX. It has the original on her sleeve. The cover's in shrink. That's a very nice copy of the Whitesnake album, now up for bid. That's in print, but it's an import only as a 2 LP. It's like a $60 album if you want a new one. It's kind of pricey. All right, let's get started. We got a lot of new stuff. So pretty much after I recap these 2 crates and do the vintage stuff that was left over, you're going to see nothing but new vinyl and new vintage vinyl for the rest of the night, okay? I mean, probably late tonight we'll get into other discount crates, but we've got enough Hatchet Ed, new John stuff, new Laura stuff, and new stuff. That's what we're going to be doing all night. We have MF Doom, Food, 20th anniversary, 3-color Sweet Tart marbled vinyl. That is $34.99. Also, we have Beach House, Bloom. Beach House is $33.99. That's a 2 LP. So MF Doom, Beach House. And then we have Pink Pantheress. We have one left. Red Collage Vinyl, $33.99. And in fact, that was for those that was curious, that was the record that Laura wanted. I just gave it to her earlier. So we had an extra copy. I was like, I bet Laura wants one of these. And in fact, she did. And Natasha bought one last night, and there's now one left. We got the 1975. We sold one last night. There's one left. That's on clear vinyl for $33.99. And then we have Molchat, Doma, Monument. Blue vinyl, that's $24.99. And then over here, we had the last copy of X Small Deutschland, and that is sold to Mike Massey, actually. All right, where are we on our auctions? So Vinnie Vincent is tied at $35. Ivan R. bid $35, and Stephen Lewis Jr. bid $35. The last bid on White Snake was Kristen Driscoll at $40, so that's our first couple options there. We got Vinnie Vincent and we got White Snake, and that's tied at 35. Ivan R came in first, and then White Snake's at 40 right now. There's where we're at. Everything you see in here is new and sealed, including La Dispute Wildlife. That's $39.99. And we also have Rites of Spring, and Rites of Spring is $29.99. I have one of those left, two of those left, excuse me. And then Dag Nasty, can I say? We sold one last night. There's one Dag Nasty left for $29. And then Hatebreed, and this is Concrete Confessional. And one of these did sell to Matt Shiker, so thank you, Matt Shiker. That's sold to you. And we also have Lydia Lunch, Smoke in the Shadows. Lydia Lunch is $33.99. We have Metal Warrior. I still don't know who ordered this, or did you order this, Laura? Or did I order it and not know what it was? Or somebody requested? I still hadn't figured this out. This is the Crushed Souls of Our Enemies, Metal Warrior, $44.99. Okay? And then White Snake's at 41. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Ivan R, you're out on Vinnie Vincent. Chris Gardner has it for 36. We have more metal tonight. We have lots of punk and hardcore. I'm talking about like stuff we never see. Dead Kennedys and Butthole Surfers, and I mean, there's a lot over here. JK put LAD. Is that for Law Dispute? If so, that is sold to JK. Thank you. And then we have one copy of Overkill, and this is Years of Decay. This is half speed on red marble vinyl, $33.99. And then Dio, Holy Diver. It's a 2 LP. Dio, $44.99 for Dio. And we have Misfits, Earth AD. The Misfits is $34.99. That is available, the Misfits. Also, the Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, essentially a box set, $99.99. Double LP with CDs and extras. That's pretty cool. And we have Tyler Childers, which comes out today. Officially drops today. This is $39.99. And that is on the indie exclusive colored vinyl. Now Vinnie Vincent's at 40 with Randy Jr. Tabron. Kristen Driscoll, just so you know, you're outbid on White Snake. The high bid right now is 41 with Dan Moran. Dead Kennedy's Bedtime for Democracy. That is remastered, $24.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory is $33. And then Winter Sun, that's on orange vinyl. Winter Sun is $36.99. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Gatefold Remaster. And Coheed and Cambria. Now, this did get sold to Matt Shiker, and we need to actually put Kelly Vlodarchik on a waiting list. So, Kelly, this one was claimed first by Matt Shiker, and I will put you on a waiting list. Put down Kelly for Coheed and Cambria, the second stage, okay? The second stage. Thank you on that. And then Turnstile, the last copy was sold to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard, on that. That was our last copy of Turnstile. So White Snake now has new bids for 42, and Vinnie Vincent has a new bid for 40 with Randy Tabron. So Chris Gardner, that goes back to you. All right, and that was pretty much everything from yesterday. The other crate of new vinyl, I think, is some stuff maybe you hadn't seen since maybe earlier in the week, and we did sell several things out of there, probably because people hadn't got to see them in a while. Let me take a drink of Monster right quick. I just put some in the fridge up there, but I'm about to go transfer one from the fridge to the freezer. And then Coheed. Oh, is that something you ordered, Laura? I had no idea. I had no idea. I thought it was probably something I just ordered in passing, and they showed up. So, yeah, we'll make sure Laura gets one as well. We'll make sure Laura gets one as well. And Preston Rogers wants TS. And that's for Preston Rogers. TS is for TS was for what was TS for? TS? Is that something I just sold? Turnstiles, maybe? Is that for Turnstile, Preston? If so, I need to put you on a waiting list, okay? White Snake's at 45 and Vinnie Vincent's at 45. There we go. Okay. And boom, boom, boom. And and Punk Auction start around 7. Yeah, all the advertised stuff 7. In the meantime, I've got some really good other pretty similar stuff over here to run as well. Let's change out crates. I'll make sure that's what Preston wanted. Turnstiles and we'll start another waiting list on that. When I looked up Turnstiles, it's something I never had ordered ever before, and I listened to some of it. I thought, man, this is pretty good. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for it. Because according to my database, I had never ordered that before, ever, from any distributor. So I was like, wow, pretty surprising. All right. He said yes. So Preston Rogers on waiting list for Turnstile. You got it. All right, folks, here we go. Here we go. I've got 2 copies left of KK Priest, The Sinner Rides Again. That's on clear vinyl for $36.99, KK Priest. Also, Metallica S&M, 3 LP, 21 songs. Metallica is $69.99. And System of a Down, Mesmerize. System of a Down, Mesmerize. That is $29.99. I've got those available. Whitesnake is out. He's out. So Dan Moran, looking pretty good. One more look at this. It's OG. Shrink wrapped. It has the very cool MTV Hop sticker. Original inner sleeve. And the vinyl's nice. EX are better. And that's $45 with Dan Moran. And then over here is Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Vinnie Vincent Invasion is with Dan Moran and Stephen Lewis Jr. They're actually both tied. And Dan Moran, just so you know, you're out. Or excuse me, Randy Tabor, you're out. Stephen Lewis Jr.'s bid came in first. So Randy, you tied Stephen, and his bid did come in exactly 1 second sooner. So you're out. He has that at 45. I don't think I said that earlier. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Music on Vinyl Remaster, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $38.99. Korn, Follow the Leader. We got one sold to Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie Clausen. And then we got one left. It is a 2 LP, $33.99 on that. And over here, we have System of a Down, Steal This Album. SOAD, Steal This Album, $33.99, a 2 LP. And then Korn Untouchables, we also got one sold to Melanie Clausen. And now there's one left. Now there's one left. We have Queensryche, Empire, $38.99 for that. And Wasp, this is a half-speed master of The Last Command. And we got one sold to James Young. Thank you, James Young. And now there's 2 left. Let's go ahead and sell that Whitesnake then. Sold to Dan Moran for $45. Thank you, Dan Moran. That's sold to you for $45. Let's put that away. There's that. And then the next thing we have is this. We have Motley Crue, and this is Shout at the Devil. It's an 80. This was actually in the Hot Post yesterday, and we never did get to it. An 83 US SRC pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $20 start on Motley Crue. It is OG VG. It has the original inner sleeve. There's the sweet gatefold jacket. There's the pentagram. It's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 star. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Korn, Follow the Leader. That's sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. And then also Motley Crue has a bid for $20. We have Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, The Real Slim Shady. Eminem's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then Metallica, Garage Inc. This is an essential, in my opinion, for Metallica discography. Garage Inc., $59.99. You get Garage Days Revisited, and then you get Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. You get all the B-sides and one-offs. They finally put it all to vinyl. That's a pretty cool package there. Am I Evil? Yes, I Am. Stephen Parton got Korn, not Stephen Lewis Jr. Stephen Parton, my bad. So over here, Vinnie Vincent got a new bid for $50, which means Stephen Lewis Jr., you got outbid. Stephen Parton got Korn. And then Motley Crue has bids for 20, 20, 22, and then 22, and then 23. And then Jason Wilsky on Wasp. I said Stephen Lewis. Yeah, Stephen Parton on Korn. Jason Wilsky gets a Wasp. There's 2 Metallicas. Clint Howard wants a Metallica. There's 1 Metallica left. So that's essentially what Garage Inc. is. It has some of their covers and some of their B-sides. You also get Whiskey in the Jar and Tuesday's Gone. Very cool there. That's a really cool collection. Turnstile Never Enough is what I'm looking for. Blue, sorry. Okay, so Preston Rose does not need on a waiting list for Turnstile. Motley Crue's at 25, and that means Vinnie Vincent's up to Stephen Lewis Jr. So Stephen Lewis Jr., you were actually outbid on the Vinnie Vincent, and now he's back in, okay? Glad we got all that figured out. Deftones Adrenaline. Deftones Adrenaline is $33.99. In front of that is System of a Down self-titled. System of a Down's $29.99, and then Metallica the Black Album, $34.99. Metallica the Black Album, Enter Sandman, Sad But True, also Holier Than Thou, The Unforgiven, Through the Never, Don't Tread on Me, Wherever I May Roam. The details on Vinnie Vincent. Vinnie Vincent's now up for bid. It just got a new bid for $52. It is an OG copy. It is an 86 USOG EDP press, original sleeve VG++, nearly EX. Not bad whatsoever. And now lots of bids coming in on Motley Crue. The first thing we're going to do is go ahead and put up another auction. And this one is a picture disc. Now it's got some pretty significant gassing and discoloration, but it is an original Wasp picture disc. It looks a lot better on that side than that side. Y'all know how these picture discs, sometimes they aged really bad. The note from Laura says, 84 UK OG first press. First pressings were made from a very low resolution image, causing the crazy discoloration on side A. It does have PVC gassing and a light warp, but sounds VG Plus when she play tested it. Pretty cool display piece if you just want to show that side. But yeah, we had a picture disc collection one time, and the first pressings, they kind of botched them almost. They kind of didn't look too good, but that side there turns out really good. Wasp is a $15 start. Vinnie Vincent has a new bid for $70, and Motley Crue's tied at $30. Brian Campbell, Dwayne Sevilla, and Dan Moran. Dwayne Sevilla's 30 came in first. So Dwayne has it for 30. Brian, you tied him, and then Dan Moran was next. Now 31. Wasp has a bid for 15. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. That is the In-Step album. $38.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Another System of a Down, this time Hypnotize. It's $29. And then new from Rhino, The Cars, Shake It Up. And that is the all-analog cut by Chris Bellman from Bernie Grumman Mastering. $38.99. Shake It Up. All analog, The Cars. $38.99. And then Cody Jinks, the new album that comes out today. We sold one to Tim Colino Jr. Thank you, Tim Colino Jr. There's one sold to you. And I'll have 2 copies left. I have 1 copy left. It's on red and like white marble vinyl. The new Alison Krauss compilation, which is very rare and first time it's been reissued. That's $33.99. Alison Krauss, Now That I Found You. And then we have Talking Heads, also new. More Songs About Buildings and Food, the 2 LP with bonus tracks on red vinyl. That is $39.99. $39.99, okay? Let's go back over here. And the first thing I have is Vinnie Vincent is got a new bid for $70 with Trent Peasley, and everybody else went out. Wayne Carr wants the new Cody Jinks album. Wasp is at 18, and Motley Crue's at 35. And Jeff Hansen does want Stevie Ray Vaughan. The Crossfire, that's on there. Thank you, Jeff Hansen. We've almost filled up another whole crate, mostly because of puzzles. That's amazing. We're about to sell a lot of stuff tonight, everybody. A lot of stuff. Okay. So Cody, Motley Crue, Wasp, Motley Crue. And I think that's it. That was a great recap crate. A lot of System of a Down. I might almost put them all together so you can see them all at once. That's like 20% of the crate. So let's start with the recap with System of a Down discography. I have Mesmerize, 2 copies of that, $29. Steal This Album is $33. It's a double LP. Self-Titled's $29, and Hypnotize. That's all of our System of a Down. Stephen Parton wants a self-titled. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Now, Vinnie Vincent over here. We're about to sell it. And then Motley Crue still getting bid. Stephen has it for $35. Dwayne's out. And then Wasp is this picture disc. Wasp is this picture disc. It's got some discoloration, but it is the first pressing. It's Animal, F Like a Beast, and Show No Mercy. And that's at $21 right now. Also, we got KK Priest, Center Rides Again. That's on clear vinyl for $36. Also, Metallica S&M. It's also a triple LP, $69.99. Jim Sedal wants Mesmerize. All right, that was the first one here. So there's all the System Down. And if anybody wants the biggest one I don't have in stock, Toxicity, with Aerials and Chop Suey. I can get that one too if anybody wants on a waiting list for Toxicity. Or as I used to call it when I first started selling, Toxic City. I never did really pay attention to it. I didn't know much about System of a Down. I used to call it Toxic City because, you know, the letters look like the Hollywood sign, on the cover, and I was like, oh, they're doing play on words, Hollywood, because it's maybe a toxic city. I didn't know, but it's actually toxicity. I thought it was Toxic City. They was talking about Hollywood or something. I had no idea. But that's what I called it forever, and everybody's like, Chad, it's toxicity. And I was like, oh. I didn't even see, that's me adding extra words in there without even reading it. Corn, Untouchables, $33.99. Queensryche Empire, $38.99. And Wasp Last Command, Half-Speed Master, $33. M&M's, $44. Very excited to show all the new stuff I've ordered. And there might have been some other stuff that Laura ordered as well. $59.99 for Metallica. Deftones Adrenaline. And Metallica, the Black Album, $34. And then Cars Shake It Up is $38. And then we had Alison Krauss for $33, and then Talking Heads. Okay, so Trent Peasley, you get the Vinnie Vincent for $70. The Stevie Ray Vaughan was In Step, the music on vinyl pressing, remastered, $38.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. I'll show it one more time here. There it is. If anybody else wants, I always try to keep that in stock. That one's not too easy to find OG. Actually, Stevie Ray Vaughan's a weird discography. They're not rare albums, but you just don't run across them too often. It's like Pink Floyd albums. It's like there should be millions and hundreds of thousands of them, but when you go to look at them, I just can't find them. And then Wasp, Brian Thurman has this for $25, and that means Stephen Lewis Jr., you're out. That's the Wasp picture disc. And the last bit on Motley Crue was Dan Moran at 40. Dan Moran at 40. And Stephen Parton, you're also out, okay? And he says he's done. Good deal. So we're about to put up some new auctions. And that was a great recap crate. I'm glad I went through that. That was like everything that was left from like Tuesday when we had like 6 crates. 6 crates. MOV has filed bankruptcy. No, that's Vinyl Me Please. That's Vinyl Me Please. No. Music on vinyl, as far as I know, they're rocking and rolling. I just got 2 email solicitations of all new releases that's coming out. I get about an email a week where they're putting out like 7 or 9 titles. Most of them, I don't know what it is. It's classical sometimes or bizarre soundtracks. Sometimes I post them, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I order a couple, sometimes I'll pass on them completely. I have ordered a bunch of their bizarre stuff that they solicit, and I never can sell them, and I end up selling them for a loss. So the next thing we're going to do is show the leftovers of the 2 vintage crates, which will take just a few seconds because there's not much left at all. There's not much left at all. We're going to do that right quick. And let's empty these out. And then we got nothing but new vinyl coming up next, including new vintage and new stuff. But let's go ahead and do some vintage stuff here. Here we go. And Vinyl Me Please says new owners. Yeah, I'm still disappointed I didn't get the phone call. I was hoping Coletco would get a phone call. Hey, y'all want to buy us? I kind of want to own a record label one day. I think we could do it. I would definitely need some help. Y'all be hearing me make posts. Well, I can't go live tonight. I got to go negotiate over a licensing deal. I got to get some, I'd have to hire some good lawyers to help me with that. I'll be busy selling. All right, here we go. All right, new empty. Sorry, I had to change out crates, 2 different crates. We already filled up 1 crate of sold stuff. And here we go. Let me get caught up in the comments. We might be ending some auctions too, okay? Where did we leave off? We have, yeah, Chuck Mangione. Thank you, Jake. Jake's making our graphics. Chuck Mangione's on our graphic now. He's on there. And then Tom Harris on M&M. Tom Harris on M&M. Thank you, Tom Harris. Marshall Mathers. That's a big album. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then, can I see the other Pink Floyd puzzle and prize not Division Bell? I actually don't have one in stock. All the Pink Floyd puzzles are gone. I can get Adam Heartmother. That's the one we had last night, Adam Heartmother. You know, the one with the cow on the cover. That's the only other one I think I can get right now in Pink Floyd, Adam Heartmother. But I don't have one in stock. Okay, then Dan Moran got Motley Crue for $40. Tonight's kind of a tonight's Hatchet Ed night. Tonight's Metal Night 1.5 or 2.0. More like 1.5 / Punk 2.0. because there's a bunch of punk. I'm talking about OG stuff. Dan Moran gets that for $40. We have not showed any new arrivals yet. And now we're going to go ahead and sell Wasp, and we're going to put up new auctions, okay? And the Wasp picture disc is sold to Brian Thurman for $25. So, yeah, we're really just getting started. By the way, that did have the original plastic. That had the original plastic, which you don't want to keep it in there. That's why it's all discolored. Just so you know, if you do find a picture disc in really good shape still in the plastic, go take it out, okay? Because that plastic is actually pretty detrimental to the preservation of it. All right, and speaking of picture disc, I've got another one, and we're going to go ahead and knock out a Kiss album. No, let's go ahead and run a Motorhead. Let's run a King Diamond and Motorhead, okay? And I was looking to get 3 SOD from the last crate. Mesmerize, Hypnotize, and Steal This Album. You know what? I can do that. That's essentially one of each, right? So you want Hypnotize, you want Steal. You do not want self-titled, okay? So there's 4 different ones so far tonight. You want one each of these. All right, so this is Hypnotize, Steal This Album, and those are all sold to Tom Sullivan. All right, great. Chipping away at that SOD. Next auction is Motorhead Aftershock. It's a 2013 Euro OG inner sleeve EX copy, a $30 start. Aftershock, Motorhead, and then King Diamond, an 86 US OG limited edition picture disc, 12-inch single. So this is an OG picture disc. Wow. So this is real. King Diamond does have some new modern reissues, but this is actually a vintage picture disc. Look at that. How cool is that? It's a 3-track, Halloween, The Candle, and The Lake. And there's a really cool shot there on the front. That's an excellent display piece, even if you don't want to listen to it. It is VG minus, just a $10 start on King Diamond. That thing is pretty cool. Oh, yes, there is, Dennis. You're right. You're talking about I've been calling it the ladies or the chicks, whichever. Yeah, I've been seeing this poster for years. I've never seen it as a puzzle. It's it's a 1,000-piece puzzle. Yeah, it's like their backs are painted with the artwork. Adam Hart Mother, Relics, Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, The Wall, and Animals. Yeah, that's $24.99. Okay, now that's the one he's talking about. Sorry, you're right. I was thinking album covers. Okay, and then from the flip video, everybody got everything except we have a waiting list for Coheed and Cambria with Kelly. Okay, now what we're about to do, and if you have floating around, I don't have one in stock, I don't think, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Let me condense these. So this is the leftovers from the last couple of vintage discount bins. And let me show what's left here. Let me get them sorted first. This is what's left from the last couple of vintage discount crates. And as soon as I get them sorted, we're going to breeze through these, okay? I see some stuff I can't believe didn't sell. So let's do it. And there's not much. These are 6, these are 9, and there's only 2 $14.99 records. So let's get started. Let's get started, okay? Let's get started. So first thing I have is there's only 2 $19.99 records that didn't sell. 2 $19.99 records that didn't sell. And that was Neil Young After the Gold Rush. It is in VG Plus condition, $19.99. It is VG Plus. It's not bad whatsoever. It's a gatefold. It's $19.99. Neil Young After the Gold Rush. And then, 14. There's no 19. Those are 14. Yeah, $14.99. $14.99. And so is the Edgar Winter Group. This is half off because it was such a nice copy. It was the original yellow label, epic gatefold, no writing, very little wear, $14.99. So Neil Young, a classic album with Southern Man, and then Edgar Winter has Free Riding Frankenstein, gatefold jacket, first label. Motorhead has one bid for just $35 to Ken Crooker. It's going to a final call. It's a 2013 Euro OG with the inner sleeve. The vinyl is EX. And then back here is King Diamond. It's an original picture disc. It's at $18. Stephen Parton wants Edgar Winter, $14.99. Neil Young's first label, it is VG Plus. Now, here's what's left for $9.99. The Blackbirds, and that's called Action. That's on the Fantasy label. It is no condition notes. That is now $9.99. Also $9.99 was Zappa in New York. I've been loading the discount bins with Zappa. When I first started really dealing in vinyl, Zappa was one of those artists I thought was just like super rare, and because I never could find them for my personal collection. Here in the last year, I've probably had more Zappa albums than I've ever seen in my life. Like, we bought one collection, and I bet there was an entire tub of Zappa stuff. So, but a lot of that early Mothers of Invention is pretty desirable. I just don't have much luck selling them here. I'll sell them occasionally. But man, we got a lot of Zappa stuff, and this is a 77 German press, so I've been wearing out the discount bins with Zappa. This is actually a German press, VG condition, $9.99, also $9.99. Original label too, the Birds, Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, $9.99. But I remember for years, I just never could find Zappa stuff in the wild. When I was going to a lot of record stores, I never could find Mothers of Invention. Just seemed like it was invisible. Couldn't find it. Motorhead has a new bid for $36, $38, now $40, and the King Diamond picture disc is moving to a final call. Justin Deckelman, $19. So right now we're in discount stuff. The Archies, Jingle Jangle, that's VG Plus for $9.99. The Imaginary Fantasy Group, the Archies, but they exist. Somebody's singing and playing. $9.99, the Archies, and the Beach Boys, California Girls. This is a reissue. It is on this green capital label. It is very nice, though, for $9.99. And right in front of that is Diana Ross and Supreme's Greatest Hits. That is a 2 LP with from Motown. A great compilation there, $9.99. So quick recap of $9.99. Diana Ross, Beach Boys, Archies, Birds, First Label, Zappa, German, and then Blackbirds. And now for the $6.99 stuff. Now for the $6.99 stuff. And you've probably sold 30 of the Zappa. I know, just from the discount crates. Yeah, about every crate. And then Zoodalores. And then we've really gotten rid of all the Mothers of Invention. I've sold some of those way too cheap. But Paul will mark them and John will mark them, and they'll be like $89.99, and you'll get on Discogs. But I'm like, man, we just need to put these on Discogs, I guess, because we don't have much luck here. I got to reach out to some Zappa collectors or something. Ryan Eaton on Beach Boys, $9.99. I mean, he's prolific. He's a legend. Thank you. I actually need that. Thank you, Laura. Bottle of water. Haven't had any yet this morning. It's morning for me, just in case y'all don't know. Whew, man, that was good. It's morning for me. I had what did I have? Oh, I had Subway for breakfast. Haven't had Subway in months. Halloween, I cheated on Publix. Halloween, the candle, and the lake. Halloween, the candle, and the lake. All right. Now for the $6.99 stuff. Grand Funk Railroad on time. VG Plus, $6.99. One of the first records I ever owned. I bought it at a garage sale. I was like, man, what is going on here? I liked how they were holding these old Marx toy trains. I used to have some that looked just like that. And I was like, what a prolific, that's the wrong word. I said, what an interesting cover. I just used prolific to describe Frank Zappa. Jethro Tull, Benefit, VG $9.99. Word of the day, prolific. Can we get a definition, Craig? That came out of nowhere. I've already said it 5 times tonight. Jethro Tull, Benefit. Teachers on there. Great album. VG $6.99. Charlie Daniels is VG Plus $6.99. And Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Late in the Evening. Paul Simon, a prolific songwriter. VG Plus $6.99. And Johnny Winter, VG Condition $6.99. Original label, Columbia, $6.99. Also, we got Doug Kershaw, Raging Cajun, Doug Kershaw, VG Plus, $6.99. Motorhead, the last bid that came in was Ken Crooker at $50. All done, final call. King Diamonds at $33. We got Jay Giles, Freeze Frame, VG Plus, $6.99. It does have some writing and cover damage, $6.99 on that. Also, Wet Willie, this is called Drippin' Wet. It's VG $6.99. We're in a discount vintage bin. Elton John, there's another one. That's now $6.99. I claimed Jay Giles this morning. I meant Jay Giles, not James Gang. Okay, what I'll do is I'll pull out Jay Giles, and I don't know where he has those records. Michael, I will tell Tanner to, well, actually, let me see if he's got them right over here. Let's see if he's pulled the vintage flip. He was just working on it. You know where Tanner was working on the vintage flip? Right there? Okay. Let me figure out what he done with them. Right there's where Jake said he was working on them. I don't see where he put the sold records, though. I'll lay it over here on his desk, and whoever's watching the sale, make sure Tanner knows to swap out Jay Giles for James Gang, okay? We can do that. Greg Smith, that means you were second. And then Jeff Hansen. A la carte, this is one of those Warner Brothers samplers. Robert Palmer, Bellamy Brothers, Gibson Brothers, Daniel Keefe, Climax Blues Band. And then who's on this one? Duncan Brown, Runner, Nitro. Over here, we got the B-52s, Mavis Staples, Emmylou Harris, Manfred Mann, Maria Muldaur, Bootsy Rubber Band. Bootsy Collins is on that one. And then here's another one, The Days of Wine and Vinyl. Another Warner Brothers comp. Lost Leaders, James Taylor, America, Mickey Hart, Dion, The Incredible String Band, Bonnie Raitt. And then who's on this disc? Alex Corner, Steel Ice Band, Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Wow. Harper's Bazaar, Sparks. Those are great compilations for $6.99. We got a la carte and The Days of Wine and Vinyl. The Days of Wine and Vinyl. Larry Smith says he wants both. Susie got Grand Funk Railroad. That was back here. This is sold to Susie for $6.99. And then we have Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind. That is $6.99. Motorhead, sorry for the delay. Let's go ahead and run this and sell it. And it's about time to start putting up some other stuff. Ken Crooker gets that for $50. I'm about to go 3 wide with our auctions like I did last night about this time. Brian Colsar, one of our new buyers this week, he wants Elton John. Jetstream on Wet Willie. And now King Diamond. What is the King Diamond picture disc? King Diamond, it's a picture disc. It is. Let me give you the stats on it one more time. This is like the 7th King Diamond picture disc we sold in the last 24 hours. We've had a bunch. An 86 USOG limited edition picture disc, a 12-inch single, VG minus condition. In mint condition, they've sold for as much as $150 on Discogs. It is a 3-track, Halloween, The Candle, and The Lake. It's VG minus, but it displays very well. And it's got a high bid right now. The last bid on King Diamond was Paul Catrich at $35. Paul Catrich at $35. Let's introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to be Fastway. And Fastway is OG. It's an 83 US OG Pittman. It has a promo stamp on the back. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $15 star. Final call on these before I offer them as a bundle. After they hit the discount bins, I don't like to have much behind. So here's what's left. $14.99. Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Danny said he already bid $36 on King Diamond. Or maybe he missed, maybe he got auto-corrected. Okay? Never mind. I'm not for sure. So maybe King Diamond. Okay, so King Diamond 36 and now Brian Campbell 36. Neil Young, $14.99, the only $14.99 record left. The Blackbirds was $9.99. Zappa was $9.99. The Byrds was $9.99. The Archies was $9.99. And the Supremes was $9.99. So that is what's left in the $9.99 batch. The Supremes. Let me tilt my camera down just a little. There we go. The Supremes, also the Archies, the Byrds, Zappa, and the Blackbirds. And then over here, we have Fastway with bids for $15.15. Michael Reed on LS. And LS was for, he says typo, sorry. Okay. So no LS. And then Diego wants the Zappa for $9.99. There we go. Zappa, one did get sold. King Diamond 3737, Fastway 20, Fastway 20. And then the $6.99 stuff that was left was Jethro Tull, Charlie Daniels, Paul Simon, Johnny Winter, Marshall Tucker, and Doug Kershaw. Okay? I'll give that a few seconds while I'm grabbing the next crate. Next crate will be all new releases. Has everybody hit the like button for me? Has everybody hit the share button for me? And just so y'all know, I have no idea what's in the oven tomorrow for auctions. But we just got a huge new collection in. I mean, you know, Paul just got back from a 7-8 day buying trip. 9, I guess. Y'all know what that usually means. Probably for the next 30 days, it's just crazy auctions. I mean, I feel like we haven't had a lull in auctions lately because we've been buying so much on a regular basis. But as y'all know, y'all seen what happened last night. You see what's going to happen tonight. And I bet there's going to be great stuff again tomorrow. And then next week, after we have time Sunday to get a bunch of more stuff ready, it's probably going to be an epic week at Colectco again. So just make sure you're paying attention to the hot pictures. If you're not on, there's going to be great stuff. We've already got 3 full crates of metal that Seth has worked on already clean, tagged, and ready to go. And he didn't even pull from anything new, really. That was just stuff that was already back there. Plus, we just bought, you know, huge metal collections. I haven't had time to go through them, post pictures, or really advertise them. So Yeah, we got a Motley Crue on Leather Records. We got an OG first pressing of Danzig. We got Pantera. We got the complete discography of most artists. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I'm going to bundle these at a great price, okay? There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 records in there. $55. $5 a piece. That takes the $7 records down to $5. That takes the $10 records down to $5. And that takes Neil Young down to $5. You got to buy them all. 11 records, $55. King Diamond has a high bid of $37 of Danny Thomason. Brian Campbell, you tied Danny. His bid came in first. Fastways at 30 with Brad Waits. Okay? Now, the next thing we're going to do is say Fastways at 31. Next thing I have is another auction. I'm going to try to get this bundle sold to somebody. Hopefully, we're going to go ahead and put up a Scorpions album. And this is Scorpions Love Drive. And this is a 1982 South Korean press. It has an original South Korean EMI inner sleeve. That's a label you won't see too often. Look at that. Scorpions Love Drive. How cool is that? It's almost been stored in an anti-static bag. It has an insert very similar to like a Japanese pressing. It is going to go up for a $25 start. It's EX, and there's none listed in the United States for sale. 0 listed in the United States for sale. Does anybody else want to bet on King Diamond? Brian Campbell, you're out. Danny has it for $37. His bid came in first. And then Fastway is a final call to Brad Waits. I was first on 37. That's because you're looking on Facebook. I had a feeling that comment was about to pop up. That's because you're looking on Facebook. You're looking at the wrong thing. Right here is the y'all's 2 bids. Danny's bid is in first, okay? Let me give you a clue. Let me give you some help. If you're looking on Facebook, you're looking at the wrong thing. You're on the wrong thing. You need to be looking at what pops up here on the screen. It's only up there for a second until it shifts up, and then it's gone. But make sure you're not looking at your Facebook chat for bids. If you're looking on your Facebook chat for bids, you're going to miss bids from YouTube. You can't see YouTube. If you're looking for your Facebook chat, you're not going to see bids from Twitch or X. You're actually missing like 80% of the action. You're not seeing claims. You're not seeing bids. If you're just waiting for somebody to outbid you on Facebook, you're going to miss a whole lot of activity. Now, Fastway has a new bid for $32. And now Scorpions has a bid for $25. Now Fastway has a bid for $35. So, Danny, you've been outbid. Scorpions has open bids, and there's Fastway. Nobody on the bundle for $55. Unbelievable. Danny, you've been outbid, or Danny has bid on King Diamond. He has it for $40. Yeah, I have to let new people know that. Some people's just looking at their phone, and they're just looking at the Facebook chat, and they're waiting for a bid to pop up. If you're just looking at your Facebook chat, you can't see what's going on. There is already right now 106 people on YouTube that are bidding, and it will be basically invisible to you. You won't be able to see anything. Thomas Baumhart says he'll take the bundle for $45. Sold to Thomas Baumhart for $45. I was waiting for something to happen like that. Thomas, you get those last records for $45. Thank you. I've already got them in the crate, and I'm putting sticky notes around them. Thank you, Thomas Baumhart. All right. There's that. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Here we go. New stuff. I've been trying to get it over here for a while now. Had to go through that stuff first. Here we go. It's going to be a lot of cool new stuff here to flip through. I really don't remember what I've ordered because I've ordered so much. First is David Gilmour live at Pompeii. David Gilmour is a 4 LP box. The voice and guitarist of Pink Floyd is what the hop sticker says. The voice and guitar of Pink Floyd. David Gilmour is $119.99. That's a 4 LP box set. David Gilmour at Pompeii. Now, Fastway has a new bid for $41. The Scorpions is at $35. And King Diamond's at $40 of Danny Thomas, and Brian Campbell's out. Welcome, everybody. There's David Gilmour. That's an amazing live set there. Live at Pompeii, 4 LP box. Denise said, wow. What about Social Distortion's Greatest Hits? A 2 LP, $39.99 for Social Distortion's Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And Seether, Disclaimer 2, the breakout sophomore album available for the first time, featuring the platinum single Broken on raspberry red opaque vinyl. Seether is $39.99. That is a Gatefold Jacket 2LP. It's on red vinyl, Seether. Social Distortion, sold to Kelly Vladarchuk. There's now one left if anybody else wants it. King Diamond is sold to Danny Thomason for $40. Danny, that is sold to you for $40. Let's put that right in here. Thank you, Danny. And now Fastway has a bid with Jeff Hansen for $44. Jeff Hansen at $44 on Fastway. That's going once, going twice. And I have not seen another bid on the Scorpions in a while. The last bid I think seen on the Scorpions was Chad Sauls at $35. Everybody else is out, and we are about to sell it. We're about to sell the Chad for $35. Next is going to be Led Zeppelin. And this is almost... bizarre. It's almost in yellow. Led Zeppelin. It's almost in yellow. They got the colors there a little wrong. But this is an 84 US Club, CRC Carrollton Press, EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. I don't know if this is like a miscue on the colors. It looks like it was near the end of the ink or something, but it's almost in yellow. It's not like a Varen or anything. It's just, I think, bad inking, but it's pretty cool. It's an 84 US Club, 1984. This album was still in print. $30 start on Led Zeppelin. There it is, and now we sold Social Distortion. We got Tom Harrison on Seether. One Seether left, one Social Distortion left, one David Gilmour left. How about Morbid Angel? This is $38.99, and this one's called Heretic. Morbid Angel Heretic, $38.99. That is available. I have two of those, Morbid Angel. I told y'all that we ordered a bunch of new vinyl, and I ordered so much, most of it didn't show up in time for Thursday Night Metal Night. That's why we're calling this Metal Night 2.0, and this is why we're also calling it Punk 2.0, because we got a bunch of punk options as well. Scorpions, either way, there's new bids now. Nick wasn't bidding because he would probably already thought he was at 35. I'm sure you were. There's no telling. I don't see your bid for 35 that ever came in, but either way, there's new bids now. Now it's at 45. I think we were done on Fastway. Brian Frenfrock went out. It was with Jeff Hansen at $44. And let's go ahead and sell it for $44, okay? Thank you, Jeff Hansen. That's so to you. Now, we have Morbid Angel there. Let me show a couple more titles right quick. Now, we have Scorpions at 45. Nick Bargeron, Scorpions at 45. And then Led Zeppelin. The last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in, was what? The last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in was what? Oh, I just put that up. That's up for bid for a $30 start. Okay? Over here, we have Crash Test Dummies. God Shoveled His Feet. Crash Test Dummies, that's $34.99. $34.99. Crash Test Dummies. I have two of those. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Yeah, I'm Free. Free Falling, classic album, Won't Back Down, Running Down a Dream, that's $36.99, and another Seether, and this time, this one's a 2LP, Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces. First time it was ever officially on vinyl. It has Fake It and Rise Above This. It's on lavender opaque vinyl, and Seether is $39.99. Rebecca on Crash Test Dummies. That's sold to Rebecca. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Metallica. Search In, Seek and Destroy. Kill 'Em All on Jump in the Fire. Engine red vinyl. Very cool. That's going to go up for a $20 start. It's near mint, still in the shrink with the Walmart sticker. Now, over here, we got Scorpions. The last bid that came in was Nick Bargeron at $45. Everybody else is out. Led Zeppelin got bids for $30 with Brad Waits and Chris Gardner. You tied them. So, Brad, you're out. And then Metallica's a $25 start. We sold a Crash Test Dummies. We still got two Seethers and Tom Petty. This is new. This is part of that Elektra celebration. Misty White Vinyl. Lacquers cut from the original Analog Master by Bernie Grumman. I did not know that until I saw somebody post this with the hype sticker, and I was like, wow, I didn't even order that. I had no idea. An all-analog cut of Bread's greatest hits. How cool is that? For just $33.99. Gatefold on colored vinyl. That's going to sound pretty sweet. Bread, all-analog cut. Led Zeppelin 31, Metallica 30, Brandon Johnson on Tom Petty. That's a tough OG to find, always has been. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. I have Grover Washington Jr. This is also new from Elektra Anniversary Celebration. pressed on Chardonnay colored vinyl. Chardonnay colored vinyl. And of course, that has the Bill Withers song, Just the Two of Us. That is $33.99. And we have Vader. And I might need my laptop for these. I think we're officially getting to some waiting list. We are. Vader is on golden brown marble vinyl. $39.99. Sorry, I got a frog stuck in my throat. Let me step up front and get my backpack right quick. Of course. Nope, it's already right here. But I got to go up there anyway and get a Monster to transfer it over here in the fridge. So let me do that right quick. Let me be open. I'll be walking and opening my laptop at the same time. Thanks everybody for joining us here on Friday night at Coletco. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you've hit the like button everywhere. I open my laptop, and what's up? Pre-orders. Pre-orders, where I was working on those. I have a pre-order up for Hatebreed, Steel Pulse, some Funkos I hadn't told you about, a Spider-Man soundtrack, and something else. What was the other one here? Dokken, Broken Bones. So some pre-orders coming out. I was up here opening my mail. That's why I was about 10 minutes late. I had some packages come in, some stuff I've bought. I've been buying, we've had a lot of cool stuff come in, so I'm having to control myself. I've bought some really cool stuff. I showed y'all one of them the other day, and then always have this other item I'll show you in just a second. It's kind of, well, no, it's not really music related. It's another autograph I bought. Been trying to get one for a while. I'm going to settle for this one for right now until I can find one. So I'm going to put a Monster in the fridge. Monster's officially in the fridge. Sorry for the quick pause. Man, I see a lot of cool stuff laying back here. I see boxes of cassettes and new stuff. Let me set a reminder on my phone. Hey Siri, remind me in 30 minutes to get the Monster out of the fridge. Awesome. And now I know y'all are going to remind me too. All right, now let's look up Vader. We are back in business. Justin Deckelman and Sean Fairweather. Justin Deckelman and Sean Fairweather. So this is Vader. Wait a minute, what just happened? Hey Siri, remind me to get the Monster out of the fridge in 30 minutes. Okay. So these sold to Justin Deckelman and Sean Fairweather. And I've got 2 extra copies. Vader Litany, 25th anniversary, golden brown marble vinyl, $39.99 on those. I've got 2 of them there. Okay? Now, Scorpions, sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. Sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. Thank you, Nick. Okay? And then Led Zeppelin, let's go over it one more time. It's a pretty bizarre copy. It's an 84 US Club. It looks yellow more than like the burgundy than it normally is, or orange, because it looks like the inking was near the end of the run. So you got this really cool, almost like yellow effect. It's an 84 Club, a later pressing, honestly. I mean, I don't see that too often. 84 Club out of all the Zeppelin variants I'll see. But that is at $36 with Chris Gardner. $36 with Chris Gardner. And then Metallica. Metallica is a Walmart exclusive red Jump in the Fire colored vinyl, and that's at $38. Moving right along, I've got 2 copies of Tom Petty, and Tom Petty is live 1980 Philadelphia, the Spectrum Philadelphia, $38.99. And then this is Jack Holzman presents Dylan Circle, another Elektra. The Sound of a Generation, captured on one special album, overseen by Elektra's visionary founder, featuring Bob Dylan, Fred Neil, Tom Paxton, Judy Collins, and more, celebrating the roots of the Greenwich Village folk music scene. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. That's another new release. And Television, another Rhino Hi-Fi, all analog, and these are numbered to 5,000. These are numbered to 5,000. This is numbered. $39.99 on that, okay? Now, also over here, we have Metallica, and we can officially sell that then to, well, wait a minute. Yeah, Brandon Jones, $38. Yeah, Brandon Jones, $38. Next is Led Zeppelin 37, Led Zeppelin 38. I don't think Earth is due in yet. Led Zeppelin 37, Led Zeppelin 38. And then let's go ahead and put up one of our first punk auctions here. Here we go. Let's get started with, I don't know, we might run to some stuff, quote, that's not really punk. Most of it's punk, though. And then we got the AC/DC stuff. Let me see what I got here. Let's do this one right here. This is always popular. Oh my gosh. This is the Dead Kennedys Holiday in Cambodia. Wow. And it's a UK original. A 1980 UK OG. Super clean. We're talking near mint minus. Beautiful condition. Dead Kennedys Holiday in Cambodia. A 1980 UK. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. The Dead Kennedys is now up for bid. Gerald Whitworth on television. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Led Zeppelin's now at 38 with Brad Waits. James Davidson, you're out. Dead Kennedys, a $25 start. There's that. And then over here, we have another auction to put up. And that other auction is going to be White Line. And White Line, in fact, is a 1987 USOG specialty press. It is EX. It has the original on her sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. And that is White Line. And that's now up for bid. White Line Pride, a $30 start. Next is Sly. Let me see if there's a pre-order for this. Sly and the Family Stone, the first family, live at Winchester Cathedral, 1967. As heard in the acclaimed documentary Sly Lives, a.k.a. the Blackbird. Okay. Let's go over here. And let's do this right here. Let me make sure there wasn't. I feel like I posted this one. No, this is new. I just have it available. Sly and the Family Stone. Deluxe edition includes a lavish 24-page book with rare photos and 15,000-word essay by Grammy-nominated archivist Alec Palalo. Lacquer cut by Kevin Gray. That looks pretty cool. 1967 live, Sly and the Family Stone. That's relatively new. And then we have the Misfits. And this is Evil Live. The Misfits is $34.99. That's also available. Okay, so let's go back over here to Led Zeppelin. I left off with Brad Waits at $38. And then over here, Dead Kennedys, 30, 36, Led Zeppelin 40, Dead Kennedys 35. There was already a bid for 36, White Line 30, Led Zeppelin 39, Dead Kennedys 40. And that's where we're at. Next is Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. That's just a random one of one that came in. We already had others earlier this week, and I still have more. That's on bone-colored vinyl, $36.99. And I have the Circle Jerks, Wild on the Streets. A limited deluxe vinyl edition includes a live 82 bonus track with 20-page book, and that is remastered from the original analog tapes, and it's on orange vinyl, limited to 3,000. Circle Jerks, $38.99. I have two of those. And Big Wreck, in loving memory of. Big Wreck is $29.99. Rebecca on the Circle Jerks, and there's one left if anybody else wants it. Now, okay, so first over here, Led Zeppelin. The last bid on Led Zeppelin, James Davidson, $39. Brad Waits is out. Dead Kennedys is at $45 with Kelly. And then the White Line still just has one bid with Rich Krulak for $30, and we're about to sell it. That's where we're at on all of our auctions. If you heard something like, wait a minute, I thought I was the higher bid or whatever, I would go ahead and bid again or let me know, because that's what the most recent bids are. Dead Kennedys 45, White Line 30, and Led Zeppelin 39. Also, the Misfits Static Age. The Misfits is $34.99. And then Municipal Waste. This is Waste 'Em All. Municipal Waste is $29.99. Municipal Waste, that's on orange swirl vinyl, limited to 2,200. And Dawkins, Breaking the Chains. And Dawkins is on red vinyl. Breaking the Chains. Dawkins, $33.99. Wow, there's a lot of stuff still left in there. Let's go through those one more time. Quickly, but we got to go through it one more time. I've also got 6 more crates like this to go through. There's Hatchet Egg crates over here, including other miscellaneous stuff, just saying. Jat 225 on Static Age. Who is Jat 225? I got you down for a static age. You might need to let us know who you are. David Smith on Municipal Waste, and Chris Bryant wants that last copy of the Circle Jerks, okay? Now, White Line is getting new bids, but there was no other bids on Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin is sold to James Davidson for $39. Thank you, James Davidson. That's sold to you. And then the Dead Kennedys is at $47, and that's with Dean Tefford. That still is getting new bids. George says, do I have Led Zeppelin at 40? Uh-oh, did I miss a bid? I guarantee there's something they got out of order here. Yes, George Scherer was already in higher at 40. I knew something didn't smell right. Led Zeppelin, $40. George Scherer, 40. And then after that, there was a bid of 39. And I thought that was the most recent bid. So let's put Led Zeppelin back up. Led Zeppelin's not so. George Scherer has it for $40. George Scherer has it for $40. That means Led Zeppelin. That means that James Davidson, you're outbid. That means you're outbid. Okay, now Dead Kennedys is still getting new bids. Now all of a sudden, White Line's getting new bids. Led Zeppelin's going back up. And now, I'm going to plug up my phone over here and get this thing charged a little bit better. Municipal Waste is still available. I have one copy left, and that is Waste Them All, orange vinyl, $29.99. Let's knock out this crate one more time quickly. First, Pink Floyd live at, David Gilmour live at Pompeii, 4LP, $119.99. James Davidson, are you out there on the Led Zeppelin? Just FYI, George has it for $40. And next over here, he just said Led Zeppelin out. Now, that just popped up over here on my phone. But it didn't pop up on my screen. I don't know how that just happened, but look, there it is. That's so bizarre. And then Municipal Waste is sold to Brian Campbell. That's sold to Brian Campbell. And now White Line has bids of $42 of Travis Woods. The Dead Kennedys is at $50. It's up to one person, Dean Tefford. Okay, and then also over here we have Social Distortion's Greatest Hits. That's a 2LP, $39.99 for Social Distortion. Seether Disclaimer 2, red vinyl. That is a 2LP gatefold, $39.99. And now Morbid Angel, Heretic. Morbid Angel is $38.99. Morbid Angel. We have Crash Test Dummies. God Shuffled His Feet. Crash Test Dummies is $34.99. And Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever. Tom Petty Full Moon Fever, $36.99. Let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin. And that's sold to George Scherer for $40. $40. That's sold to George Scherer. Over here, we got Seether, and this one is $39.99. Fine and Beauty in Negative Spaces, 2LP. And then the Best of Bread, all analog, misty white colored vinyl. Bread is $33.99. Let's go over the Dead Kennedys again. I had a feeling when this was stalled at 40 for the longest, I was like, surely this thing isn't done. It's a 1980 UK OG. It's near mint minus. It's OG and it's near mint minus. It's beautiful. And then White Line, it's also OG. It has the inner sleeve. It's in EX condition, and it's an 87. It's a 87 US OG. And the last bit on that was Travis Woods at 47. Okay. Also, Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light on Chardonnay colored vinyl. Just the two of us with Bill Withers. Vader Litany is $39.99. And then Tom Petty Spectrum Philadelphia, $38.99. Dylan Circle, $39.99. Bob Dylan. Television Adventures, all analog Kevin Gray, numbered. That's $39.99. Tom Sullivan picking up the David Gilmour box. Can't go wrong there. Now Dead Kennedys is at $60. Now White Line's at $48. Also Sly and the Family Stone Live, the first family. That is on black, white, colored vinyl. I think. No, wait a minute. No. It says black, white, male, female, rock, soul. Sly and the Family Stone was a true. Okay, that was, I thought it was on black and white colored vinyl. Never mind. $36.99. I think it's just black vinyl. Misfits Evil Live was $34.99. Mazzy Star is $36. Big Wreck is $29. The Misfits is $34. And Dawkins Breaking the Chains, that's on red vinyl, $33.99. All right, so we might be done on Dead Kennedys. JK has it for $60. I think the only person that has set out is Dean Tefford. He just said he's out. And now White Line's at $48. Paul Catrich, you've been outbid. And Travis Woods also outbid. Bill Samus is going to try to Sly on the Family Stone. That's sold to Bill Samus. And Jack says I called that Misfits. Okay, the problem is I never did hear back from who you were. And I was about to put it back because you never did let me know who you were. And I actually have two of them. So I need to know who you are because right now we have no idea who you are. and you actually got it, but not until J Nutra. Okay, J Nutra, sorry. I'm still getting used to some of these Twitch handles. There's two. There's still one left in there. Now, I got you down for Static Age. There's also Evil Live. There was two each of them. So you got Static Age. There's one left, and there's this one here too. Okay? White Line still gets bid, but when I come back, I'm selling Dead Kennedys for 60. Anybody else on anything in there? If not, it's time to swap crates. Thank you. If you set up a new Twitch and you start buying over there, some people there for the first few times, just so they know in the operations room, until we get used to it, you got to let us know who you are. Because we have two people from last week. We still never figured out who Danzig was. Somebody was buying under the name Danzig. Still have no idea who that is. We're still holding their vinyl. Ed might have already put them in the hatchet crate because they were, I think, both buying and bidding. Never did match up who Danzig was. Unless we figured it out, and I hadn't heard back from Ed on that, then that's it. I have no idea. So you got to let us know. Otherwise, it's going to go into limbo. And then probably Monday when invoices come out, you're going to be like, wait a minute, I'm missing a Misfits record. And then you got to jump over here and you got to message Ed, and then he's got to go find them. Then we got to retag them. Then we got to delete that old voice. Then we got to put them on your new invoice. And then we'll re-email it to you. But we can save a lot of time just figuring out who it is the first go around and getting used to it. Because they have a massive spreadsheet back there in the back. I was looking at it last night. It's all these handles, all these new names, and they have to pause the video and like, okay, who is this? Then they got to match it. Then they got to put a sticky note. And then the loggers have to know that that handle matches somebody that's already in our system. That's why we have people saying, hey, I don't have this on my invoice. I don't have that on my invoice. And it's like, well, we're trying to match up now 3 different handles to 3 different platforms. So, okay. Dead Kennedys is sold. Thank you. And that is sold to JK for $60. But listen, when they get it matched up, they know what they're doing. We just got to figure out who you are the first time and get used to saying it. They've told me just to say everybody's handle. Sometimes I say your name. Sometimes I use people's handles because I don't know what their handle says. So I say their name. Either way, White Line still getting bids. It's at $55. Now, what was next? Sly, White Line, Rick Peabody's probably Danzig. Let's make a note of that, and we'll leave that on Ed's desk. That might be who it is. He might can message them. And then over here. Okay, and we have White Line at $53. Can I get a new White Line? Is White Line in print? I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, it is. It's in print in about 3 different versions. There's a music on vinyl. There's a Friday music. There might even be just a standard issue. Yes. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is the Circle Jerks. And the Circle Jerks is going to go up. This is a 1987 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. It is EX. It's a $45 start. Laura says they do an insane cover of CCR's Fortunate Son on this album. Let's go ahead and start it for $45. It does have the inner sleeve and the insert. If you want me to order you a White Line, I can. Just say, yes, White Line waiting list. They're about $40. I ordered one the other day for, Chris Bryant. It's on aqua colored vinyl. How much was it, Chris? $40, $45? Something like that. They're Circle Jerks. It's now up for bid. It's already got 2 bids for $60. I had a feeling it would immediately. There's a pre-order in here. Let's go ahead and knock this out. But first, somebody asked about, okay, hold on a second. The first question was, is Big Rex still available in the crate? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is the Aussie Overwatch Chad? I'm not for sure what that means. White Line 60, Circle Jerk 60, 60. And then here we go. So the first thing is another Elektra Anniversary new Third Eye Blind. Great colored vinyl 2 LP. Their debut album, Third Eye Blind, with Jumper and How It's Gonna Be and Semi-Charmed Life. $39.99 on Third Eye Blind. That's new. It's $44.99. It's a 2 LP. Right in front of that is another Rhino, limited edition numbered. Great for punk night. The Stooges, cut from the original analog tape by Kevin Gray. Gatefold jacket, and these are numbered. These are numbered. The Stooges, $39.99. For those collecting the High Fidelity series, and for those that want to collect Stooges albums, you might want to consider that. Big Wreck is sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you. That was the only one in stock. That popped up on one of my suggested playlists when I was ordering vinyl, and I went to look them up, and this was the only album in print, and this is the only one that was left. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Jeremy Bryant on the Stooges, that is sold. Chris Bryant on the Stooges, that is sold. And Gerald Whitworth on the Stooges, that is sold. Rob Fordham on the Stooges, that is sold. And these are numbered. And now there's one left, and those are numbered. This is also new, part of that Elektra anniversary celebration. 40th anniversary, Sisters of Mercy on red and black marble vinyl, $34.99. That's in print in a lot of different ways, but that's the only one, $34.99. Rebecca on the Stooges. The Stooges are now sold. What happened on these auctions? The last bid on White Line, the last bid that was on my screen for White Line was Travis Woods at $60. The last bid on the Circle Jerks was David Smith at $80. I'm going to go ahead and introduce another auction because we're about to sell White Line. And the next auction I have is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. This is a reissue. It's a 2014 EX Plus Gatefold. Peace of Mind's a $25 start. I've got 2 copies of Beck Mellow Gold. I know for sure Jerry Stone was on a waiting list, and I think that's it. I'll look it up one more time. Beck Mellow Gold. And Beck, we got one for Jerry Stone. Yep, I'm taking your name off right now, Jerry. And let me pull up the pre-order. Let me make sure I wasn't short originally on the pre-order as well. So let me pull this up and this up. No Japanese tonight. Well, if I do, I'll make sure you've already went to bed. But yeah, no Japanese tonight. Did I get everybody on the pre-order? Yeah. There's one Beck. And as y'all know, it's weird seeing this. I used to get bootlegs of this and collect. We sold a bootleg one night for like $140 maybe. Very desirable. Now it's back in print, and here it is, just sitting in a bin. How bizarre. Also, I got more copies of the Cars. This is all analog, limited edition, of course. Another Rhino High Fidelity. That's a great one. $39.99. Now, let's go ahead and sell White Line. That's sold to Travis Woods. Thank you, Travis. That's sold to you for, well, I just looked at it and then I forgot. That's sold to Travis Woods for $60. Yeah. All right, thank you on that. I have 2 full crates of Japanese, David. It will be a heavy Japanese night tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. Like I said, if I do it later, it will be when I run out of auctions later. Right now, between 7 and at least 9 or 10, I'm probably going to have nothing but metal and punk up. Metal and punk for Friday night. Everybody's got the night off. Stay up late. Come back. You might see some Japanese slipped in. Pre-order. What a cool release. Toy Story, and it's a Zoetrope. First, I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because this is going to take up a big chunk. And this crate here is already full. Another full crate already. Let's start filling up another one. And another one. And another one. And another one. So let's do it. And another one. All right, Circle Jerks is now at 90. I had a feeling that was going to happen. And let's pull up this waiting list for Toy Story. So these are $36.99. This is pretty cool. It is Songs to Infinity and Beyond. Randy Newman, a 30th anniversary Zoetrope. And I think if y'all don't know what a Zoetrope is, it's basically a picture disc. And when it plays, it looks like it's moving. It's animated. Really new, cool thing they've been doing. $36.99. Toy Story Zoetrope picture disc. These are $36.99. We got several pre-orders. Let's go ahead and knock those out. And I'll show you how many we have left if you want to go ahead and get in on it. We got Stacy Brown. We got Robert Tomic. We got Kelly Vlodarchek, okay? Thank y'all. There's 3. We got Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, and Shannon Lee. Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, and Shannon Lee. There's 3 more. Over here, we got Paul Brothers, David Howard, and Michael Rudolph. Paul Brothers, David Howard, and Michael Rudolph. There's 3 more. And then over here, we have one for Susie Breedlove. There's one for Susie Breedlove. And now I've got 2, 4, 5, right here, okay? Circle Jerks is at 100 with David Smith. Jeffrey Walker, you tagged him. Iron Maiden's at $38 with Nick Galetti. Mark Stanley, you're out, okay? And then we have, please take me off the wait list for Motorhead. Those have already come in. Those came in the other day already. We have Brad Waits on Toy Story. I have 4 left. Okay, and then over here, Iron Maiden's at 40. Circle Jerks is at 100. It's up to Jeffrey Walker if he wants to bid again. We have the Dark Knight soundtrack. This is music by Hans Zimmer, and this is a 2LP, Green and Violent Splatter, $39.99. The Dark Knight soundtrack, music by Hans Zimmer. That's on Joker-inspired neon green and violent splatter. Look at that. The Dark Knight soundtrack. That's a legendary soundtrack. It's going to be on this invoice. Yeah, those came in the other day already. Yep, you've already been tagged for one. And we got 7 crates of new vinyl to go through tonight. There's a lot of waiting lists that came in tonight, pre-orders, etc. Kelly was on the Pruder for Toy Story. Yes, she was tagged. Stacy Brown, Robert Tomick, Kelly Vlodarchek, Scott Smith, Clifford Umstead, Shannon Lee, Paul Brothers, David Howard, Michael Rudolph, and Susie Breedlove. The Circle Jerks has a new bid for 105. Iron Maiden's at 41. Let's put up another auction. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. It is on Walmart exclusive Paradise City splatter vinyl. Very cool. Colored vinyl, $25 start. Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. Also, we have, Laura, this might have been something Laura ordered. The Mars Volta, Francis the Mute. I didn't even see this in here, Laura. I know it is. Of course, Laura would be ordering the Mars Volta. This is $59.99. $59.99. I could have swore I flipped through everything in here. $59.99 for the Mars Volta. By the way, the Hatchet Ed, we got 2 crates of Hatchet Ed. He said 1 whole crate of new vinyl, a whole crate of new vinyl putbacks and non-payments, mostly pre-orders, which is people in the group who pre-order stuff. We never get their information. That's become a problem lately, so I have to go back, find that person, and take them out of the group. You'll see me reply to people 4, 5, 6 times. Please send me your name. Please send me your name. Please send me your email, and they never do it. Sometimes they just leave the group because they're like, who is this dude? Why does he keep telling me to send me his email address? And I'm like, who are you? Why did you pre-order this record? This is $59.99, the Mars Volta, and we have CD putbacks as well. And then we have Circle Jerks at 105, and then Guns N' Roses 25, Guns N' Roses 28, and Iron Maiden 43. The Mars Volta, good question. Mars Volta is a 3LP. Yep, 3LP, remastered for vinyl using the original mixes, made in Germany, glow-in-the-dark vinyl. 3LP, $59.99. Let's go through that one again. Let's go through that crate again. That was some good stuff there. Great stuff there. So first thing, a lot of new, what I did is I kind of didn't know they were doing, Atlantic did that big anniversary celebration. Now Elektra is doing it. And I went through and ordered everything that's already out with that Elektra anniversary celebration. And the first one is the reissue of the big album for Third Eye Blind, self-titled, has Semi-Charmed Life and Jumper on it. It's on grape-colored vinyl, $44.99. The Circle Jerks is right over here. This has been the first, next to the Dead Kennedys, only the second album we've put up tonight from this punk collection. Jeffrey Walker gets the Circle Jerks for 105. 105 on the Circle Jerks. It is OG. It's nice. It has the merch insert. We don't ever get, this is like, some of this stuff falls in that same category as like metal. We just never get this kind of stuff in. I mean, it's just, there's not in print. That one's not in print. It just, that's why there's such a demand right now. Kelly Vlodarchek on Third Eye Blind. Now, Iron Maiden is at 44 with Nick Galetti. It's a 2014 of that, 180-gram gatefold. And now Guns N' Roses is hit 33. But if you want to bid on the Circle Jerks, the last bid was Jeffrey Walker at 105. And just so you know, David Smith, you were outbid. I'm going to make sure David Smith is 100% done. I think he says he's out. I still got 2 copies. This is another Elektra. It don't have the hype sticker like the others, but it is. It's the Sisters of Mercy. It is Elektra, celebration, 75th anniversary, a 40th anniversary. This isn't 75 years old. This isn't 75 years old. It's a celebration of the label. And this is $34.99. $34.99, okay? There's that. Also, we have Beck Mellow Gold. Beck is $36.99. That's been long out of print. Reissues officially Rare, very rare, $36.99 on Beck. One left. Paul Brothers wants a Third Eye Blind. Guns N' Roses is at 38. I'm going to go grab the putback. Chris Bryant wants to put back the Stooges. Let me grab this right here. If anybody else decides you want one, let me know. This was it. The only one left. It's all analog, pressed at optimal, Kevin Gray, limited and numbered. That's numbered, the Stooges, high fidelity. Speaking of high fidelity, there's the cards. That's amazing. High positive praise on that one. Circle Jerks is sold for $105, and this is sold to Jeffrey Walker for $105. Jeffrey Walker, $105. The Guns N' Roses at $40, and I think Nick Galetti is going to end up getting the Iron Maiden, it looks like. The last bid on Iron Maiden was Nick Galetti at $44, and I've said that a couple times. That's sold to him for $44. And now Guns N' Roses is at $40 with Terry Gearhart. And he just outbid somebody. Terry, you might have bid against yourself unless a bid didn't pop up there on my screen. Chad desperately needs a drink of water. Moving in stereo. Oh, man, that water's good. I said 38. Really? No. It was, you still got it at 36. You got it at 36. I'm going to make sure Chad Sauls doesn't want to bid more than 36, okay? It's up to Chad. I might have misspoke there. No, you still have it for 36. Beck, Mellow Goat sold to Randy Klein. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Dead Kennedys. Oh, boy. Dead Kennedys. Too drunk to something. Not Teddy One UK OG. Wow, another OG UK pressing that's near mint minus. These are so hard to get. I mean, we go through thousands, tens of thousands of records and never get stuff like this. Dead Kennedy, especially near mint. Wow, just like the Circle Jerks. There's going to be some sweet stuff up for auction. That's a $25 start. We have the Toy Story, the new Zoetrope picture disc. That's $36.99. The Dark Knight soundtrack, Joker-inspired green and violet splatter, $39 on that. And Francis the Mute, Mars Volta, triple LP, $59.99. Natasha, you need one of those. Just go ahead and say, Chad, I've thought about it. I'll go ahead and take one. All right, there's that. And thanks, everybody. And let's see, what shall we do next? What shall we do next? Boom, 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 boom. We might knock out a check condition crate. I usually try to do that pretty early because John usually has some really cool, nice titles priced in the check condition. Plus, it's only about half full, so I'll be going pretty fast. Yep, that's a good one. Yeah, let's knock this one out. Let's go through new arrivals, check condition, sticker price very quickly, and then I'm going to get back probably to some more of the new vinyl and got to knock out one of the Hatchet Ed crates here pretty soon. Okay, Guns N' Roses. So one of the bidders I was waiting on are back in, and now the Dead Kennedys have a lot of bids. I just got a reminder, get the monster out of the fridge. I better go do that before it freezes into a solid brick and explodes. Okay, let me take this off the table. Let's go over this check condition. It's going to be a great Friday night. If you love punk stuff, you're in the right place. It's punk and metal auctions tonight till we get all this stuff sold. And last night, the connection failed for about a half hour. I had to use my hotspot to finish the show. We was here until 2:45 a.m. last night. 2:45 a.m. we was here till last night selling records. We went through like 4 half-off crates and filled up another 2 additional crates of like stuff. And they were Paul crates too. Everybody said, well, let's do more Paul crates, Laura crates. And I was like, then we did, I think we started with a classic rock like type John crate. So there's that. And Natasha says, I do need one. There we go. My salesmanship worked. I knew you were thinking about it. I mean, it's a little pricey, but it's a triple LP. So anytime, the most expensive cost in manufacturing vinyl, the licensing, and then the actual vinyl. Vinyl is a petroleum-based product, especially if you get high-grade stuff. So that's why the more disc, the more expensive, especially if they use high-quality vinyl. So in vinyl, you always get what you pay for, it seems like. The licensing, if it's a big band, like George Harrison, he just came out with that greatest hits type deal. I was like, man, $60 for 2 LPs. But then you look at the licensing and all that Beatles stuff is always expensive. So You get what you pay for. The last bid on Guns N' Roses. So all of a sudden, this did get new bids, and Terry says he's done. Okay, Terry, I was waiting for a couple people, and they did come back in. So now it's at 42, and now the Dead Kennedys is at 69 with Michael Reed. Let's go ahead and do this. Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette. Great song on here, When the Morning Comes. VG Plus, $14.99. Hall & Oates, When the Morning Comes. Abandoned Luncheonette. Jefferson Airplane, Takes Off. 66 Indianapolis, VG Plus, $39.99. $39.99. Jefferson Airplane, Takes Off. Also, Rockin' the Blues, Joe Turner. Nice. A 1958 mono, VG Plus, $59.99. Kelly Vlodarchek has the Dead Kennedys. Okay, Kelly's bid came in first. Kelly has it at $69. Okay, Kelly has it at $69. Now David Smith's back in at $70. We have Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. It's a 2020 Walmart exclusive. Greg Smith has it for $43. It is on colored vinyl. Still bidding on Dead Kennedys. Let's pull something from the metal bin. We have Jefferson Starship Earth, VG Plus, $9.99. David Cassidy's Greatest Hits. This belonged to Cindy Bryan. That was probably her crush. She'd probably look at that every night and cry. David Cassidy, white label promo. There he is showing off his legs. EX, $19.99. And we have Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. And it has the original newspaper style cover. It has the original newspaper style cover. It opens up and folds out to a newspaper. What's Dead Kennedys? What Dead Kennedys is up for bid? And then Guns N' Roses. Tonight, Big Punk Night. We've already sold one Dead Kennedys and a Circle Jerks. We got a lot more to get to. Lord's working on the rest of them. Make sure you go check out the hot picture. Let me step back here and get my monster, and I'll show you the Dead Kennedys. So far, 3 punk albums, and they've all been near mint minus OG first pressings. So far, so good. Looks like John's been going through some 45s. We could buy 100,000 albums and 5 45s, right? We could buy 100,000 45s. I mean, 100,000 albums and let's say 500 45s. And you know what John would do? He would sniff out those 45s. That's the only thing he cares about. He's looking for some of that rare garage and surf music that he's been hunting for years. He told me there's some 45s he's been watching on Discogs and eBay for 15 years that have never showed up before. And I was like, I can believe it. I can believe it. All right, let's go back over here. So let's reintroduce the Dead Kennedys. It was a 1981 UK OG. Too Drunk to Drink Monster. And Too Drunk to Drink Monster is at $70.70 and now $73. First thing is how much was Jethro Tull? Topographic, VG $19.99. Topographic, if you don't want it, then Reverly does. Guns N' Roses at $46. Mike Pierce also asked the price on Jethro Tull. And then over here, we got Billy Joe Piano Man. Billy Joe is EX condition, $17.99. And Let's Live for Today, a classic grassroots album, EX $17.99. There's Creed Bratton. You may know him from the TV show The Office. The Office. I didn't say a price on Jethro Tull, evidently. And if I did, Reverly called it. Reverly says he wants it. So to Reverly, $69. VG, $19.99 on that. Okay? Now, Dead Kennedys. The last bid was Terry Gerhard at $73. Everybody else is out. The last bid on Guns N' Roses was $46. That is the final call. Next auction. It's actually going to come from the metal crate, but it's far from metal. It's REM Out of Time. But take a look at this. A total surprise. This came from the metal crate. a 1991 US Club EX Plus condition. I have some stats here of what a last one sold for and what they're currently listed. $85 is going to be a great starting price for this. Out of Time. Losing My Religion. It has the original on her sleeve. REM is now up for bid, okay? Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $48, and Dead Kennedys has a new bid for $74. Condition a year on Grassroots. We don't have a year listed, but I can tell you that is the correct first label. It's definitely a vintage copy. It probably is OG. EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Very cool, the Grassroots. When he was there as a hippie, when Creed was there as a hippie with the Grassroots back in the 60s, he probably had no idea that he'd be on one of the most successful TV shows of all time. As basically a comedian. He probably had no idea. That's crazy. If you've ever looked into his life, it's pretty wild. The best of Tommy James and the Shondells, VG Plus, $14.99. Crystal Blue Persuasion. And then Jamie Butler says he'll take the Grassroots. That's one of their biggest albums. Let's Live for Today. That's a staple of the 60s hippie era. American Woman, the Guess Who. VG Condition, $9.99. It's a gatefold jacket. That's the correct first label. VG, $9.99. It is VG, though. Guns N' Roses, now it's at $50. Now the Dead Kennedys at $75. Brian Call on the best of Tommy James. REM, I'm looking for an $85 start. $85 start. No, you can't bid on my Monster. I'm about to drink it. Over here, we have Jethro Tull, Stand Up. Wow, we've had both Jethro Tull gimmick covers. We had the newspaper, and now we got Pop-Up. It's actually called Stand Up. I like that one too. $27.99 OG. And then over here, REM 85. That's a bid just saw the New Orleans. As of right now, I've asked Laura, I've asked Paul, if there's more New Orleans stuff in this building, we don't know where it is. We could open up a lid one day and find one more tub, but the days of me just going to them and knowing where they're at, y'all bought every one of them. We sold them all. There's not even leftovers. We sold like 10,000. Whatever I kept saying. We had Paul bought originally 15,000. Y'all bought every one of them. We sold them individually, and then we was doing lots, as y'all remember. They're gone. If there's more in here, we don't know where they're at. Traffic, Last Exit. Traffic is in VG Condition, $9.99. And then Johnny Hammond Smith and Willis Jackson, 62 stereo, VG Plus, $24.99. REM's at $85 with Travis. That's going once, going twice. What about the Dead Kennedys? I feel like we're creeping on it, but we're done, it looks like. David's out. Terry Gerhardt has it for $75. That's a final call. And now Guns N' Roses is at $50 with Chad. And Greg Smith is out, so we're about to clear the board. Really, the only thing that has maybe a few more moments is REM. And I think when Seth tagged this, he left a note. When he tagged this, which it's a beautiful copy, the only two that were listed at the time were sealed. There was only two listed when he tagged this, and they were $200, and that was for a sealed copy. So that was the stat he gave on the back to kind of let you know how that's a tough album to get. 1991, not much vinyl being made in 1991. Lonnie Smith, Keep on Lovin', never seen that one. VG Plus $29.99, that's on the Groove Merchant label. VG Plus $29.99, Groove Merchant label. And we have Quicksilver, and that's VG Plus $14.99. Quicksilver over here. And Guns N' Roses is officially sold. And let's sell that to Chad Sauls for $50. REM has a new bid for $90. And Terry Gerhardt does get the Dead Kennedys for $75. Thank you. And Laura's actually right here next to me, and she is putting out the rest of tonight's auctions. I'm first going to go ahead and grab something from the crate behind me then, and we're going to go ahead and put up a copy of Judas Priest, British Steel. Let's see what's going on with this. British Steel is either a 2017, 2022, or 2023. It's a reissue. We just don't know what year. It's sealed. It's a $25 start. REM $90, $95, and now two $100 bids. Finishing up this check condition bin, we got Rare Earth Ecology, VG $9.99 on Rare Earth Ecology. And also, we have Kingfish, which is Bob Weir, The Grateful Dead. That's VG Plus $17.99. Kingfish, VG Plus $17.99. And Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, VG Plus $14.99 for Arlo Guthrie. And Moth the Hoople with David Bowie, All the Young Dudes, VG $9.99. So Michael Thrower's bid came in first on REM at $100. So Travis, you're out. Rob, you're out. Judas Priest is a $25 start. $25 start. And I can tell we got good auctions tonight. We don't even have a $15 tab. Yeah, Laura agreed. We don't even have a $15 tab. Everything's really good tonight. That's the way I like it. Let's go ahead and grab Devo here. Here we go. Man, we got some cool stuff. Devo, Are We Not Men? Devo is a 78 US OG sealed. Wow. Unbelievable. An OG sealed copy from 1978. That's pretty remarkable. Featuring the rare Tom Brady variant cover. $35 star. Sealed. Let me repeat this again. I'm going to say it 3 times. 78 US OG sealed. 78 US OG sealed. 1978 U.S. United States of America original gangster sealed. $35 star with the rare Tom Brady cover. Wow, $35 star. 1970, fourth time, a 1978 U.S. original sealed copy with the original hype sticker or price tag. Amazing. Okay, so let's go back to the top. So REM was tied, and then Rebecca on Mott the Hoople. Judas Priest did get a bid for 25. What was the Kingfish? It's called Kingfish. Self-titled with Bob Weir, $17.99. Diego second on Mott. Troy was third. REM 101. REM 105. Devo 35. Dio 35. Devo 35. Devo 40. Devo 45. Devo 45. Devo 50. Yeah. Also, we got Jefferson Starship Gold with the bonus 45, VG Plus $14.99. Also, the Rolling Stones More Hot Rocks, EX $37.99. More Hot Rocks, EX $37.99. Essentially a Hot Rocks Volume 2. And then Alberta Hunter, that's Amtrak Blues, VG Plus $17.99. Boy, this one's tough to find. Share. 3614 Jackson Highway. I have stood in front of that exact building and had my picture taken. That is Muscle Shoals, and this is a 69 PR press, VG Plus $39.99. That's a tough album to come by with Cher. Very low production. VG Plus $39.99. All right, so Judas Priest, hammers up on that. It's a sealed modern reissue. It's got one bid for $25, and that's with Scully Mac. We're about to sell it. Now, don't forget about the big REM. That's a rare record, too. 91 OG. It's at 110. And then Devo, Nick Galetti bid 26 on Judas Priest. REM's at 115. Susie Breedlove on Cher. Terry Gerhardt second. Tom Sullivan on the Rolling Stones. And Devo 55. Tom Brady bid 1 year old. Yeah, that's well before Tom Brady's era. Boy, doesn't it look a lot like him? I mean, you got to admit. Tom Brady's now in the sports card business. He's got his own, he's really into collectibles now. I think, is he a partner with Golden? No, that's Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning partnered up with Golden Auctions as an investment, you know, because the way the collectibles business is right now. And I think Tom Brady had to get in too, so now he's got his own collectible store. I think it's just like a card shop, but I think he's starting to get into autographs and memorabilia too, sports and entertainment. These guys got to have something fun to do for the rest of their life, so he's into. I just saw him over in Tokyo. He was in Tokyo in card shops. He was in Tokyo in card shops buying stuff over in Japan. So, all right. So, yeah, sports card shop. Yeah, collectibles a big business right now. As y'all can see, we're here doing vinyl. Some people do sports cards. I would love to be into sports cards. I just don't have time. I got my start in sports cards. I don't follow it close enough anymore. I watch a little bit of NFL. I'm very much involved in college football, as y'all know. But I don't know it like my friends know it, like Seth and Moose and Clay, Tanner too. They know this stuff. They know who's being recruited. I can't keep up with all that. I just watch it and enjoy it. But eventually, we buy and sell sports cards, but not like we do vinyl. We're vinyl dealers. But I try to keep my hand in everything. So, but man, cool stuff. Okay, so let's go back over here and let's update all these bids. So Judas Priest got a new bid for 31, and now Devo's at 62 with Michael Reed. John Kaiser already bid 65, and then over here we got REM. Now I think I've already said going once. Rob Fordham set out, and Travis Woods had it for $120. So I think that's going to win it. $120 on REM. OG, quick recap here, and then we got more new vinyl. Hall & Oates Abandoned Luncheonette, VG Plus $14.99. Jefferson Airplane, 66 press, VG Plus $39.99. Joe Turner, a 58 mono, VG Plus $59.99. Jefferson Starship, VG Plus $9.99. And we have David Cassidy, EX $19.99. Also, Billy Joe Piano Man, EX $17.99. American Woman, Gatefold Jacket, Yellow Label, VG $9.99. Jethro Tull Standout, EX $67. By the way, Devo is a 1978 OG sealed copy, and it's a final call to John Kaiser for $65. Traffic Last Exit, VG $9.99. VG Plus $24.99 on John Hammond Smith and Willis Jackson. John Hammond cooks with Gator Tail. Lonnie Smith, VG Plus $29.99. Quicksilver was VG Plus $14.99. Rare Earth Ecology, VG $9.99. Arlo Guthrie, VG Plus $14.99. Kingfish, VG Plus $17.99. And Jefferson Starship, VG Plus $14.99. No plasmatics have been sold. We do have this sold, and this is sold for $120 to Travis Woods. Thank you on that. Oh, man, I just reset my feed. Dang it. Well, I just lost all my comments. That's okay. Howie Hisner, if you don't mind to go ahead and bid 33 again, you have the high bid at 33. And then Matthew Cabot just bid 75 on Dio. My phone just got reset, so I lost all my chats. I don't think I missed any claims. Nope. And then that just popped up new. Terry Gerhardt on Jefferson Starship. All right. Nice. Oh, and Alberta Hunter. She almost forgot. She was almost forgot about. Alberta Hunter, VG Plus $17.99. So Howie, Judas Priest 33. John Kaiser, just so you know, you're out on Devo. All right, let's go grab a crate of some new stuff over here and see what we got. I'm about to crack open that monster over there. Oh, I've already took it off the table. What did I do with it? Aha, here it is. All right, what do we have? I'm going to kind of thumb through these crates and look for two things. Pre-orders and waiting list. I try to do all that first so everybody knows what came in and maybe what's to be expected on your invoice. I don't think there's many more pre-orders in here. I think most of that stuff's already come in. We did Toy Story. I think that's it. Yeah, this is just me ordering a lot of stuff, especially a lot of metal. So, I mean, there's... If I have 5 crates left, I bet 4 of it's completely full of new metal LPs, which I really wish would have came in last night. However, I think most of y'all are back on here tonight with me. So, and then I'm going to make a big video in the morning of everything else that doesn't sell. Okay? Alice Cooper did not come. I haven't priced it, so no. I haven't seen it on the invoice, so no Alice Coopers yet. Devo 67 and Judas Priest is at 34 with Nick Galetti. All right, and he's out, so we're about to sell that. Let's pull. So what do we got? We got something from the punk, metal. Let's put up another punk because we got a bunch of that stuff tonight. Let's do something right here. Let's do the Ramones. Road to Ruin. Road to Ruin. Ramones Road to Ruin is a U.S. specialty reissue. Exact year's unknown, but it is a mid-'80s pressing, most likely. It is super clean. I've noticed with these tonight, as y'all seen probably from the hot pictures, the covers and jackets and the vinyl, even all the inserts, everything is so nice with these. That's a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Judas Priest is officially sold to Nick Galetti for $34. And now we have Devo being moved down. It's at $90. OG sealed. $90 of Matthew Cabot. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And we'll do kind of an oddity here. Neil Young Freedom. Nice. Neil Young is a 1989 OG. Always been a tough one to get. Did you hear that year? 1989 OG. It is a specialty press with the inner sleeve. It's VG Plus or better. It's actually a pretty nice looking, great Neil Young album. Keep on rocking in the free world. $30 start on Neil Young. Let's see what we got in here. What do we have first? It looks like, yep, Darkness, Imprisoning Me, and Justice for All, $44.99. 2 LP remaster, and right back there we got the 500-piece puzzle. Metallica. In front of that is it's Testament. Demonic. Testament is $29.99. Demonic black vinyl. I have 2 Testaments. Also, we have Cradle of Filth, and this is Cryptoriana. The Seductiveness of Decay and Cradle of Filth is $36.99. That's on Go Vinyl. That's on Go Vinyl for $36.99. And we have Discharge. Discharge is 1980 to 1986, limited to 1,000 in a gatefold sleeve. $33.99 for Discharge. That has got a lot of music on it. 22 tracks. Golly. Discharge. Must be some of that short and fast hardcore punk stuff. 33. I ordered 4 of those. Discharge. Devo's now at 95. Matthew Cabot, you're out. Ramones had bids for 35, 40, 45, 50. And now Neil Young has a bid for 30. Devo's at 95. Okay, and now Ramones is at 50. Also over here is Vader, and this is $33.99. Vader is To Be It Again. And we sold that one Vader, which we had a wait list for, so I went ahead and ordered something else as well. Vader is on yellow vinyl, $33.99. And from what I was looking at, anything by Discharge is pretty much not in print and pretty difficult to come by. So we're back on Discharge, Chris Bryan on Discharge, and David Smith on Discharge. So I have one Discharge left. And then Sean Lee Hooker on Vader, who got the other Vader. Sean Lee Hooker on Vader. And now there's one Vader left. I got 2 of Carcass. And this is $36.99. Surgical Steel. Red with black splatter. $36.99. Matthew Cabot, do you want back in on Nevermind? I should be asking John Kaiser. John Kaiser, do you want back in on Devo? Matthew has it for $110. Jason Wilsky picking up the other Vader. Now the Ramones is at 60 with Michael Thrower. Kelly already bid 60. Kelly's bid came in first. And wow, we're moving Neil Young to a final call. Eric Van Leuven has it for $30. Keep on rocking in the free world. Next is Testament, Dark Roots of Earth. Testament is on clear with gold and green splatter, $36.99. Rebecca Howard on Cradle of Filth. There's now one Cradle of Filth left. Whoops, I lost the censor. She is nude on the cover, just FYI. That is sold, and now Neil Young has a new bid for $35. Ramones has a new bid for $65 with Terry, and Rebecca's out. So now Rebecca's out, but he got to go through that, and we'll make sure John's done on Devo. Matthew Cabot has it at $110. That's a sealed 78 OG. Dokken now playing, which is essentially a greatest hits. Dokken is $24.99. That's now playing. It's a compilation of music. Buddy Cordova on Testament. I'm assuming you want this one. Now there's one Testament left in there. And we have Negative Approach tied down. Negative Approach, $29.99. I've got 2 of those. And then also we have Ozzy Osbourne Scream. Ozzy is $38.99. When I went to order Ozzy stuff, when I got the news, I had a feeling everybody had already beat me to it. Everything was gone, all the collectibles, all the vinyl. This was the only thing in stock, which had been long out of print. The big pre-order for this came out about a month ago. This is all that was available from Ozzy. So I grabbed what I could. I think I may have just ordered 5. There might have been even more in stock. I didn't buy them all. I think there was a bunch. So that's all that I got. And I think everything's gone now, but we'll try our best to get more. These just got pressed, and they pressed a bunch of them, but I think most of them's gone now. So we can take a waiting list. That's all I have of Ozzy right now. And that had been long out of print. That was one of those that was only in the box set for the longest. Okay? And then over here, we got Neil Young at 38 and Michael Reed on Negative Approach. That's sold to Michael Reed. Thank you, Michael Reed. And then over here, we got Chase Arnold on Testament, Rise Up. And that was... Did I miss one here? Dark Roots of Earth. I've only got Dark Roots of Earth, and I got Testament Demonic, Chase. Kelly Vladicek on Ozzy. Eric Van Leuven bid 40 on Neil Young. John Kaiser's out on Devo. Terry Gerhart gets an Ozzy. Matt Marco gets an Ozzy. Paul Catrich gets an Ozzy. Those are sold. And then Michael Thrower gets an Ozzy. Next person is Tracy Tallman. If you want on a waiting list, same thing with Robert Barnett, the record guy, Alonzo Breezy, Brian Frenfrock, and Chase Arnold on Dark Roots. Rise Up. Okay. And then the next comment was Rebecca asking what Testament. This is Testament Dark Roots of the Earth. Rebecca, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. That was my last copy. It's on clear with gold and green splatter. Okay. Now we can sell Matthew Cabot the Devo. Sealed 78 OG. That's sold to Matthew Cabot for $110. Really cool there. And then we got Kelly Crum on dis and negative approach. So we have discharge and negative approach to Kelly Crum, and Rebecca passes. And Chris, I'll have to put you on a wait list for negative approach, and Sean Lee Hooker on a wait list for Testament. I'll update all that in just a second and make sure we got everybody. First, the last bid on the Ramones was Terry Gearhart at $65, okay? I want to make sure everybody's done. $65 with Terry Gearhart, and we're about to sell it. Very, very nice. Let's put that right over here. And then Neil Young Freedom. Neil Young Freedom, the last bid that came in was Eric Van Leuven at 40. Jason Thomas is out. We're about to sell that, and then all new auctions. So we had a little bit of a flurry of claims there. So let me make sure I got everybody. We sold out of the Aussies. There's a waiting list. This Testament really just has one person on a waiting list. That is Chris Bryant, okay? And then Kelly Crum on the discharge negative approach, and then negative approach waiting list for Chris Bryant, okay? There's those. I'm going to show one more, then I'm in these auctions, and 2 new auctions. Very cool. I've had these for a while. Haven't had it in stock in a while, though. AC/DC Iron Man 2. If you want anything close to an AC/DC compilation of hits, this is about the best thing you can get. $54.99. There is no AC/DC greatest hit that's in print on vinyl, so a lot of people buy that right there. Awesome movie, awesome soundtrack, $54.99. Neil Young is sold for $40 to Eric Van Leuven. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $40. And then here's what I'm going to do on the Ramones. I'm going to put the Ramones right over here. This is with Terry Gearhart. This is with Terry Gearhart at $65. And Pam Murray, if you want to bid, you got to bid more than 66. If you say pass, it's sold to Terry Gearhart for 65. Okay? So I'm going to put that right there in pending. You can bid, and I'll bring it back, or I'm going to go ahead and send it to him. The record guy doesn't want on a waiting list for Ozzy, so I've got a waiting list for Ozzy, Robert Barnett, Alonzo Breezy, and Brian Frenfrock. If anybody else wants on there, let me know, okay? Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. The next one I have, let's do one from the $50 at Upstart tab. And that is going to be, speaking of AC/DC, let's do this right here. We have a 1977 Australian repress. A 1977 Australian repress. This is super clean. Australian AC/DC, $85 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It's a 77 repress of TNT. How cool is that? That is a very, very nice copy. I have a feeling that's about to get a lot of bidding activity. So Terry Gearhart, you do get the Ramones. This is sold to Terry Gearhart. Thank you, Terry. And that's sold to him for $65, okay? AC/DC is our next auction. There's that. And then over here we have another Vader, De Profundis. Vader is $33.99, De Profundis. We got 2 of those, and we have another Carcass, and this time Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $39.99, and another Testament, Titans of Creation, $36.99, Titans of Creation. There's that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows 2. Zakk Wylde is a 2022 limited edition repress, silver and brown splatter, sealed. And I have some stats here for the last sold. They have not been cheap. Zakk Wylde's at $85 start. Natasha Pickett on Iron Man. Yeah, we all patiently wait an AC/DC. But yeah, there is nothing on vinyl, or not even really on CD, where you can buy AC/DC and you can get Hell's Bells and Highway to Hell and Back in Black and all their great music. Thunder, like, there is no greatest hits. It's pretty bizarre. This is the pretty closest thing you can get. It's got Shoot to Thrill, Back in Black, Thunderstruck, If You Want Blood, Evil, TNT's on here, Have a Drink on Me, Let There Be Brock, Highway to Hell. That is the closest thing to an AC/DC greatest hits you can get. Iron Man 2 soundtrack, foil cover, 2 LP, $54.99. $54.99, okay? How much is TNT put up to? I just put it up. Both auctions are $85 starts. $85 start. AC/DC. This is a 77 Australian repress, super clean, $85 start. AC/DC, that is $85. That is a starting bid, $85 on that. Okay, it's a 77 Australian repress. A 1977 Australian repress. 1977 Australian repress, near mint minus. Zakk Wylde is sealed, and we have already got multiple bids. Unadvertised, random, up for auction. Let's run through this crate one more time. Here we go. Let's show you what's left in here. Metallica and Justice for All, 2LP, $44.99. Testament, Demonic, $29.99. Cradle of Filth, Cryptoriana, The Seductiveness of Decay, gold vinyl, $36. Carcass, Surgical Steel, $36. Dokken, now playing, is $24. AC/DC Iron Man 2 is $54. Vader again is $33. Carcass Heartwork is $39. And Testament, Titans of Creation, $36. Okay? Kelly on that last Iron Maiden. AC/DC has one bid for $85, final call. And now Zach Sabas at $95. We've managed to fill up another crate. Let's go ahead and take this off the table. I'm going to probably introduce another auction right quick. 3 crates of vinyl already full for tonight. Sweet. Let's keep this action rolling. About to crack open this Monster Energy drink. Yum, yum. I'm excited. All right. Oh, yeah. Lots of joints being popped back into place right now. Oh, whew. Now I'm dizzy. That was such a hard stretch, I'm dizzy. All right, moving right along. AC/DC. Australian versions. Always desirable. That's one of those albums we love putting in hot picture. It's going to stir up some interest. Now, the thing is, I'll have people say, I'm wanting a first press. I have bought and sold a lot of vinyl. You can take my word for it. A lot of vinyl has come through this building. I still don't think we've had a true first pressing of that album. I'm talking about a real first true pressing, okay? Very, very rare. I think I had one of their other album, but we've only had maybe 1, maybe 2. That is super rare. So if you say, well, I'll hold out for that one, you might be holding out for a while. Some of those, I mean, the odds of obtaining one in the wild, super slim. And I just always have seen them very expensive otherwise. So most people just want that cover and have some kind of Australian version of that. Let's go through this and see what we got in here, okay? Lots of cool stuff. Let's put up another auction. First, let's introduce this, or reintroduce it. A 77 Australian repress. A repress. Very, very nice. It has a high bid right now for $110. AC/DC. Zakk Wylde is a 2022 limited edition repress, The Book of Shadows. And Zakk Wylde is at 110 with Matt. No, 105 with Rebecca. 105 with Rebecca, okay? 105 of Rebecca. Let's introduce another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Lords. And the Lords is the method to our madness. An 84 U.S. Indianapolis OG. The disc is super clean. A $20 start on the Lords. $20 start on the Lords. Where's the cover damage at? Right in here? Yeah, it's got a little bit of a bend in the cover right there. Getting really picky on this one. Just want to make sure everybody knows about the saw mark there. The Lords. Oh, right here too. It's got a little bit of a cut, right? Not a cut, but a little bit of a scrape right there on the cover. $20 start on that. The vinyl is near mint. I have no idea what's in here. We're about to find out. More Cradle of Filth. Evermore Darkly. Cradle of Filth is $34.99. Evermore Darkly, $34.99. Cradle of Filth. I've got 2 copies here of Moss Icon, $33.99. The definite edition of the Maryland Band's iconic genre-defining masterpiece, available on vinyl for the first time in 25 years, remastered on limited edition transparent white vinyl. Moss Icon, $33.99. And then Minor Threat, Out of Step. Minor Threat, $29.99 for Minor Threat. And Dokken, Tooth and Nail, lenticular cover. The cover moves. It looks like the beast arm is coming out of the water to grab the Dokken logo. It's on blue vinyl, $44.99 for Dokken, lenticular cover. And Wasp, the Crimson Idol. Wasp is a 2LP half-speed master for $44.99. Where are we on AC/DC? Peter Mazzoliano, $140, going once, going twice. Zakk Wylde, the last bid with Matt Marco, $110 with Matt Marco. And then over here, the Lords has one bid for $35 and then a bid for $20. So the Lords is at $35 of Jeremy Bryant. Chris Bryant on MT, and that was Minor Threat. That's sold to Chris Bryant. I now have one left if anybody wants one. Rat, Out of the Cellar. That's on lenticular cover as well, $49.99, splatter vinyl and bonus 7-inch. And the Pretty Reckless, Going to Hell. We've censored that one. Purgatory purple vinyl. The Pretty Reckless is $33.99. Let me show one more, and that's another Circle Jerks. And this one's Group Sex, 40th Anniversary Edition. Limited Edition Deluxe, remastered. Includes the 1980 band rehearsals, a 20-page book, etc. $38.99 on that. Also, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits. Joan Jett's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Michael Reed on Circle Jerks. That's sold to Michael Reed. Jason Wilsky on Wasp, Crimson Idol, another half-speed master from Wasp, this time a 2LP. AC/DC is sold to Peter Mazzoliano for $140. That's sold to him. I think we're done on Zakk Wylde. We're about to find out. Let's see over here. Zakk Wylde, the last bid on Zakk Wylde. Rebecca went out after Matt Marco bid $110. Sold to Matt Marco for $110. And then the Lords. Chad Smith went out. That only had one bid with Jeremy Bryant for $35. Technically two, but $35 open it, and it looks like we're about to sell it. Henson on JJ, and that was for the Joan Jett Greatest Hits. That's sold to Henson. And we have MC5 Live, $69.70, $24.99. I don't think that's an unofficial. It was from a distributor that never sells unofficials, but I'm not for sure. $24.99. It's probably one of those Lupo type deals, but either way, it's $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, guess what? Another Zakk Wylde. This time a Zach Sabbath, live in Detroit. A 2017 U.S. Limited Edition red vinyl, none available in the United States. And when we tagged this, the cheapest copy was over $150, and it was in Brazil. Take a look at that. What a cover. Amazing. Zach Sabbath, that's a $75 start. Jeremy Bryant got the Lords for $35. Thank you on that. That is sold. And no, we have not sold any of the... Somebody just asked about something. I'll put one up right now, okay? But first, there's Zach Sabbath, $75 start on that. There's a lot of... I've ordered so much stuff. This is why I don't get to sleep. If I'm not losing sleep, it's because I'm up all night, or technically I'm ordering, looking stuff up and ordering stuff like this. Robert Warner, all four other crates are packed like this too. And most of the stuff I've never ordered before. Does Pretty Reckless have Killed by Rock and Roll on it? We'll check it right quick. It does not have that song on here, no. It has Heaven Knows, Effed Up World, and Follow Me Down. Purgatory vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. Pretty Reckless, Going to Hell. Okay, Zach Sabbath is $75 with Matt Marco. Next thing I have over here, let's go ahead and put up this right here. Let's do one of the plasmatics. This is Metal Priestess, and it is an 81 USOG. VG Plus, a $20 start. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess, original under sleeve. VG Plus, a $20 start on that. Zach Sabbath is opened at $75. What time's the store open tomorrow? We open tomorrow, Saturday, at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Next in here is Overkill. That is a half-speed master on pink marble vinyl for $33.99. And Dokken, Back for the Attack, 2LP, magenta and sky blue vinyl, that's $39. And Corrosion to Conformity, Deliverance. Deliverance is a 30th anniversary, limited to 1,500 on crystal clear vinyl, $54.99 on that. Also over here, I have another auction going up, and it's Striper. No one knew this was about to happen. Here it is. It's Soldiers Under Command. This is out of print. Their catalog is not available. Stripers, an 85 USOG. It does have the insert. It's VG++, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. David, if you stop by tomorrow, it'll probably be my mother here. Sometimes Paul's here. He'll be here tomorrow. John will be here tomorrow. Laura might be here tomorrow. They're all in the back working, but up front you'll probably see my mom. By 10 o'clock, I hope I'm asleep. If by 10 o'clock, I'll probably be asleep. If y'all may or may not know, I'm truly nocturnal. So I haven't been here during store hours pretty much all year. I hadn't been here. Yeah, I have not been in the store during store hours pretty much all year. That's exactly the time I'm asleep. Usually like 10 to 4 is when I'm sleeping. And that's exactly the hours the store is open. So I'm usually hopefully falling asleep about the time my mom turns on the open sign. And probably when she's locking the door, I'm probably getting woke up. So I'm just never here. I hadn't been here all year. So most people think I don't even exist. I'm just some kind of bot. And I may be. Whew, that was a great monster. I just chugged about half of that. All right. A lot of bids since I left off. Let me scroll up here. And Chase Arnold bid 20 on the Plasmatic. Zach Wild already had a bid for 75. Plasmatics 20. Deckelman on the Overkill. Plasmatics another 20. Plasmatics 25, 25, 25, 30, 35, 40. Striper 25, 25. Striper 35. Plasmatics 40 again. Striper 30, Plasmatics 45, Plasmatics 50, Plasmatics 50, Striper 35, Plasmatics 30. So that means moving to a final call is the Zach Sabbath live in Detroit. Red vinyl, limited edition. There was only one in for sale in Brazil for $150, and that's about to sell for $75. Plasmatics is now at 50 with Jeff Brindley, and the Striper is at 30, and that's with Jason Wilski. Back to the crate. We have Sinead O'Connor, so far the best of Sinead O'Connor. That's actually a 2 LP on clear vinyl. $36.99 for Sinead O'Connor. The Misfits Legacy of Brutality, $34.99. And we have Kill Switch Engage, and this one's the Consequence. The Consequence is on Blood Sunset Red Smoke colored vinyl, $44.99. Chase Arnold said he bid first on the Plasmatics at 50. Okay, I'll go back and look on that. 30, that might have been, well, either way, you did, yeah. Chase bid Plasmatics first at $50. So that means Jeff Brindley, you're out. He's right. Striper's at 42. Next is Train, My Private Nation. There was a waiting list for this. Let's pull it up right quick. Train was Train. And then the waiting list for this was Vlodarchek, Brent Robley, Fred Carnell, Oso Adventure, Lily McCurry, and Susie Breedlove. So that was a total of 6 people. Vlodarchek, Brent Robley, Fred Carnell, Oso Adventure, Lily McCurry, and Susie Breedlove. So 6 trains here are sold. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 2 extra copies if anybody wants Train, My Private Nation, on vinyl for the first time. Okay, which Striper is that? And then Plasmatic 60. And then over here, which Kill Switch Engage is that? And Plasmatic 75, now 80. All right, Matt Marco, you get Zach Sabbath for $75. And then Striper. This is Soldiers Under Command. This is Soldiers Under Command. It has the original insert. It is an 85 USOG. VG++, pretty much nearly EX. And the last bid on Striper that came in was $42 with Henson. The Plasmatics is now at $85. I never get those in OG. Scott Smith got Train. The Kill Switch Engage was the Consequence. Blood Sunset Red Smoke Vinyl for $44. And the Misfits Legacy of Brutality was $34. Suicidal Tendencies, that's on colored vinyl. $33.99 on Suicidal Tendencies. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Story of the Clash. Volume 1. Awesome. 1990 Czechoslovakia reissue. Wow. Czechoslovakia. You don't hear that too often. It's a Czechoslovakia 1990 reissue compilation. It does have the insert. It's a 2LP EX. Not bad whatsoever. And the jacket's nice. $30 start on The Clash. The story of The Clash. Jason Wilsky does take the Misfits. There's that. And then over here, we got 2 copies of Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. And then here's all these people. They were at a party, and all of a sudden they started eating and drinking waste. Okay, now they're all wasted. They're all puking, and their internals are frying, and they're clawing each other, and just all chaos. It's bad. A bad time has happened. Plasmatics 115, Plasmatics 120. Also AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. AC/DC's $33.99. And then what about Stryper? Are we done on Stryper? The last bid on Stryper was Henson at $42. $42. And that was a final call with Henson, okay? And then over here, we got David Smith on Municipal Waste. I have one left if anybody else wants one. As of right now, The Clash does not have a bid. Let me repeat that, and let me say it very clearly and slowly. The Clash does not have a bid, but we got a war going for Plasmatics. Chase Arnold has it for $130, and then Stryper. The last bid on that was a final call to Henson, okay? Now, we have over here, we have Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Denko's. Dag Nasty. This is $29.99. Dag Nasty, Wig Out at Denko's, $29.99. Any Lamb of God. Michael, I really can't take requests. I guess the best way I can answer your question is yes, but I can't just like go stop the show to hunt them down, if that makes sense. We're going through crates. I've got like 4 more full crates of metal. They could be at any time something pop up. So just so you know, if you're ever asked about something, I could say yes or no. But if I said yes, I really can't start taking 10 minutes to go dig for them, if that makes sense. I'll say that. Hopefully it doesn't come across the wrong way. But yes, but I can't like, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. There is 18 crates of backstock of new vinyl behind me. So if I said yes and I stopped to go look for it for the next 15 minutes, there would be nothing but me flipping through vinyl looking for Lamb of God albums. There's about 18 crates of new vinyl behind me of old stock. I could have one in there very easily, so I honestly don't know. Okay, and then over here we got Testament, The Legacy, purple, blue, and red marble. That's $29.99. Borrowed Time by King Diamond. Of course, that has the original version of Am I Evil on it. King Diamond, $38.99. That's a music on vinyl press. Tesla, All About Love. That's that new EP they came out with. Orange vinyl, $24.99. And Wasp is a half-speed master. That is a 40th anniversary limited edition, $38.99. Okay. Over here is Plasmatics, and the Plasmatics is sold to Chase Arnold for $130. That's sold for $130. Let's put that away. Next in the middle was Stryper, and Stryper, I think I said a final call about 9 times to, it's way up here, Henson. Yeah, 6 minutes ago. He has that for $42. That is sold to Henson for $42. Let's put that away. And then over here, we have this here is The Clash, the story of The Clash. And The Clash had one bid with Rebecca for $30. Okay, and then next is Brandon Jones said AC/DC. That's Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. That's sold to Brandon Jones. The Clash got another bid for $30. And then it got a bid for $35. Yes, the Acid Bass came in. What's the Stryper? Jim Earhart, I didn't even see that. Stryper's already sold, though. And then over here, Chase Arnold on Diamond Head. Yes, not King Diamond. My bad. Yes, Diamond Head. This is not King Diamond. This is Diamond Head. Like I said, they did the original version of Am I Evil that Metallica famously covered. That is sold, okay, to Chase Arnold. There's one extra. Ed Hickey wants a Tesla. Now, Paul Catrich put King Diamond, but that's not King Diamond. That's Diamond Head, okay? Now, Brooks Votter on Tesla. That's sold to Brooks Vaughter. And then somebody else put King Diamond. And then Gerald Whitworth on Borrowed Time. Matt Marco. Okay, so let me make sure. Okay, so who put King Diamond first? That was my bad, of course. Paul Catrich, do you still want this? Okay. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he did put KD. It's Diamond Head. And then it's Matt Marco and then Gerald Whitworth, okay? Then we'll have to take a waiting list. So if he says pass, this goes to Matt Marco. And then Gerald Whitworth, you'll be first on a waiting list. So we'll put that over here in pending. Sorry, I screwed that one up. And there's Wasp. Okay, let's put up another auction. And then Brooks Vaughter also wants a pack of outer sleeves. Brooke Vaughter also wants a pack of outer sleeves. So Paul Catrich does too. I think everybody's brain crisscrossed like I did. We've so much, we have shown and sold so much King Diamond in the last 24 hours. I saw Diamond and I thought King, but it's Diamond Head, Borrowed Time. I'm glad that's in print. That was long out of print before Music on Vinyl. So now let's put Matt Marco first on the waiting list and then Gerald Whitworth, okay? So those are first on the waiting list, okay? That is Matt Marco first. I only had two, and they're both sold, and then Gerald Whitworth. Those will be back in next week. If you go on a waiting list on a Friday, you're definitely not going to be billed this Monday, okay? You're definitely not going to be billed this Monday. So, and for those that missed that last striper auction, I have another one. I have another striper just like one we just sold I'm about to put up. Let's go over the Clash. And this is a 1990 Czechoslovakia reissue compilation. It's called The Story of the Clash. And the most recent bid on the Clash was Dustin Hodges at $40. Outer sleeves. Outer sleeves are the exact ones we use. They're these right here. They're very nice. They're kind of, they fit gatefold jackets. I like them. They are a pack of 100 for $29.99. A pack of 100 for $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's pull something from the high-end bin, and let's go ahead and knock this out. Sam Hain. Sam Hain, Unholy Passion. A 1985 USOG. Holy moly. I thought this was going to be a bootleg. Oh, wow. Whoa. I'm going to have to step away for a second. My goodness. Okay. Things just changed. I don't say that too often. I'm going to have to take a break after that. Clash is Brazil. Clash is not Brazil. Clash is Czechoslovakia. Clash is Czechoslovakia. A 1985 USOG. Limited edition of 1,000. Wow, they only made 1,000 of these in 1985. It is near mint minus, super clean. The median on this thing is $430 on Discogs, and that was VG Plus, no poster. A near mint copy sold for $666. A $295 start. This should get close to an air horn. If not, I'll be pretty disappointed. A 1985 USOG. A real Sam Hain record. Wow. That is unbelievable. Do y'all know how many times we get these and they're bootleg, 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 unofficial, unofficial, unofficial. Not in print and not really ever reissued. An 85 USOG. Limited 1,000. No poster. The vinyl is near mint minus and so is the jacket. $295. We already have a bid. That is pretty amazing. And it looks like those sell for quite a bit when they come up. Let's try to do that again tonight. It's worthy of it. That is extremely hard to get. Extremely hard to get. Clash is at $40. It is in EX condition. It's Czechoslovakia. We're about to sell it. It's been at $40 for quite some time with Dustin Hodges. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have is going to be White Line. And White Line is called Big Game. an 89 US Club, BMG, OG inner sleeve, VG, maybe VG Plus, just a $15 start on that. This crate is worthy of another fast read-through. We might go ahead and knock out the first Hatchet Ed crate next, okay? Now, the first thing that was left over in here was Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly, $34.99. I've got 3 of those. Moss Icon was $33, Minor Threat, $29, Dawkin 44, Blue Vinyl Lenticular. Wasp is a 2LP half-speed master of Crimson Idol for $44. Rad Al the Seller, $49.99. The Pretty Reckless Going to Hell is $33. Samhain may be one of the most impressive records I've seen all week we've auctioned. That might be one of the most mind-blowing things I've seen, because I don't think I've ever had maybe but one ever before out of hundreds of thousands of records bought and sold. Just maybe one. There hadn't been many come through here. Circle Jerks, the hop sticker got kind of messed up, but it's that got through the machine wrong. But 40th anniversary, that's Group 6, $38.99. Joan Jett Greatest Hits, $29. MC5, $24. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Clash. The Clash is officially sold, and that's sold to Dustin for $40. Thank you on that. And now we have White Line at $22. Next thing over here is Sam Haines at $320 with Rob Fordham. So 3 active bidders on it right now. Overkill, $33.99, pink marble vinyl. Dawkins, $39, 2LP colored vinyl. Corrosion of Conformity. There actually might have been a waiting list on this. COC's $54.99. And let me see if I had a waiting list. COC, Corrosion. It'd help if I could spell corrosion. Let me scroll down here at the bottom. Maybe not. Whoa, I'm way at the end. Okay. Cure. That's stuff I just ordered. Yeah, I guess not. COC Deliverance, $54.99. Sinead O'Connor, $36.99. Misfits was $34. Kill Switch Engage, $44. Train was $33. Suicidal Tendencies, $33. Municipal Waste, $38. ACDC, $33. Dag Nasty was $29. Testament, The Legacy, $29. And Wasp, $38. Half-Speed Master. And that is their self-titled debut. All right. There we go. And let's put this right over here. Jay Neutral on the other Misfits. And that was Jay Nutra. That was, what happened to it? It was right here. Did you already get that one? I guess not. That's sold to Jay Nutra, okay? And then White Line. White Line is at 26 with Daniel Strom. Taylor Swift, let's do it right now. Let me go get it. Let me go get it. It's pretty much just like the one we sold last night. Or the other night. I've got it right over here. I'll put this one up now that I know you're watching, because you missed the last one. And I have a signed Tortured Poets Department, very similar to the one just like we sold the other night. Paul Brothers bought the last one. It's a signed Taylor Swift insert, $135, or excuse me, $175 start, $175, signed insert. JSA authenticated, it's good to go, 15837. CD with the signed insert, $175 start, okay? There's that. Sam Hain has hit $400. When I come back, I'm going to sell White Line for $26. Also, we got to sell Kelly Kroom Wasp, and thank you, Kelly Kroom. I think it's Kroom. Kroom, right? Hope I'm saying your last name right, okay? Taylor has a bid for $175, Guy Shard. Awesome. Guy Shard, I want to say this. I have, ever since you made an offer on that item last night, I'm in like a dilemma. It's like, and Tanner's like, are you really going to sell this? Are you going to sell it later in the year? Are you going to sell it now? And I was like, I've got to think about it for like a couple months, okay? So I'm not going to sell that thing anytime soon, but I've had already a solid offer for a starting bid, possibly, and you know, I want to think about it for a while before I do anything rash and regret it for literally a decade. So Brooks Valder wants a kill switch engage. So, yeah, if I do sell that thing, it'll be later this year. I wanna think about it for a while. Okay. And why? No, she said kill switch engage. Brooks Valder on kill switch. And for those that don't know what we're talking about, it's no secret. I do have a signed Metallica Ride the Lightning, and it's signed by everybody, including Cliff Burton. And it's already authenticated. And kill switch engage is sold to Brooks Valder. Let's sell the white line, and let's go over the Sam Hain. It's worthy of our attention one more time. Daniel Strom gets white line for 26, okay? And we have Sam Hain, Unholy Passion. Sam Hain is with Henson at $40. Or excuse me, $400. Let's go over this thing again. An extremely rare Sam Hain here. This is Sam Hain, Unholy Passion. Sam Hain, Unholy Passion. A 1985 US OG limited edition of 1,000 from 1985, and it's near mint. Some of these have sold for as much as $666. This one right here, Henson has it for $400. I was thinking we'd get to an air horn. We're close. Take a look at it. Unholy Passion. This might be worthy of a post all by itself. Let people know what they're missing out on, not tuning into Coletco every night. Final call. Hammers up. Okay, and now we got Taylor Swift, Tortured Poets Department. Guy Shard's in at 175, going once, going twice. We're about to sell it. We got a Hatchet Ed crate here. We got putbacks. We got new vinyl. We got vintage. And we got, we got unsold auctions, including Japanese and other stuff. So we're going to go through those in just a second. Okay? There's that. And let's go ahead and introduce a third auction before we get started. Yeah, I'm aware the repercussions of selling something like that. But yeah, we're talking about Metallica. But I think what we would do is, I don't know. I'll think about it. But I just want to let everybody know we have it, because I'm going to use it as probably as a promotion item to let everybody know that we're interested in really high-end stuff. And I want to thank everybody who's watched, some people watching right now that's reached out to us recently about that. Just an amazing piece. So there's that. Okay. We have Striper. Let's run another one for those who just missed the last one. An 85 USOG. This is, with the insert, it's a strong VG, just a $15 start on that. $15 start on Striper, okay? Here we go. So this is some new vinyl. Some of it's non-payment, some of it's put back. And but what I was going to say, that's acquiring something like that. Sometimes when we buy really good collections, I use that as promotional items to let everybody know out there in the country that may see our ads. Hey, we're looking to buy really high-end stuff. We can buy it. We got the logistics to come get it. We're looking for really cool stuff, okay? That's what we're looking for. Like Sam Hain records, which is now sold for $400 to Henson. Thank you. This is sold to Henson for $400. That is sold to Henson for $400. Thank you. That is sold. Let's put that away. Thank you, Henson. That is gone. And then over here, we got Striper at 15. We're going to go ahead and sell Guy Shard. And Guy Shard, this is sold to you for $175. And the other night, I told everybody, I told Guy and some other people, I told everybody we have, I was like, I've got some access to get some Taylor Swift autographs. We have, we might even possibly have more. Just want to let everybody know that. Let me try to figure out how to put this away for this. Guy, I'm going to put it like this. Okay. And let's get started here. Okay. Yeah, that was a great price on Sam Hain. whoever tags this, let's figure out something better to put this in for him on that. Okay. Guy said, I sent you a pic on Instagram of the Neil Young about him glass framed. Awesome. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, Ed's left me, I think, an update over here, some stuff I got to do after the sale. I'm going to go ahead and take that in here very safely. Thank you, Guy. And, Guy, if I ever do sell Metallica, I'll let you know. He threw out something pretty possibly tempting last night if I ever decide to sell it. So I'll keep that in mind. All right, here we go. Let's introduce Striper again. We have Striper, an 85 USOG, insert a strong VG copy, and this is going to go up right now. It has a high bid of $25. $25, Striper, okay? There's that. And then let's go ahead and put up, somebody just asked for something. I'm not for sure. Can you remind me of that request you just made? I am going to go ahead and put this up because I've never seen this one before. This is Black Flag, The Process of Weeding Out. It's an 85 USOG, still in shrink. It is a $25 start. Haven't seen this before. It is super nice. Once again, $25 start in shrink. Okay, we got a request for the Darkness and Revco. Revco is what Jeff Brindley. Revco. Okay, so I've got Dead Kennedys, Devo, the 101ers, Anti-Nowhere, Butthole, Birthday Party, Birthday, Cramps, Sham, State, Plasmatics, Windy, Clash, Public Image, Revolting. Maybe, is that what you're looking for? What did you say? Revolting. Yeah, Revolting. Yeah, right here. All right, Revolting Cox. I'll let that word slide. Revolting, a 1988 USOG, $35 start. $35 start. It's a 2LP, 88 USOG. Nice. This is a $35 start. Okay? Oh, I'm popping bones over here. Oh my gosh. Let me do something. One more second. PCPPPE. What the heck is that? Soviet Socialist Republic? Okay. All right, here's what happened. Wow, look at all these comments and bids. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Striper was at 30, now 35, now Black Flag 50, now 40, now 55, now 60, and then Striper 38, and then, golly, Black Flag 70, Revolting 40, Revolting 45, 50, and then Revolting 60. And here we go. We have this. We have NSYNC. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. So everything in here, one or two things. It didn't get paid for or it got put back. It didn't get paid for or it got put back. NSYNC. Bye. A picture disc. $33.99 for NSYNC. Volbeat, their newest album, Gods of Angels Trust. Exclusive heavyweight mystery colored vinyl. $46.99. NSYNC, Soda Kelly Vloddercheck. The more y'all buy out of here, the happier I'll be. Pet Shop Boys, the complete singles collection, discography, blue vinyl, a 2LP, $39.99. And Savatage, Streets, a rock opera. Savatage is a 2LP, $49.99 with 12-page book and bonus tracks. James Davidson on Volbeat. So let's update Striper, an OG VG. Striper, an OG VG. The last bid on Striper, an OG VG. Brian Frenfrock at $38. Black Flag is at $70 with Rebecca Howitt. The Revolting album is at $80 with Travis Wade. And no, there was no condition notes. It's a beautiful 88 OG. Gatefold, there's no condition notes. James Davidson got Volbeat. Jeff Brindley on Pet Shop Boys. Okay? Right now, the only thing left is Savatage. Def Leppard Hysteria, a 2LP remaster. Hysteria, $44.99. We've got one copy of Ozzy Scream. Hey, we just had a waiting list for that. Who was on a waiting list? It was the first person on that waiting list was, I've already forgot. Let me just set this right over here. Maybe they're watching. Okay? Might be some Ozzy stuff in here. Who knows? Savatage, Dead Winter Dead. Savatage is $49.99, a 2LP, and Savatage Fight for the Rock. This is on white vinyl with a 10-inch bonus single, $54.99. It was Robert Barnett. That sounds right. Scratch him off the waiting list. He gets one right now. Okay, Striper is sold to Brian Frenfrock for $38. No other bids on Black Flag. We're about to sell it to Rebecca for $70. Revolting's at $106. Okay? And then over here, we have Motorhead, the Manticore tapes, the Lost Motorhead album, $33.99. And we have one copy of Kicks, Cool Kids. That's either on white or gold vinyl from Friday Music, $39.99. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Kiss. And that is Kiss Killers. And Kiss Killers is a 2021 2LP 45 RPM half-speed master, and this is limited to 4,000. It has the poster book and the sticker. It's near mint pink vinyl, a 2021 with the German style S's, foil cover, $85 start on Kiss Killers. We're in a Hatchet Ed crate. These are all non-payments and putbacks. More you sell out of here, the happier I'll be. Savatage, live in Japan, 1984. Boy, who didn't pay for all their Savatage albums? $54.99. And then there's Handful of Rain for $39.99. Helloween, The Time of the Oath. Helloween's $29. Let's sell Black Flag, and that is officially sold to Rebecca at $70. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you for $70. Let's put that away. Now, Revolting's at $130. Kiss already has a bid for $85. Let's pull something else over here from the punk bin. And what's over here, you may ask? A lot of stuff. The first thing we're going to do is, the next thing we're going to do is a Ramones album. And the Ramones album is Animal Boy, a gold stamp promo. The Ramones is an 86 US Allied OG gold stamp promo. It has the original on her sleeve, and it is super clean. It is near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve, and the Ramones is going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Bullet Boys, 10 Cent Billionaire on silver vinyl. Bullet Boys is $34.99. Also, Raven, All for One. Raven's on red and black, split colored vinyl for $24.99. Culture Factory, also more Savatage. Poets and Madmen. This was the last album that had John Oliva on vocals. 2LP with glow-in-the-dark vinyl and a 7-inch splatter, $54.99 on that. Now, we have a Revolting at $140, now $145, Ramones $40. Cindy Yarborough wants Savatage Live. You know what? You might have even been on a waiting list for that. I was going to check at the end of the crate. Let me go ahead and search my spreadsheet. Thank you, Cindy Yarborough. And Savatage, I have a waiting list for Gutter, Edge, Gutter. Okay? I don't know if those are in here or not, but those are old waiting lists I have. Next, I have Donna Summer, 4 seasons of... That's not even priced. I bet that was some auctions I sold. Yeah, I think that was a bundle. Wait a minute. Ed has a note here. A bundle. Uh-oh. Somebody's not paying for their bundles. A bundle of 10 records. They're all sealed. $70. A bundle. Is this 10 records? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Sealed. 10 sealed records. $70. And that was Rick Nelson, Bebe Buell, Bay City Rollers, Jack Green, The Best of Clarence Carter, Rhythm and Blues Greatest Hits, Quarter Flash, Steve Wariner, Loretta Lynn, and Donna Summer. All 10 of those were sealed, and they sold for $70. I'm going to go ahead and pull those out of the crate to free up some space. A bundle of 10 sold records for $70. Where are we on Revolting? 150 with Travis Wade. Jeff Brindley, you're back out. The Ramones is at 55. Savatage and Poets, also Cindy Yarborough. Poets and Madmen, right? Poets and Madmen, yeah, that's sold to Cindy. And then what happened on Kiss over here? Kiss, the last bid was the only bid. It's a final call to Brad Waite's The Half-Speed Master of Killers, which is on pink vinyl, the reissue of that. Revolting has gotten a lot of bids. It's near the end, though. And then over here, we have Ramones. And the last bid on the Ramones was Rebecca at $55. That's Animal Boy. It's an 86 US Allied OG. It has the original on her sleeve, and there's no condition notes, a gold stamp promo. OG, nice. Reissue pink vinyl, 2 LP, 45 RPM. And I think we don't even need to tell about the Revolting COCKS. Okay? And now Kiss has a new bid. And then it was Kelly. It was Space Orca. Ramones at 55. Okay? Now there's a bid for 75. Okay? And now Kelly's out. I'm only selling those as a bundle right now. Yeah, I'm going to keep them as a bundle right now. Moving back along. Sorry, I hadn't done that in a long time. I mixed up Kelly and Rebecca. I was on a good streak there. I'll restart my streak right now. Kelly's out. Jeff Brindley has it for 75. Now we have Nick Galetti on the Halloween. Thank you for that. Let's keep going here. First thing I have is Styx, Caught in the Act. Styx is a 2 LP, live, $34.99. Frank Sinatra, L.A. is My Lady. That's $14.99, gold stamp promo on Frank Sinatra. The New Sound Orchestra presents music from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Wars, and 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's $19.99. J.K., it's up to you on the Ramones. Jeff Brindley has it for $75. Now Kiss is at $90. Did Jeff Brindley go out on the Revolting? He did. So this is sold to Travis Wade for $150. So Travis, that's sold to you for $150. Nice. All righty. So now Trent is back in on Kiss at 91. And now the Ramones is really up to one person. JK, Jeff Brindley has it for 75. Let's move that right over here. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could have notes. Some of these names I would like to have called out just so we know who they are in case they pop up again. But honestly, I don't remember who bought that bundle. Whoever it is didn't pay for it. Let's go back to the top. And first is Kelly on Star Wars. And then Paul Brothers on Frank Sinatra. Kiss got a new bid for 91. And now Kiss is at 100. And then we have Stone Temple Pilots, Perdidia. And that is sealed for $29.99. Sealed Perdidia. Ed leaves me all the canceled invoices back there. Sometimes I thumb through them and be like, shame, 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 shame. Shame. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Cramps. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. This is so hard to get. The Cramps, Psychedelic Jungle, not in print. A true OG copy, Terre Haute, Indiana, 1981 with merch insert. It is VG. We're going to put it up for a $50 start. 1981 US Terre Haute OG with merch insert. VG, a $50 start. Psychedelic Jungle on the Cramps. That's now up for bid. Wow. Don't get that too often. Kiss is at 100. Over here, we have Huey Lewis and the New Sports. VG Plus, $14.99. Nat King Cole, Unforgettable. Nat King Cole is $9.99. And we have Johnny Winter, The Progressive Blues Experiment. VG Condition, $9.99. Johnny Winter, VG $9.99. The Progressive Blues Experiment. Nancy Sinatra Sugar, VG Plus $24.99. There it is. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Sealed Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $32.99. I told y'all some Ozzy might pop up in here. $32.99. Also over here, we have Ramones. And the Ramones is officially sold then. And that is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $75. So to Jeff Brindley for $75. Thank you on that. That is gone. Okay, Kiss Killers. There's the Cramps. Let's keep going right over here. Next thing we have, we have Cramps at $50. Chad, please, I didn't miss the birthday party records. You didn't, because I don't even know what that is. And then what? Stone Temple Pilots, Perdidia. Perdidia. This is Stone Temple Pilots, Perdidia. And that is sealed for $29.99. Cramps is at $55. It's Killers out of print. Yes, that is a limited edition website exclusive through Kiss. That is not available. Cramps is at $55. Cramps is at $55. Mark Stanley first on Ozzy. Then Ken Crooker. Then Kristen Barnett. The Cramps is at $65. Then Stacy on Ozzy. Then Trent Peasley. And then the Record Guy. And then Cramps is at $66. And then Matt Marco on Aussie, and Cramps is at 68, and Cramps is at 70. Okay, and then we have the Butthole Surfers Live PC PPEP. This is a 1985 US repress, a PRC Richmond. It is still in shrink. It's EX++ near mint minus. It's going to go up for a $20 start. Butthole Surfers Live PC PPEP, $20 start on that. How much was Aussie? It was $32.99. $32.99. I have a feeling there could be some in here. I don't know. Ed didn't pull anything out. I hadn't looked through these. They're non-payments and putbacks, so there might be some Aussie stuff pop up in here, especially in the auctions. I hadn't looked at those either. So Cramps is at 75. Kiss is at 101. Kiss is at 110. Who got Bark at the Moon? Aussie went to Mark Stanley, and then Ken Crooker, and then Kristen Barnett, then Stacy Metternich, then Trent Peasley, then the Record Guy, then Matt Marco, and then Brandon asked about it. Those are all gone. I only have one. And now we have We Are the World, and that is $19.99. Also Sugarloaf, self-titled, Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady, VG Plus $24.99, Sugarloaf. Also, we have Coach Whips. Coach Whips, John Dyer from the OCs is on here. It's experimental rock on colored vinyl, $34.99. So it looks like we're done on Kiss. Trent's went out. Brad Waits has it for $110. We've only sold one AC/DC. We're about to sell the other one soon. Big night for punk and hard rock and metal tonight. Butthole Surfer still getting lots of bids. Mike Pierce on Sugarloaf, Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady. Also, we got Talking Heads 77. That's a remaster, $26.99. Are you talking about the Danzig that was in the original ad, the one with the hop sticker? No, but we did sell Sam Hain earlier already. But Danzig will not be sold tonight. That's next Thursday. Probably so will be Pantera, not Panera, Pantera. Okay, now there's a new bid on Kiss for $115. We're not done on Kiss. We're definitely not done on the Cramps. And we're definitely not done on the Butthole Surfers. We got 3 busy auctions going. It's 8:52 on Friday night. Make sure everybody's hit the like button. We got over 300 people watching on Friday night. That's unusual. The auctions have brought everybody out tonight. Hopefully you don't have much going on. There's nothing to do except watch Coletco. Chad Atkins, Mr. Guitar, $14.99. Chad Atkins, Mr. Guitar. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line, VG Plus, $9.99. That might be a record in a while for a Friday night audience. I'm seeing 318 now. Wow, 318. Viewers are jumping. Everybody's getting home from their Friday night dinners. Now they're ready to buy some vinyl. Cheech and Chong, VG Plus, Sleeping Beauty, $19.99. Whoa, The Cult, Electric. And this is a 2013, $29.99. $29.99. And the Everly Brothers, that is $16.99. And now here's our first unpaid auction. Here's your nightly dose of Asia. Somebody said, yeah, I'm going to not pay for that. And that's Asia Alpha in shrink, $35, and it has the sticker sheet with it. Let's see what the sticker sheet looks like. Beautiful. Asia Alpha, $35. Now we're about to get into unpaid for auctions. The price you see, Ed ripped off the person's name. That's the price. We're about to show them. It's first come, first serve. Next thing is Cramps at $90. Chad Smith out. Next was Butthole at $42. And then Butthole Info. Butthole out. And then Cubs versus the White Sox. Luckily, you can watch that and still watch Coletco. Surely you can watch baseball and Coletco at the same time. There's only activity in baseball every 3 minutes. James Davis, or every 30 minutes. James Davison on the Everly Brothers. Paul Brothers second. Butthole Surfers 45. And then Eden Riviera on Asia. That's sold to him. Butthole Info and more info on the Butthole, Chad. And then Kristen Driscoll on the Cult. Okay, that's sold to Kristen Driscoll. And now Butthole 45, now Cramps 95. First thing is let me introduce you about Kiss, okay? Let me tell you about Kiss, okay? Kiss Killers. The last bid that came in on Kiss Killers, the last bid, Kiss Killers, was Brad Waite's at $120. Kiss Killers at $120 is a 2021 Euro 2LP 45 RPM half-speed master, pink translucent vinyl. It has the poster book and sticker, and it's near mint minus. This was a limited edition, now out of print record. And the last bid that came in on this was a final call to Brad Waite's at $120. $120. I tried ordering Panera today instead of Subway, and I usually get a chicken avocado type deal. They said sold out. They were sold out of chocolate chunk cookies too, and I said, well, Panera, you get the big L. You should make more stuff. What are you doing? And then over here, we got Cramps, Psychedelic Jungle. Cramps has a high bid of $100. Here's something we never, ever get in. These aren't just floating around like John Denver and Linda Ronstadt, okay? There's not many of these floating around like REO Speedwagon and Elton John, okay? This is a tough record to come by. The Cramps, Psychedelic Jungle. It's an 81 U.S. Terre Haute original with the merch insert. It's in VG condition, and it has a high bid with Chase Arnold at $100. And for those that like the punk stuff, I'm so glad we're able to acquire collections like this. We're constantly looking to buy stuff like this. Most people that have this stuff don't want to sell it. That's why the demand's so high. And then down here on the end is the Butthole Surfers, and that's live at PCPPEP. Okay, and that is a 1985 U.S. repress. An 85 U.S. repress. It is near mint minus, essentially, in shrink wrap. You can almost say that's a top copy, okay? Now, the last claim that came in was Ed Riviera picking up the Asia and then the Colt, okay? And then Kristen Driscoll, you were second on the Colt. Lots of new bids are in. I'll update everything in just a second. Here is Cheech and Chong, Sleeping Beauty. This is VG Plus, $19.99. And now the next unpaid auction. Nice. AC/DC, $21. It's VG minus, though. It is OG VG minus, $21. $21. $21. VG minus. Also, Kingdom Come, $60. I don't have the original notes on it. Nope. Kingdom Come is in your face. It looks like it's OG. I don't think it's promo too. It's about VG Plus or EX. It has the inner sleeve and there's some cover damage. Kingdom Come, $60. Now, here's always the deal with auctions. You can buy them right now. They're no more, no less for the last sold price. Or I run them again at later time. Maybe tonight, maybe later. Maybe another day is what I meant to say. Sometimes I've seen them bring more. I've had one night that sold for $55. Nobody bought it. We re-tagged it. About a week later, we sold it for like $190. You just never know. Right now, I'm selling for the last price. Gregory Roberts says, give me the Kingdom Come. It was a promo copy. Paul Catrich on AC/DC. So to Paul Catrich. Now, the Cramps is at $120, $125, $130. The last bit on the Butthole Surfers that came in was David Smith out. Kelly Kroom has it for $48. Okay? Kelly Kroom, $48. Next over here is Kiss Killers. Kiss Killers, and this is a final. This is sold, and this is sold to Brad Waite's for $120. Okay, there's that. Now, over here, we have Danzig, $100, a bootleg unofficial, VG Plus condition. We just sold this the other day. The next day, the guy messaged us and said, hey, I can't buy that record. I don't know what I was thinking. That also happens quite often. $100 on Danzig. Don't worry, I've blocked him from the page. Next is Gregory Roberts on F. And that was for what? That's a bootleg unofficial. What time are we going to do CDs? I don't know if I will do CDs tonight. Is this Tyler? Tyler! Or is this Sandy? Well, if I do, it'll be like midnight or 1 a.m. And then over here, we have what? Buttholes at $55. Buttholes at $55. The Cramps is at $135. A bootleg unofficial Danzig, $100. It's an unofficial pressing. Sold to Jeff Brindley. There's that. Gregory needs to put back Kingdom Come. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. Here's Kingdom Come. This is a promo mark copy. It does have a damaged jacket. I graded the vinyl at quick glance, VG Plus. It's $60 if anybody wants it. Okay, and then over here is Dire Straits Alchemy, $75. An 84 US Allied OG, QuiX2 audiophile grade vinyl, a promo sticker, a QuiX sticker, a hop sticker, Danzig, $75. Or excuse me, Dire Straits, $75. New York Dolls, no price on that one. Next is Super Session. No price on that one. Led Zeppelin, a 1975 US PRC reissue, original or sleeve, $30. Van Halen, $75. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Van Halen. Okay? Let's go back up to the top. Jeff Brindley got the Danzig for $100. Over here, we have Cramps Out, and this is his daughter. Yeah, I probably won't be doing CD. If I do CDs tonight, it'll be pretty late. I really don't have access to them anymore. When Tyler unloaded our trailer the other day, you can blame him. They blocked off all my CD racks. I can't get to them anymore. So I probably won't be doing them again tonight. So we'll blame Tyler. What color was Danzig? Danzig's already sold. It was on black vinyl. And Danzig's already sold. And then New York Dolls, I'll just run that for auction again. And then Alicia on the Van Halen, okay? There it is. Chad, if that's Ed, and refunded it, okay? This is New York Dolls. It's a U.S. Hot Pog reissue. It's a U.S. Hot Pog reissue, year unknown, but Mercury used the Skyscraper labels from 74 to 83. It is not an OG copy. It's a vintage reissue. Okay, a lot of activity there. A lot of activity there. So, oh, he is mean. Tyler's a great person. We're glad to have his help when we can get him. Oh my gosh. What would we do without him, honestly? We wouldn't have all these records here, that's for sure. Van Halen, it is an OG Japanese pressing, 1984. Okay, where are we on these auctions? My goodness, I'm afraid to put anything else up. I can barely keep up with these two. So over here was the Cramps. John Kaiser, $135. Chase was the other bidder. He's out. We're about to sell it for $135. Okay? Over here, we have Butthole Surfers. The last bid. I knew they got a new bump. Kelly Croom went out. Final call to JK for $55. Okay? There's that. Next thing is Van Halen's already sold. 60 on Dire Straits. I'll go ahead and do that. Sold to Patrick Lear. Those auctions are on the clock. The next auction is the birthday party. Wow. The birthday party. Nick Cave and Roland S. Howard together. The note from Laura, absolutely killer. This is Near Mint, an 83 UK OG. These are like little singles or EPs, just like some of the other ones we've had tonight. It's got 5 tracks. $20 start. The birthday party. There's already a bid for $35. Okay? Now, let's end the other two auctions. First, a question on Led Zeppelin. A 1975 USPRC Richmond reissue. There is tape across the top. It's EX, not a bad price or pressing to have for $30. John Kaiser, thank you on the Cramps. And this is sold to John Kaiser for $135. That is done. Now we have the Butthole Surfers. It's sold to JK. And JK gets that for $55. And now the birthday party is already up to $45. Never seen that in my life. Never, don't recall ever seeing that before. Next auction. Let's go ahead and run this right here. The Clash Sandinista. Nice. Take a look at this. The Clash. A 1980 UK OG. 36 tracks over 3 LPs. With the insert. Original inner sleeves. And it is Near Mint. A $50 start. With the hop sticker. Wow. $50 start on the Clash. Nice. Now, we'll introduce something else in just a second. I am going to recap this bin one more time. First thing I have is this. New and sealed stuff. One more read through. Plus, I got more new sealed stuff to go through. Savatage Streets. Let's put all the Savatage together. There were several. We did sell several out of here, but there's still 4 left. Okay? Savatage Streets, 2 LP, $49.99. Savatage Dead Winter Dead, $49.99. Savatage Fight for the Rock, $54.99. Savatage Handful of Rain, $39.99. And Def Leppard Hysteria, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. Also, Motorhead's $33.99. Kicks Cool Kids is $39. Bullet Boys is $34. And Raven, All for One, is $24. Those are all brand new sealed records. We have Birthday Party at $50. No bid on the Clash. Looking for a $50 start. $50 start. 19 on Led Zeppelin. I'll do 25 on Led Zeppelin. I'll go ahead and sell it for 25. I have another one over here ready for auction, I think. I'll do it for 50. Clash has a bid for 50. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction is going to be Plasmatics. Oh boy, here we go. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. An 82 US Winchester OG. Original under sleeve. There they are. They're taking over the government. It's in VG Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $30 start. Nice. 82 US Winchester. Original under sleeve. Excuse her things hanging out there. That's a $30 start, okay? Next is Clash is at 50. Plasmatics is at 30. Also, we got Kevin Willis put sound. Is that a claim, or are you saying you didn't have sound? Buddy Cordova wants Raven. And Laura just delivered a crate. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, things might get even crazier. Laura just delivered a crate. Paul Catrich gets Kingdom Come for $45. Sold. Sold. Next, here's the vintage stuff that was left. Styx Caught in the Act, $34.99. Huey Lewis, VG Plus, $14.99. Nat King Cole was $9. Johnny Winter, VG, $9.99. Nancy Sinatra Sugar, VG Plus, $24.99. Stone Temple Pilots was sealed, $29.99 for Perdidia. We Are the World, the full album with Chicago and Huey Lewis and Prince, $19.99. Prince appears on there. Coach Whips is Experimental Rock. That's John Dwyer from the OCs, $34.99. Talking Heads 77, a new remaster, $26.99. Chet Atkins, Mr. Guitar, $14.99. Doobie Brothers is still available, VG Plus 9. And wow, Cheech and Chong still available, VG Plus, $19.99. All right, so what happened on the birthday party? The last bid on the birthday party was Jeremy Bryan at 50. That's a final call. Everybody else went out. Clash got a bid for 50. Clash got another bid for 50. John Kaiser, you're out, just so you know. You tied the first bidder. Maybe you bid, somebody else bid again, because now he bid 55, okay? And then we have Scott Fellows on We Are the World. And then Kristen Driscoll wants to put back The Cult. So I bet somebody's about to claim it right now. This is going back, so if anybody wants it, here it is. It's a 2013 press, a gatefold, $29.99. And then the Clash is at 55, and then Plasmatics has already hit 100 with Jeff Brindley. That was fast. Anybody else on anything in there? Of course, there's 2 other auctions over here. They didn't have sold prices. I will work my best to figure out what to do with those later or another night. And then the only one that was tagged that's still available is Led Zeppelin. Oh, Lord. Yeah, plus we got more new vinyl over here. You don't want to go anywhere tonight. You don't want to go anywhere. Anybody else on that crate? I'm going to put these right here behind me. When I come back, it looks like I'm about to end a bunch of auctions. And just guess what? There's another Hatchet Ed crate. We'll do that one after I do probably some new vinyl and some lore. But we got to get through this new stuff first, quickly. Quickly. There's a bunch over here. Let's see what's in this crate. Oh. Why am I so sore? I'm out of breath. I'm sore. I'm hungry. No, I'm joking. I'm not any of that. I'm not sore. I'm not hungry. I'm full, energetic, and loose as a goose. Here we go. Jason Forderad, did I come through with We Are the World? You did not. Nope. There was only one person that commented We Are the World, and that's Scott Fellows. Jason Wilski on the Colt. Jason Wilski on the Colt. And now it's time for a clean out of the auctions. No more bids on any auctions. They're all done. Let's put them away. First, the birthday party. The birthday party is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you, Jeremy. $50. That's gone. Jeremy Bryant, $50. That is sold. Okay. Clash, $55. I thought that would bring more. Peter Mazziliano, $55. That's sold. Okay. And then the Plasmatics, $100. Sold. Jeff Brindley. The auction block's cleared. A fresh crate of brand new sealed vinyl I've ordered. And new auctions are on the way, especially from the hot picture stuff. All right, let me set this crate over here behind me. Oh my gosh. 4 full crates already tonight. Pretty amazing. Let me go ahead and scoot these down. All righty. Everybody still with me? All right. Here we go. New auction. Let's try another Dead Kennedys. I've never seen this one before. A skateboard party. Dead Kennedys. An unofficial. It's a live concert from Alabama. From what? Alabama Hall. It looks like Alabama Hall in Munich, Germany. How about I just say an 83 German, unofficial, recorded in Germany in 1982. It was from a radio broadcast. It's near mint a $45 start. A $45 start. We've already sold Sam Hain, and it was real, and it was sold for $400. I was shocked to even find out it was a true first original pressing. Next is AC/DC High Voltage. Here we go. A 77 Australian repress, super clean. Wow, that is beautiful. That's amazing. So, as y'all know, AC/DC, an Australian band, their first albums came out under a label called Albert Productions in Australia. These covers are not the same that was used internationally everywhere else. They were essentially released later everywhere else. And, of course, we all know they became kind of popular after that. AC/DC, they were kind of a big band. You may have heard of them. Some people haven't, but they're kind of a big band. Next auction is The Darkness. I think somebody's been asking for this for a while. Here it is. The Darkness. One-way ticket to hell. The Darkness is OG, and it's out of print. That's true. This is out of print. It's a 2005 USOG out of print. In shrink with the original under sleeve, a $65 start. Nice. This is such a great collection that we've picked up here. And I don't know what else is going to come out of this batch. I haven't looked through tubs. Y'all are going to be just as surprised as I am every day when they send me hot pictures. I'm just as surprised as y'all are every day. I don't know if Steve Weaver's watching. Steve Weaver said, I thought I was on a waiting list for Coven. Now, the only thing in print from Coven is this right here. It's called Half of a Century of Witchcraft. AC/DC has a bid, I didn't say $85. It already has a bid for $120. It already has a bid for $120. I thought I said 85. I guess not. But this is essentially the Coven discography box set. It has some extras with it. It is $149.99. Steve Weaver, if you're watching, let me know if that's what you wanted, because that album is not in print. They have nothing else in print individually. It's just that Coven box set. Half a Century of Witchcraft. Okay? there's that. Mistakenly listed as Alabama Hall. Yeah, that's what I read there, Alabama Hall. Okay, let's go over here and show DRI. We sold out of some the other night. This is DRI dealing with it. DRI is $29.99. Dealing with it, DRI $29.99. Also, we have Gorgira Magma. Gorgira is $33.99. AC/DC high voltage, there's the US reissue. We just sold earlier the 77 Australian. There's high voltage, $33.99. It's a long way to the top. Minor Threat, $29.99 for Minor Threat. Scorpions, Poison, open up and say ah, $34.99 on Poison. Dock and Under Lock and Key, Yellow Vinyl, $33. Gorgira the Link, $39. And we have, what is this? I forgot. Jail Persona. Did I order that, or Laura, did you order that? Jail Persona, $29.99 for Jail. All right, let's go back over all three auctions right quick. All three auctions. Dead Kennedys, a skateboard party, a live unofficial from Germany, 1983. The Dead Kennedys. Dead Kennedys. Now, I usually don't read the track listings on these because sometimes you can't go by what's on the cover. You can't go by what's on the label. So you might have to rely on Discogs for that one. I usually try not to say anything about it unless what we confirmed on Discogs. The last bid that came through on the Dead Kennedys was John Oliver at $45. John Oliver still has it for $45. He's had it for the last 4 minutes for $45, and we are about to sell it. So let me lay that right over here. Right next to that is AC/DC High Voltage. This is a 1977 Australian repress. A 1977 Australian repress. A 1977 Australian repress. Near mint minus. It has a new high bid of $130. A 1977 Australian repress. The Darkness is a 2005 U.S. original. 2005 U.S. original. Out of print. Tony Mercado has it for $70. Going once, going twice. Okay? And so far, there's been no claims on Jail. No claims on Gorgira. No claims on Dawkins. No claims on Poison. No claims on Minor Threat. No claims on AC/DC. No claims on Gorgira. No claims on DRI. No claims on Coven. Testament, The New Order, Blue and Pink Swirl, $29.99. Skid Row Self-Titled Remaster, $33.99. We have Poison Idea, Pick Your King EP, Limited Edition White Vinyl, Poison Idea, $36.99. AC/DC's The Razor's Edge, You've Been Thunderstruck, $33.99. Agnostic Front, United Blood, $33.99. Metal Church, The Human Factor, limited, numbered, 1,000, Flaming Yellow Marble Vinyl, $39.99. Dio, The Last in Line, new and sealed, $39.99. Greg Smith on Skid Row. AC/DC's at $140 with Tracy Tallman. Now Paul Catrich at $145. Now the Dead Kennedys at $48. I'm going to read two more titles. If there's not another bid on The Darkness, I'm selling it to Tony Mercado for $70. He's about to get it for $70. Let's read those two titles. AC/DC Highway to Hell, 50th anniversary, Hellfire colored vinyl, includes unique insert and custom labels. AC/DC is $39.99. And Agnostic Front, First Warning, the United Blood Era Recordings, New York, 1983, $33.99 on that. Chris Bryan on Poison Idea, Pick Your King EP. There's one left. Dead Kennedys has a new bid for $50 of Jason Fornerat. The Darkness is sold to Tony Mercado for $70. Thank you, Tony, on that. Now, Dead Kennedys has a new bid. Steve McGee's back in on AC/DC at $150. What does that mean? Paul Catrich, you're out on AC/DC. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be, G.G. Allen, EMF. Wow, don't get this too often. 1987 U.S. It is an 87 U.S. reissue. G.G. Allen, EMF, has 3 bonus tracks. VG++/EX, $50 start on G.G. Allen. Okay, the record guy wants AC/DC Highway to Hell. Thank you, the record guy. Appreciate that. And then also over here, we got Misfits, the Collection, Volume 2, $34.99. Reagan Youth, The Poss tapes, 81 to 84. Reagan Youth is $29.99. AC/DC Ball Breakers, $33. Rat Detonator on red vinyls, $33. And Winter Sun, and this one's Time 1. Clear with blue, white, and purple splatter, $29.99. Lincoln Park Meteora Gold and red splatter, $33. And AC/DC Back in Black on black and white swirl colored vinyl. Back in Black, black and white swirl color vinyl, $39.99. Dead Kennedys is up to John Kaiser. He's back in at $52. Also, now Steve McGee, you're back out on AC/DC. That is now at $156, and G.G. Allen's at $50. Okay, so all three auctions recently just got new bids, just saying. Wow, we need to sell a lot more out of there. I'm sad. Nobody's buying any of my pumpkin metal that I ordered. It did show up on the wrong night, but I'm kind of sad. I'm just going to drink my Monster and probably just go ahead and end the show and go home and put on the Fugitive with Harrison Ford and eat popcorn. I'm just going to go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, and just go eat popcorn. Maybe if I read through them one more time, I may be overloading everybody. I mean, I've never had this much punk and hardcore and metal, I think, ordered in the last 48 hours in a long time. Let me go ahead and drink some Monster. Or everybody already has them. That too. Usually if I get requests, Chad, can you order punk? It's probably stuff people don't know that's not even in print. So I'll go through and like order stuff and they're like, well, I already have all these. I'm like, oh no. Okay, let's go over here. Let's see what happened. We have Dead Kennedys. Jason Fornerat, $55. Chris Bryant says he'll take a Reagan Youth. Thank you. And then Joe DeGatto says he'll take a Highway to Hell. Got it. So did Joe DeGatto. Chad's out on AC/DC. Chris Martin put this. And that might be an end of a statement. What's this? Chris Martin. And then over here, Ivan R. wants a Reagan Youth. That's sold. And then over here, Testament, and then over here. Okay, so I have a feeling tomorrow when this video hits the group in the morning, and then when we're recapping it tomorrow, or maybe later tonight, probably later tonight when all the auctions are over, and everybody's like, okay, I still got an extra $700 I can spend. Let me go back through those crates with Chad. That's probably what's going to happen. Dead Kennedys. Jason Fornerat, you're back out. John just bid 58. We do not have a Black Sabbath Born Again. Which Misfits is that? The Collection Volume 2, $34.99. He's out on AC/DC. Chad Sauls is. Final call then to Paul Catrich at $156. And then G.G. Allen. It was with Jason Wilski for $50. And I think he's the only bidder. Final call for $50. Okay? $50. Let's do this again. So much crazy stuff in here. I've got the Coven box set for $149.99. DRI, Restored Remastered, Dealing With It, $29.99. Gojira Magma was $33. TNT, or excuse me, High Voltage with TNT, $33. J Neutra on the Misfits. We have Minor Threat for $29, Poison's $34, Dokken $33, Gojira was $39, and then Jail $29. Testament, somebody asked which Testament. This Testament here is Buddy Cordova, $29.99. Skid Row Self-Titled, 18 in Life, $33. Poison Idea, $36, white vinyl. Also, AC/DC's Razor's Edge, $33. Agnostic Front, United Blood, $33. Plus, some of the stuff I don't know what it is. Sometimes I can pause and tell you about it. I am very unknowledgeable on a lot of this stuff. I just know I know the big names. I know certain albums, but probably telling you a lot more about it, like tracks and mastering. All new stuff to me still, pretty much. Metal Church, Human Factor. I have yet to go down the punk alley too hard. Probably 5 years ago, if somebody says, Chad, do you like metal? I'd probably be like, nah, I really don't really care for it, honestly. And now I'm probably the exact opposite. Metal Church is $39. Dio, The Last in Line, $39. I've had a lot of people tell me the older they get, the more they like punk music. Next is John Howard on Agnostic Front. Scott Fellows on Skid Row. And then over here, we got another agnostic front. First Warning, the United Blood Era Recordings. That's 33. Misfits Collection Volume 2, 34. Reagan Youth, the last one, the Pulse Tapes, 29. Now, like Reagan Youth, they have nothing in print. This is it. Like, there's nothing else you can order by Reagan Youth. Same thing with a lot of these groups. It's like demos and lost tapes. It's stuff that I think they're putting out that maybe their label or something doesn't have access to, so they can, they can finally release something new. Rebecca on Reagan Youth, Sean Druin on Metal Church. Also over here, AC/DC Ball Breaker for 33. Rat Detonator, hard album to get original of, 33. Winter Sun was 29. I listened to some of them. It was pretty cool. Linkin Park, 33. This has I Have Become So Numb. Back in Black on Black and White Swirl, 39. All right, so AC/DC, we can go ahead and sell that. AC/DC, way up here. Sorry for the break. I had to read through that crate twice. Paul Catrich on that at $156. I think they're still bidding on the Dead Kennedys. The last bid that came through on the Dead Kennedys was Jason Fortenrad at 60. So John Kaiser, just so you know, you're out. It is at 60. And then over here, G.G. Allen. This was, I think, a final call. I don't think it got another bid. Who had it? Who had it? This was with Jason Wilski at $50. And he's had it for 4 minutes. So here's what I'm going to do. It was about to be sold anyway. John Howard, if you want to bid, you got to bid more than 50. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Jason for $50, okay? And then over here, and next is Joel Rifkin. That's on Seinfeld, Joel Rifkin. Joel Rifkin. And then over here, we have Metal Church is on limited, numbered, colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl. It's a limited edition of 1,000 on flaming colored vinyl for $39.99. Is Metal Church on colored vinyl. Yes, and now Dead Kennedys is 62. Joel Rifkin. That's Lane dated him. That was on Seinfeld. Okay, so G.G. Allen, if you want to bid, it's yours. If not, Jason Wilski had the bid for like 5 or 6 minutes. He was the only bidder. He was the only bidder. It's an 87 U.S. reissue. So I'll say, since you asked before I said sold, you can bid. If not, we got to go ahead and sell it to him. I was honestly surprised. And then over here, Michael Wood on Dio. And this is sold to Michael Wood. There's a new bid on G.G. Allen for $55. Jason, that was the last call, and he has bid $55. Is on gold. I don't think they made this one on gold. They made it on Black and White Swirl. 50th anniversary. Now, Justin, I have an old sticky note that says Justin wants AC/DC gold vinyl pressings. The problem is I need to know exactly which ones before I start ordering a bunch of them, okay? So if you could actually, I might message you, or if you want to let me know right now so they can write them down and give me the sticky note. I need to know which ones you need on gold vinyl. And I don't know if they made Back in Black on gold vinyl. I know they've pressed it on this new Black and White Swirl. So, just saying. All right, let me be figuring out the next crate. How about we knock out the other Hatchet Ed crate? No, let's do the Laura crate. Let's do that one right quick. Okay? Let's do the Laura crate right quick. Give me 1 second. Figure out what's going on over here. Let me check messages right quick. Make sure nobody's trying to find the feed or anything. Okay. Let's go back up here. Sorry for the quick timeout. Susie got Rat Detonator, G.G. Allen 62, Dead Kennedy 65. So now these are back up. Over here, Dead Kennedy 65, G.G. Allen 65, and we have J.K. wants buy jail. So you want the jail from the last bin. I'll pull that for you. And then GG 66 and GG 70. All right. Here we go. AC/DC. Yeah, that's the thing about some of the gold vinyl AC/DC. They were only sold through Walmart. And so, like, for me to get them, they get them as, like, imports overseas. And they're actually really, for some reason, expensive. Let's go ahead and put up a Black Flag. Wow, Family Man. Here's one I don't get too often, especially as an OG. Goodness gracious. This is something we never get. An 84 USOG with merch insert, in shrink, super clean, a top copy. A $65 star. That's insane. Original inner sleeve, that is something we never get in. Family Man. That's now up for bid. Black Flag, okay? G.G. Allen's at 70. John Howard's out. Final call. And the Dead Kennedy's at 67. No other claims, right? The actually only official claim is Susie with Rat. And then we have AC/DC, Lincoln Park, Winter Sun, Rat, AC/DC, Misfits, Agnostic Front, Metal Church, AC/DC, Poison Idea, Testament. Jail's right in here. Jail, it's right here. This is sold to J.K. All right, and then we have Gojira, Dokken, Poison, Minor Threat, AC/DC, Gojira, DRI, and the Coven box set. No, I do not want Jail. Already have it. Okay, so Jail's going back in here. So there's Jail. What did I just do with it? It was right in here. Let me put it with its other copy. Right there. Okay. I've actually went through that crate 3 times. Let's go through a different one. I went through it twice. That was actually a third read-through. It's time for something new. And there's still 3 more crates over here of new stuff. Goodness gracious. Let's grab this one right here. This is from my distributor that sells stuff kind of on sale prices. Yeah, here's my distributor. This will be a little bit different mix. They sell stuff on sale, and I know I just said Laura, but I think I can go through this pretty fast. Okay? I can go through this one pretty fast, and then we'll do the Laura crate. Yes, it's right over here. It's right over here. We're about to do it. Now, what about G.G. Allen? Now we're going to sell this to Jason Wilski. To Jason, that's sold to you for $70. Now, the Dead Kennedys. Jason Fortner, out. That's sold to John Kaiser for $67. Now, where are we on Black Flag? That's already just got introduced. We got a lot. It's already 9:30, and we got a lot of stuff to get through. There's Black Flag at 85. Next, let's put up somewhere I have not. Let's do this one. The Cramps, the Crusher. Never seen it before. It's an 81 UKOG. No condition notes. Look at that. $30 start. The Cramps, the Crusher. Never had that before. $30 start. Now, let's go ahead and put up a third auction. And that third auction is going to be the Clash. I'm going to say this 3 times in a row. It's likely an 82 USOG. Likely an 82 USOG. Likely an 82 USOG, but it may be an early US repress. You don't know because it's sealed. You got to be able to see the label. And unless you're Superman and have X-ray vision, you can't see it. $35 start for the Clash Combat Rock. $35 sealed. Sealed. Here is one of our best-selling box sets ever. And it's at technically an on-sale price below MSRP. This is $59.99. This is Soundgarden live from the Artist Den. This is on splatter vinyl. That is Chris Cornell, Soundgarden. It's a 4 LP box, new and sealed on splatter vinyl, $59.99. In front of that is Slayer, Hell Awaits, on velvet red marble vinyl with lyric photo, insert, and large poster, $34.99. The last bid on Black Flag was Michael Thrower at $100. OG, shrink wrap and insert, near mint minus, rare. Cramps is at 40 with David Smith, now 50. The Clash is at 45. Also, Cancer, and this is to the gory end, Cancer. And this guy's head is getting cut open with a big machete. $38.99, Cancer. I've got 2 of those. Also, Kiss, Asylum, just $29.99. Jay Nutra on Soundgarden, sold to Jay Nutra. Now, we have Cramps at 50. Paul Catrich on Slayer, Hell Awaits. Clash is now at 50. Also, we have today and tomorrow, McCoy Tyner, Verve by Request, pressed at third man. Some jazz for you. McCoy Tyner, $34.99. In front of McCoy, it's Cancer, Death Shall Rise, $38.99 for Death Shall Rise by Cancer. Raven, just $29.99. Music on vinyl pressing, Stay Hard, limited edition 750 on yellow vinyl. Raven, MOV pressing, and Sinatra, Christmas in July, the Ultimate Christmas Collection by Frank Sinatra, $34. I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas, $34.99. There it is. What's the one that's on The Godfather playing in the background? Have Yourself. That's it. That's the good one. That's when Michael finds out Vito's been shot. They're walking. They just left the department store. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Okay, we have Deckelman on Cancer. Now, do you want one or both? And if so, let me know which one. And then Sean Lee Hooker on some jazz. And then we have Terry Gerhardt on Sinatra. And now I think we're done on Black Flag. Hammers up. Michael Thrower at 100. I think we're done. I think we're done. I think we're done on the Cramps. JK has that at 50. That hammers up. I'm about to put it down. And then over here, the Crash. 75 also Michael Thrower. The hammer's up. I'm about to put it down. You might want to restrict my wrist. Okay? And now the Cramps has a new bid for 55. That hammer is back down, but it's not slammed. Kiss Unplugged, 2LP, $34.99. Also, the Chipmunks Christmas. We actually had a waiting list for this. I hadn't had an order from them in a long time. You know, I don't place an order with them too much because sometimes they just don't have what I'm looking for. And Brad Waits, he was actually on a waiting list for this. It's been from a couple weeks ago, but I didn't get a delivery from them last week or till right now. And this is sold to Brad Waits, okay? Thank you on that. Jay Nutra, you got a Soundgarden box. There's one less. Michael Thrower wants Kiss Unplugged. That's sold to Michael Thrower. Justin Deckelman wants one each of the Cancer. So you get this Cancer. You also get that Cancer. Now there's one each left. And then we have King Crimson Red, $34.99, 200 gram King Crimson. All right, so Black Flag is sold then. $100, Michael Thrower, Family Man. Let's go ahead and put that away. Let me grab it right here, and that's sold to Michael Thrower for $100. Now the Cramps, $65. Cramps is at $65. And then the Clash, sealed. It could be an OG. There's actually no way to confirm. And that's with Michael Thrower, also $75. And I just want to make sure everybody was done, okay? Finishing up this crate. There's another Chipmunks. It's $29.99. I guess I have two extras. And Sean Jeroen wants the other two Cancers, okay? So now those are sold again in pairs. There's one and there's two. Two more sold to Sean. Thank you. And in front of that is Metal Massacre. That is a waiting list. Let me go ahead and introduce a new auction, though, right quick. And that one is going to be, oh, man, let's do a Wendy O. Williams. There she is. Wow. And it's an 84 OG. Wow. It's EX. Wow. It's a $30 start, and it's called Wow, Wendy O. Williams. Produced by Gene Simmons, special guest Ace Frehley. Metal Massacre. Metal Massacre. How cool is this? Metal Massacre. Awesome. And the waiting list is Alvo Dabney Jr. It should be on red vinyl, Alvo Dabney Jr. Yep, ruby red vinyl, sold to Alvo Dabney Jr. A waiting list. There's 3 copy. Rats on there, Metallica's on there. Also over here, Sean or Deckelman, Justin Deckelman wants on Cancer, Inverted World, and Ivan R on Soundgarden. Ivan R on Soundgarden. Thank you. The Cramps is who got outbid? John Kaiser. John, you're out on the Cramps. Almost sold it. And now the Clash is what I can sell. The Clash. Michael Thrower, $75. Over here, I've got 3 of PJ Harvey. These, you heard this price right, just $14.99 to Bring You My Love demos. PJ Harvey, and there was a waiting list, and that was for Chad Smith. Thank you, Chad Smith. I've got 2 extras. It's only $14.99. Metal Massacre's $38.99. And King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. 200 gram $34.99. I'm going to make sure John Kaiser's done on the Cramps. JK has that for $65. Wendy O. Williams is a $30 start. No bid on that. And let's get back over here to some of the other high-end stuff out of the batch tonight. And let's put up a Dead Kennedys. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. This is sealed. Whoa. Rare. Here we go. Rare. Either an 82 OG or an 84 repress. Wow, wouldn't that be amazing if we could somehow confirm 100%, but there's no way. Some of these sealed records, there's just no way to confirm. It's either an 82 OG sealed or an 84. Either way, that's impressive. Sealed Dead Kennedys, plastic surgery disasters, a $75 start. Over here, we have Metal Massacre. We got Jim Davis on a PJ Harvey. New and sealed, just $14.99. Cramps is at $70. And Wow's at $30. Okay? And then let's read through those one more time. And there's a new bid on the Cramps again. John Kaiser, you got pretty much immediately outbid over here. Okay? And that Dead Kennedys is sealed. That's pretty amazing. All right, Slayer, Hell Awaits, Velvet Red, Marble Vinyl, Slayer, $34.99. Kiss, Asylum, $29.99. 2014 Remaster, Today and Tomorrow, McCoy Tyner, $34. Raven, Stay Hard, Limited Edition 750, Yellow Vinyl, $29.99. Sinatra, Ultimate Christmas, 2 LP, $34.99. Kiss Unplugged at a great price, $34.99. Chipmunk, Christmas with the Chipmunks, $29.99. I've got 2 left, foil cover, very cool, white vinyl, King Crimson Red, awesome album, $34.99. And we have Metal Massacre, $38. Few of those left, PJ Harvey, $14, and then King Crimson. Now, if you don't know the story on Metal Massacre, of course, the originals are rare. This is the first time Metallica ever appeared on vinyl. Look at the lineup. Hetfield and Lars, and then you got, who? Dave Mustaine on guitar. What? And then Ron McGovey on bass. So that's pre-Cliff Burton. That's pre-Kurt Hammett. That's Metal Massacre. And really cool here. It was a magazine they did, Heavy Metal Review. It was a magazine by Brian Slagle. And they eventually made this compilation. And the story goes, Lars basically begged him to get put on that compilation. He handed a tape, and he's like, please put us on this compilation. Something like that. They may tell it different. They might tell it different. You had to borrow the money. That's true. They had to, I guess it was the guy from Megaforce. I don't know the host history there. It's pretty cool, though. I don't know it enough to recite it and say it accurately. I kind of know what happened, but not down to the penny. Not down to the penny. Scott Fellows wants one. Paul Catrich has one. It also has other people on it like Rat and Serathon Gold and Black and Blue and Steeler and Bitch and Malice. And the track on there is Hit the Lights. I think it paid off. I think Brian, and then I don't think Brian Slagle, maybe he didn't have the money to produce. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking. That first album, it had to go to Megaforce and not Metal Blade because of just production costs, maybe. Something happened there. You know, there was kind of a struggle financially to figure out who was going to put out the album, either Metal Blade or Megaforce. So, anyways, here we go. So the Cramps, that was still getting bids. John Kaiser's out, though. So JK, that looks like that's yours for $70. Wow got bids for $30, $35. Dead Kennedys, $100. Dead Kennedys, $120. Dead Kennedys, $125. And then Metal Massacre, Dead Kennedys, $130. Okay, and then that's all that's left in there, PJ Harvey and King Crimson. Let's go through this new lore crate. All right, let's go through this new lore crate. And those Metal Massacres, they exist. And something's happened to someone somewhere. Yeah, there you go. I'm not ready to start doing a lecture on Metallica history tonight. I'd be better lecturing on Led Zeppelin or Beatles history than I could Metallica or Rush, somebody I'm more familiar with. My fandom for Metallica, I'd say, has happened in the last 5 5 or 3 years, honestly. I mean, it's just like recently. Wow, an early Christmas sticker from Laura. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Laura crate, Snoopy and Woodstock. And they're looking at all the Christmas presents. How cool is that? Okay, so what happened is, I think you ordered me a Metal Massacre. If not, I'll take one, Chad. Who was on the waiting list? I just said it was Alvo Dabney. If you were supposed to be on a waiting list, I missed you. And we need to give one to Chris Ligero. And then Kevin Reitz, if it's okay, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Or Chris, if you want to go back on one for next week, y'all just let me know. Technically, it needs to go to Chris if we missed him on a waiting list, even though his comment came in after Kevin. I know these are still in stock. When I ordered these the other day, they had a bunch of them, and that was just like on Wednesday. So we'll go ahead and give this one to Chris and then Kevin on a waiting list. Okay? Laura's got an interesting crate here. It might be all Christmas albums. Who knows? Who knows? Could it possibly be? I know there's one in there. Could we possibly have a Christmas in July crate? Y'all know the rules on Laura crates. First come, first serve. First claim gets it. No putbacks. The Cramps is sold. We got to get back on pace here. We got a lot to get through. JK, $70. Dead Kennedys is sealed. It's still getting bids. And let me figure out where we finished up on Wow. Not the Post Malone song. Not the Post Malone song. Mark Steele bid $35. I don't think John Hernan ever bid again. And that's been a long time ago. So we got to go ahead and sell this for $35. And that's sold to Mark Steele for $35. Metallica's playing at the Sphere in 2026. Wow. Golly. Well, there goes $3,000 down the drain. Dead Kennedys. There's the Laura crate sticker. 2 birthday parties. The other one on deck. Let's find it. Man, there's still... Yeah, here's the other one. The birthday party. An 83 UK OG EX condition. A $20 start. An 83 UK OG EX, $20 start. OG, $20 start. Okay, here we go. Who's ready? Backstreet Boys, a very Backstreet Christmas. Awesome. $24.99. Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. $49.99. A Record Store Day, first time on vinyl, $49. I love it. It's a Christmas crate. A Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi, sealed, $24.99. Whoa. Red vinyl. It's Christmas in July. Who asked for this the other day? Kelly Vlodarchek? I think it was Kelly. Somebody asked, said, Chad, can we do some Christmas in July? Looks like Laura's taking a request. Mortgage Guy Rob on Backstreet Boys. First claim on the Laura crate sticker. Wow. And then Kristen Barnett, same family. Then Susie was next. And then also the Emmett Otters, also sold to Kristen Barnett. And then I asked too, there we go. Well, I have a feeling we're about to sell a bunch out of here. Charlie Brown Christmas, red vinyl, sealed, $24.99. So did Jackie Reynolds. All right, Dead Kennedys. It was up to 2 people. David Smith and John Kaiser. David Smith's out. Final call to John Kaiser. Sealed. $135. Birthday parties at $46. Next is Ray Charles. Nice. The Spirit of Christmas. That's as featured in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Sitting by the fireside. Taking a walk through the snow. I will no longer try to sing Ray Charles. We have Black Flag, Slip It In. Black Flag, oh wow, wow. Ray Charles Christmas and Black Flag. You just never know here. Over here, we have this. An 84 USOG, whoa. 84 OG, whoa. A 1984 OG, wow. EX condition with the merch insert, dang. In shrink wrap, you've got to be kidding me. A $50 start. How much is Ray Charles? $19.99. And it's brand new and sealed. That's a crazy price. Over here, this is Dead Kennedy. So did John Kaiser for $135. Birthday parties at $50. Wow. And then there's Dead Kennedys. It's a $50 start. Whoa. Whoa. Dolly Parton, Home for Christmas, $19.99. Also, we have Frank Black Christmas. Whoa. Pixies lead singer on green vinyl, $19.99. The Seasons for Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, dang, sealed for $19.99. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper. Whoa, $19.99. A Chipmunk Christmas, that is $14.99. I wonder if I hope they found that one I wanted to veto the other night. I got to peek ahead right quick. Okay, there's two back there, Laura, that I wanted. There's a I want to make sure I have them first. There's a Superman I found, a Superman Christmas, and there was a Charlie Brown that I think is a true OG. I wanted to make sure that's actually something I don't have because I collect those kind of records. I hadn't seen it, though. I found them. I laid them on a crate, and they've disappeared. John's probably, there's no telling where they're at. Okay, over here, we have Black Flag at $54, Black Flag $65, Black Flag $60, Jackie Reynolds on DP for the Dolly Parton Christmas, Jason Fornerat on the Frank Black Christmas, Kelly Vlodarchik on the Chipmunks Christmas, and then Susie next on the Chipmunks, and then we have New Kids on the Block, a 1989 USOG, wow, $34.99. Dean Martin Christmas, $17.99. Alan Jackson Christmas, sealed $19.99. For King and Country, a Drummer Boy Christmas, silver vinyl, $17.99. And Carrie Underwood, My Gift, sealed for $14.99. Birthday Party, this is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $50. Sold for $50 to Jeremy Bryant. There are so many fantastic Christmas albums right now. What is going on? Black Flag's at $80 with JK. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is this. It is what? I have this. It is a Dead Kennedys. It is an 85 USOG. Oh my gosh. Original on the sleeve with the poster. I probably shouldn't show this. Is that something? Somebody asked me the other day. Yes. Somebody asked in the comments, it says, does it have the penis landscape poster? Oh my gosh. This is pretty much straight pornography on here. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but yes, it does have the poster, an 85 USOG. It's X-rated, okay? It has the original on the sleeve. This is incredible. OG, pretty high grade at VG++ EX, and it has the poster. Oh my gosh, a $50 start and the inner sleeve. What should this bring? $300 or $400? Oh my gosh, that's now up for bid. Over here, first thing we have is what? The last thing I pulled was, as far as Christmas, was Chipmunk. And the Chipmunk was right there. Susie was next. And then Kristen Barnett on New Kids on the Block. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. O'Doul on Alan Jackson, sold to O'Doul. Breezy second on New Kids. Larry next on Alan Jackson. Jackie next on Alan Jackson. And then over here, Carrie Underwood sold to William David Meadows. And now Black Flag has a new bid of 85. And then Dead Kennedys has a bid for 85. And then over here, we have Dead Kennedys and Black Flag with lots of new bids. Mary, oh my gosh, there it is. She's starting to unthaw. Sealed. $29.99 mystery color vinyl. All I want for Christmas is you, Mariah Carey. That's all she wants. She wants you for Christmas. $29.99. Now that's what I call R&B Christmas. Goodness gracious, where's Donna at? Sealed, $24.99. Where is Donna Turner? Oh, a classic. A Stone Cold classic. Bing Crosby on white vinyl, $19.99. And Trans-Siberian Orchestra, the ghost of Christmas Eve. Wow. Sealed for $19.99. And we have Jingle All the Way, 10 Holiday Classics, sealed for $14.99. Over here, Black Flag got a new bid for 87. Dead Kennedys, 100. Chris Kirkley put King. Okay? We have Chris Kirkley on King. Chris Kirkley on King. and King was for King and Country. So to Chris Kirkley. Dead Kennedys, 150. Over here, Black Flag, 90. Cosmo Kramer, Cosmo on Bing. Bing Crosby, sold. Susie, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, sold. Over here, we have Cosmo on Sinatra. That's in the previous bin if you still want one. And finally, somebody buying Ray Charles. I was shocked. Tom Sullivan on Ray Charles, sold. Next is Johnny Cash Christmas. Whoa. Peace in the Valley, green vinyl, 1999. There she is. Sealed, or excuse me, white vinyl, 1999. Whitney Houston, One Wish, the Holiday album. Next is Kelly Wlodarczyk on Johnny Cash. Mortgage Guy Rob was next. Black Flag is at 93. Mark Steele on Trans-Siberian Orchestra. That already got sold. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Black Flag's at 93. The Dead Kennedys is at with Ivan R at 110. No, it's at 150 with Jason Fornerat. 150 with Jason Fornerat. From the last crate, which was new and sealed, Sinatra sold $34.99, and that was Cosmo Kramer. Next is Tom Sullivan on Whitney Houston, sold. Ed Riviera, third on Trans-Siberian. Larry Smith, third on Whitney. And then Alicia. Boy, those Trans-Siberian Orchestras came in very late. Kelly Wlodarczyk says give the Johnny Cash to Robert Barnett instead. Change Johnny Cash from Kelly Wlodarczyk to Robert Barnett. And now over here, we have Elf. And this is sealed for $29.99. I'm singing. I'm in Coletco. And I'm singing. This is Elf on blue vinyl for $29.99. We have filled up a whole nother crate. This is the Christmas Blitz of July 2025. Let me just go ahead and be bringing out all the Kiss ornaments I have over here too. Rocking around the Christmas tree. Folks, it's here. It's the end of July. Christmas is officially here. Stock up while you can. This is it. We have Dead Kennedys. Does it have the poster? Yes. Susie on Jingle All the Way, sold. Tom Sullivan on Elf, sold. Dead Kennedys, $155. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is the Ramones. Oh boy. Black Flag, Dead Kennedys, and Ramones all up for auction. That's crazy. Subterranean Jungle, an 83 U.S. Allied original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start. It has the inner sleeve. The Ramones is a $30 start. That's now up for bid, okay? That's now up for bid. Next thing I have over here is Black Flag. So the last bid on Black Flag that came in, BF, was JK at $93. And just so everybody knows, that's OG, VG++ EX, or was this one near mint? This one was EX with the insert. Okay? Tough album to get. I sell reissues of these all the time. Never, ever get originals. I guarantee you, if you were out record shopping in 1984, this wouldn't have been easy to find in a store. If you walked in a typical record shop in 1984, probably wouldn't have too many of these actually in the bins. I tell that a lot. John's told me the same thing. He's like, even if you went to a record store 40 years ago, you couldn't find these. It's not like they were just stocked in bins. Same thing for the Dead Kennedys. And yes, it is also OG. It also has the poster. It's complete with the inner sleeve. And yes, it does have that poster. As Laura said, the poster. That's VG++ EX. That has a high bid of $175. And now here's the Ramones. And it's at $70 already. Let's finish up this crate. Chicago Christmas. Nice. $17.99. Chicago. Another Dolly. A Holly Dolly Christmas. That's on red vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Lauren Daigle. Daigle. Behold, a Christmas collection on white vinyl for $22.99. Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Green vinyl, the TV soundtrack. Wow. $19.99. Where's Black Flag at? The last bid on Black Flag was with JK, and it's at $93. He says, you're killing me. Stop hyping it up, Chad. Stop hyping it up. he, he's like, stop doing your job and convincing people that it's rare and high grade and it's underpriced right now. Please stop telling people about it. Next is the Ramones was at 80, Larry Smith on the Holly Dolly Christmas, and then Susie on Dr. Seuss, and then Tom Sullivan on the Lauren D. So did Tom Sullivan, and then Travis Wade next on Dr. Seuss, Ginger next on Grinch. Elvis Christmas album, the reissue of the original green vinyl, $19.99. Black Flag has a new bid for $100. Where Are We Though on Dead Kennedys? The last bid was Jason Fornerat at $175. I think it's just up to John Kaiser. Now the Ramones is at 80. And then over here, we have Christmas with the Jets, sealed for $9.99. And then Trans-Siberian Orchestra, again, Christmas Eve and Other Stories. That's on blue vinyl, sealed for $29.99. We had Special Shot Imports that carried non-mainstream. Yeah, that's what a lot of people told me. The people I've talked to that was into the punk scene in the 80s, that actually bought these in shops, especially if you're in a smaller town or something, if you're maybe even in a rural area, especially down here in the South, you had to basically go into a record shop and get them to order this stuff out of a catalog. You just couldn't, or you got a friend who got a merch insert where you could order them. Otherwise, stores probably wouldn't even have this stuff in stock. It was hard to find then. It's still hard to find now. Black Flag at 120. Alonzo on the Jets, just like the Paul McCartney song. That is so to Alonzo. Ventusa Verga on, and that's Mike Golston. He was first on Trans-Siberian. Mike Golston on Trans-Siberian. Kelly was second. Okay, Dead Kennedys 190, Black Flag 125. And next in here is Elvis, and this is a 75 German press. The Elvis Christmas album, I'm Dreaming of a Blue Christmas. Wow, that's German. EX, $17.99. Over here, we have the Beach Boys Christmas album, 75 US Jacksonville, EX, $22.99. And Art Garfunkel and Amy Grant, VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Dead Kennedys, $190. Over here, Chicago, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. Chicago, probably big cities. And somebody told me, man, if you went to Nashville in 1981, you know, you'd been like just out of luck. Probably been a lot of Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, though. Probably would have been a lot of, you would have seen a lot of Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, though. Over here, we got John Denver with poster. Very cool. EX, $22.99. That's come Christmas time, that turns into a very pricey record. EX, $22.99. Susie Q on Elvis. That's the first one. And then Mortgage Guy Rob first on the Muppets, okay? There we have it. Maxim Rock and Roll, mail order, yep. Muppets and Travis next on John Denver and then Michael Rudolph. Okay, so let's go down the board now that the Christmas Blitz is over. I'm going to show these again, but let me show you where we're at on everything else. Okay, let's start with Black Flag. I'm going to tell you who has the most recent high bid on Black Flag. The most recent high bid on Black Flag right over here. Rob Fordham, $125. That's who has the high bid. Next is Dead Kennedys. JK just bid $126, Rob. Next is the Dead Kennedys. And the Dead Kennedys just got a new bid. One of the main bidders just went out. Ivan R. has it for $190. And I don't know if John Kaiser was involved in that one or two, but that who does have the high bid, $190. And then down here is the Ramones. And the Ramones, this one right here, I'm going to have to do a little hunting, a little bit of searching, but I think it was a final call. It was a final call to David Smith at $80. Michael Thrower was the next person. So Michael Thrower, you're out. David Smith does have that for $80, okay? David Smith does have that for $80. Michael Rudolph wants the Chicago Christmas album. Michael Rudolph on Chicago Christmas album. Black Flag, $130. And then let's go through this crate one more time, okay? Here is Smokey Robinson's Christmas album, The Season for Miracles. Very cool title. That is sealed for $19.99. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper. $19.99. It's got a foil cover. Speaking of Willie, here's his Christmas album. Super clean copy. Really nice foil cover. $19.99 on Willie Nelson, okay? There's Willie. In front of Willie is Dean Martin, Dino's Christmas. Baby, It's Cold Outside. Dean Martin, a legend. $17.99. Hammers up on the Ramones and Dead Kennedys. Black Flag is still creeping, though. Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas, with All I Want for Christmas Is You. Sealed, typically those are on red or white vinyl. It is $29.99. Susie Q on Willie Nelson. These are definitely sticker price. Yeah, these are new arrivals, sticker price. I have a feeling we might can sell everything in here. Now that's what I call R&B Christmas. Sealed, clear vinyl, $24.99. Elvis sings Christmas songs. Blue Christmas, White Christmas, I'll Be Home for Christmas. EX, $17.99. That's a German press as well. Travis on All I Want for Christmas Is You. The Beach Boys Christmas album, 75 US Jacksonville. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. The Beach Boys. And Art Garfunkel and Amy Grant. The Animals Christmas by Jimmy Webb. VG Plus, $9.99. Guy Shard on Dean Martin. Wow, we did almost sell everything in there. All right, that means Dead Kennedys is sold with that rare poster. Awesome. And Dead Kennedys is sold to Ivan R. for $190. Hammer of Justice has been dropped. And now the Ramones is sold to David Smith. I never did hear back from Michael Thrower on that one. That's okay. And this is sold. Let me confirm that bid. It's way up here, too. We still got more stuff to run. David Smith has that for $80, okay? And then Black Flag, Rob Fordham has it for $135. Going once, going twice. JK says he's done. Rob, it's looking very good, okay? Laura says if someone buys those last albums, she'll make you a custom Laura sticky note. You just got to say, I'll take the rest of the crate. That's all you got to do. She's putting that up there as an offer. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and run Anti-Nowhere League. I hadn't put up any of these yet. And let's do the 101ers, okay? The 101ers. First thing we're going to do is Melissa Bailey says she'll take Now. Now that makes the bundle for somebody even easier. That means you're going to have to buy Art Garfunkel, Beach Boys, Elvis, and Smokey Robinson. Sounds like a good deal to me. Get a free work of art. This isn't some willy-nilly thing we hand out. We're talking about an official, real Laura Crate Hype sticker. All you got to do is buy the rest of the crate. Right now it adds up to 10, 33, 33, 20, 53, minus 2 is 51, and 20 is 71. 71. 71. Charles, if you don't want them, Michael Rudolph does. And then Tom Sullivan. Here is the 101ers. Elgin Avenue Breakdown. A 1981 UK OG. Joe Strummer from The Clash is lead vocals and rhythm guitar for this band. And it is near mint minus. A spanking copy. A spanking copy. Nice. It's got a flip back cover. You can tell it's from the UK. A flip back cover. A $35 start. Craig, that's the fastest bid I've ever seen you place on something. There's that. Okay. Black Flag, let's take it off the table. And Black Flag is sold to JK for $131. JK for $131. Excuse me. I missaid that. Rob Fordham, $135. Rob Fordham, $135. Rob Fordham, $135. Next, the Anti-Nowhere League. I Hate People, Let's Break the Law. Shrink and Hype, a 1982 USOG EX, a $20 start. Never seen that before. Never had that before. Okay? And then Charles Siebert, you just say sold or pass on the bundle. Or not really a bundle, just whatever's left. Okay? And if not, they'll be sold to Michael Rudolph. And then we'll figure out the Laura sticker. Okay? Let's get back. I still got new vinyl, and we still got Hatchet Ed crates. My gracious, what a night. Holy moly. Anti-Nowhere 101ers up for bid. When I come back, I'm actually going to, we've kind of neglected the metal bin. There's not a whole lot left, but there's still some stuff over here. I was going to try to knock out the punk stuff first while everybody is watching and on, just so they don't miss anything. And I've pretty much blocked myself in. I can't even get back over here to these crates. Man, that's a heck of a fly. Get out of here, shoe fly. It's one of those giant flies. That thing almost looked like it was radioactive. Okay, let's go ahead and... Laura, I think some of this stuff may be stuff you ordered. Let me pull them out then and make sure there's nothing you want, and then we can show them if you want to. There's these. Rudolph. I ordered that. I ordered some Christmas stuff too. Me and Laura must be on the same wavelength. I think it's because somebody, I think because they, somebody asked for, I guess, the Barnetts and Vladarcheks, and I was like, ah. I ordered that. I ordered those. I ordered that. Those. I ordered that. I ordered that. I ordered that. Okay. Yeah, there's a few things up here, Laura. There's 6 records, 3 different titles, I think. And I think I ordered everything else. I don't recognize this one, but it has somebody's name on it already, so it must have been a special order. And yeah. And now I've been squatted down, and I honestly don't know if I can stand back up. Here we go. Oh, there we go. By the way, one of these collections had a bunch of puzzles in it. And I think I got my mom to dust them off and get them ready. And here we go. Sorry, it's hard to navigate around here. Vintage metal. Yeah, I still got 15 or 20 over here still. Yep. All right. All right, so up at the top, sorry, I'm out of breath. All right, so Michael Rudolph did get those last rec. Tag all these to Michael Rudolph. Okay, so thank you, Michael. Christmas crate was sold out. That will include a Laura sticker. And how big is this punk collection? I've got to have a talk with Paul. Okay, there's 2 or 3 things people's been asking me. Where did these come from? Who owned them? How much is there? What titles are there? Where did they come from? Who owned them? What condition are they in? And I've been having a lot of requests. And I honestly, unless Laura knows, I can't answer either. I don't know where they bought these. I don't know who owned them. I know some people that they bought from. I know one of them, he was a customer. He sold off some of his collection. But I honestly don't know where it stayed, who owned them, how much. I don't know. But he is going to Texas on Sunday. Do y'all remember the big Texas punk collection we got? The big Texas punk collection? That guy reached back out to us, and he had a friend that has a collection, and Paul's leaving for Texas on Sunday to go buy more. Okay, so there's more in Texas we're about to go get as well. 101ers, $40. Anti-Nowhere League 20, 20, 32. We've already sold Darkness. Anti-40. We're at the bottom. Nobody else bid on 101ers, and this is sold to Craig for $40. Nice. Okay. Sold to Craig for $40. That's done. That is sold. And now the Anti-Nowhere League. The last bid on the Anti-Nowhere League, the last bid was Tony Swanson at 40. Tony Swanson has this for 40. There's that. Let's put up some new auctions. The next auction I have is going to go up for bid right now. It's Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is an 82 USOG Terre Haute. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Anti-Nowhere has a bid for $41. Next thing we have is this. We have a Blondie MoFi. Wow. Blondie MoFi Parallel Lines. A classic album out of print through Mobile Fidelity. Near mint minus an 81 with the insert. $55 start. There it is. Now, new vinyl, never shown, new arrivals and restocks. The Golden Doors. This is actually new for today. They came in on Monday. We already sold out. We already tagged them all. It was a huge pre-order. And then I think there was one person on a waiting list. This is a Doors compilation that was only released in Japan. And let me see if I can find it. Maybe there wasn't. There is no waiting list. No, unless I have it under The Doors, which would be weird if my spreadsheet did that. No. So this is available. It's on purple vinyl. It's called Golden Doors Volume 2. $29.99 on The Doors. Anti-Nowhere League is at $41.46. Judas Priest has an opening bid of $20, and Blondie has a bid for $55. Next is Pink Floyd Live at Nebworth 1990. Pink Floyd is a 2LP, 45 RPM with 16-page book. Pink Floyd is $49.99. Live at Nebworth. Also, Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $24.99. Now Judas Priest 25. Anti-Nowhere League 46. That means the record guy, you're out. And now Blondie just has one bid with Jerry Rock, a MoFi title, for $55. And I wonder if Christopher Dean's watching, because I have had a couple people ask me about MoFis. That's the first one I've seen, and I didn't even really pay attention that that was actually a MoFi title until righty now. So there's that. Okay, Juanita. And we've been selling a lot of Pink Floyd lately, especially live albums. I haven't had this one in a while. Live at Nebworth. Pink Floyd Live at Nebworth. And that is a 45 RPM. And that's an amazing sounding concert. 1990. They open up with Shine On You Crazy Diamond. Great Gig in the Sky. Wow. Wish You Were Here. Sorrow. Money. Comfortably Numb. Run Like Hell. Fantastic. Juanita gets that one. There's one left. How about the Suicidal Tendencies? You know, it is Punk Night. Lights, Camera, Revolution. There's Robert Trujillo from Metallica and Ozzy and a lot of other stuff. $39.99. And we have Judge, Bringing It Down. Judge is $34.99. And Tesla, 5-man London Jam, 2LP, Tesla. Really the only thing in print from Tesla as far as a full-length album, that's it. Tesla, you cannot get anything else. No Mechanical Resonance, no Psychotic Supper. Nothing else is in print. Judas Priest has a new bid for $30. I want to make sure that he's done on Anti. We're about to sell that. Suicidal Tendencies is sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. Lights, Camera, Revolution. Here's a new Analog Rhino Reserve. Tim Buckley, Happy Sad. And that is one I missed the pre-order of. I didn't realize it was going to be a Rhino Reserve. That is the original Analog Master cut by Chris Bellman, Tim Buckley. Also, pretty tough album to get. We'll get them occasionally. We'll get a lot of Tim Buckley, but not this one. $38.99. Blondie has a new bid for $56. So that means, Jerry Rock, you were outbid. Another Poison Idea, Feel the Darkness. Poison Idea. This is $34.99. It's a 2LP. Tim Buckley is sold to Rob Fordham. Rhino Reserve, all analog. Now Judas Priest is at $35. The Anti-Nowhere League, though, can be sold to Tom Sullivan for $46. Priest is still getting bids, and now Blondie. Tesla is a double LP gatefold, $39.99. There's another Poison Idea. And now our next auction is going to be, let's do one of the, this is Public Image. Yes. Yep. Public Image Limited, or LTD. An 81 US Jacksonville original. Just a $20 start. The Flowers of Romance. Wow. Don't get these too often. It's a top loader jacket. It looks like it has an original inner sleeve with it. It does. And that is Public Image Limited. Just a $20 start. $20 start on that. Now we have Judas Priest at $35. Blondie at $57. Tom Sullivan gets the other Tim Buckley. So one sold to Rob, one sold to Tom Sullivan. Blondie $59. Judas Priest $45. One copy of Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. There he is, $36.99. Learning to Fly, wow, $36. Tom Petty just sounds so much better when it's on vinyl. Turned up, the crisp sound of the needle drop, and then going and right into Learning to Fly. I'm learning to fly. Super Drag, part of that Elektra anniversary celebration. Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours, the critically acclaimed 90s alternative rock classic featuring the breakout hit Sucked Out, pressed on baby pink vinyl. That's new, or relatively new, $33.99. The last bid on Judas Priest was Michael Hamburger at $45. Public Image is at $25. Michael Thurber bid $25 first. And now the Blondie MoFi is at $62. ZZ Top, live in Germany, 1980, a 2LP, $34.99. Now, let me tell you something about this record before we have some returns on it. This is a bizarre pressing. It's not labeled unless they've updated them. No, they didn't update them. I actually sent an email to my distributor and said, hey, you might want to reach out to them and let them know. One disc plays at a 33 and one disc plays at a 45. And we thought we had defective records. And I remember when we first started ordering these, and we were getting returns, and Ed was getting messages, or maybe, I don't know if that was even when Ed was working here. And I was like, what is going on? And we finally figured it out. I think that's Doug put it on, and we figured it out. One disc plays at a 33, and one disc plays at a 45. Unless they've changed it. And I was like, what a bizarre thing to do. I guess some of these are, I don't know how way, or maybe it's one side 33 and one side's it's a weird record. $34.99. So that's ZZ Top. But just so you know, and it's not labeled. It doesn't say on the label. It doesn't say on the jacket. So you'll just have to kind of experiment. Okay. I think we're done on Judas Priest, so I'll go ahead and sell that one to Michael Hamburger for $45. I do see questions on Blondie, and I do see some questions on Public Image. So let's go back to those right quick. First thing is Public Image and Blondie. So Blondie was at 60. Public Image was at 25. Blondie 62. Blondie 65. Blondie 67. Scott Markheim wants a ZZ Top. How much was Judge? Bringing it down was 34 on Judge. And then Blondie 70. Michael Wood got a Tesla, and Edwin Riviera on ZZ Top. Okay, so keep in mind, y'all have to do some experimentation. One plays at a 33 and one plays at a 45. Okay, so over here, Blondie, a MoFi pressing, out of print from 1981, near mint with the insert. Jerry Rock just bid 70. Over here is Public Image Limited, a 1981 OG, The Flowers of Romance. And the last bid that came in on this, a bizarre auction. So we have not gotten out from Chris Bryant. We have not gotten out from Dustin Hodges. And then John Howard hadn't said anything. And I'm surprised, John Howard, you hadn't said anything, because actually your bid came in first at 25. So the bids are 25, John Howard, 25, Michael Thrower, Dustin bid 20, and Chris bid 20. And since then, there has been no activity. So we have 4 active bidders. It's at a stalemate. It's at a stalemate. Kevin J. Reitz wants the other Tesla. And now Rob Davis on the judge. Blondie has a new bid for 72 and another bid for 72. I got to hear back from 3 people very quickly on PIL. Okay? Next is Devo. Tonight's been an epic night. Tonight's been an epic night. Nothing but punk and metal auctions, and I'm talking about rare punk stuff. We have had some insane stuff we won't see again for a while, some of these. I don't ever remember seeing this record. Since we've been selling records, history of Colectco, it's not really all that rare, but I've just never had it. Isn't that amazing? All these albums, trailer loads, boxes. Never had that before. Same thing for this. Now, it can be told, Devo at the Palace, December 9th, 1988. Devo is a 1989. This is actually OG, not a bootleg. When I first saw it, I thought it was a bootleg. Never had this before. And look at this etching on it. How cool is that? I don't know if y'all can see that. It's got like drawings and autographs on it. There's the Devo, You Must Whip It. See that? Look how cool that is. 89 OG, near mint, a $35 start. Devo is now up for bid. Okay? Over here, Blondie, 75, now 80. Public Image Limited is at 30 with Michael Thrower. He did bid $30. Super Drag is $33.99. Korn Issues. Korn's a 2LP, $33.99. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Spin Doctors is $38.99. Music on Vinyl Press. In front of that is The Killers Direct Hits. The Killers, that's a 2LP, $44.99. Smile Like You Mean It. Somebody Told Me that da-da-dun-dun-dun. Mr. Brightside. All these things that I've done. What a great song. When You Were Young, whoa. Read My Mind. So many great songs on there. The Killers. That's a double LP, 44. And they pretty much put their 5 best songs all in a row to start out the album. It's a great compilation. I have that myself. I have this in my collection. I have Korn, just because I don't think I'll ever keep an OG. I'll probably sell them, but I have that. I definitely have Tom Petty, this reissue and an OG. And I have Pink Floyd. And if nobody buys one of these Doors before the end of the night, I'm probably going to keep that. That's so far what I have in my collection there. Next is Jim Davis on Super Drag. That's new from Elektra Anniversary. Rebecca on The Killers. And PIL. So now I need to hear back from a few people. Again, Michael Thrower still has it for $30. Blondie is at 85 with Brent. And now Devo, 35, 40, 45, now 48. We have the Interrupters in the Wild. This was a special request from David Smith. David, you must have told Ed or Laura to order this. Now it's sold to you for $29.99. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. We can get that ordered for you. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. $29.99. What have we done here? Didn't mean for this to happen. You've got to be kidding me. Wow. Oh, I'm having to pop my... I'm going to have to go see a doctor after this. Somehow, a NoFX record has made an appearance. Don't ask me how or why, but here it is. It's Punk and Drublick. Punk and Drublick. Now, these have like Ed noticed, they have very light creases up here in the corners, okay? He made me a note to point that out. They have a very light crease. It's not too noticeable on the front, especially if you're going to leave it in the shrink, but just so y'all know, okay? Now, let's go back up the top. And when I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell Brant Blondie for $85. Devo had bids for $50, $50, $55. And then Joseph Ellis, I'm going to give you a no FX unless you say otherwise. And then we're going to give one to Jerry Stone unless he says otherwise. Devo's at 60. And Devo is at 62. And Devo's at 65. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Well, I'm at the bottom, and Blondie is going to sold to Brent Robley. One way or another, Brent's going to buy this. He's going to get it, and that's sold to Brent for $85. Public Image, what a bizarre auction. I bet there was like 9 bids, and somehow it only sold for $30 to Michael Thrower. That was a very bizarre auction. There was like 5 or 6 consecutive ties, and no one really said out. One person did. A bizarre, strange auction. This is sold for $30 to Michael Thrower. It's like almost everybody was afraid to bid. That's sold to Michael Thrower. They was afraid to bid on that one. That's sold for $30 to Michael Thrower. What a bizarre, unusual set of circumstances that thing was under. Sold for $30. And now Devo's at 66 with Kevin J. Reitz. Let's put Autumn Betts on a no FX. Eden Riviera needs to put back ZZ Top, no problem. Live in Germany, a 2 LP, a 33 and a 45 RPM, $34.99. Next auction is Dead Kennedys. Wow. Oh my gosh, this is real and it's near mint. It's an 81 UK, our what? 5th consecutive Dead Kennedys OG album, near mint minus, a $35 start. Near mint, In God We Trust, $35 start, okay? Tom Petty, Mojo, red vinyl. This one has a bent corner. This one's fine. No, this one has a bent corner too. Mojo, $39.99, bent corners, $39.99. Joseph Ellis is passing no FX to Autumn, okay? So Jerry Stone got a no FX and then Autumn, okay? Put back Joseph Ellis. I have 0 no FX left, yeah. For those that don't know, I guess GMB's not watching. He probably would have said something. So about over a year ago, we got a collection. This guy had every no FX record ever manufactured. And if you know anything about no FX, if you start collecting their singles, you could probably fill up. I mean, he literally had like a shelf just full of no FX stuff, like row after row. It took us weeks and months, and we finally sold everything. And a couple people bought almost everything. One guy was Jim B, and he's the reason he started seeing all these no FX records, and he was like, what the heck's going on? And some of them are pretty rare. Some of them are very limited edition. Some of them you can't even find on Discogs. We had pretty much everything they ever made. One guy had collected everything. And so we make a big deal out of it. I actually don't order much no FX just for that reason. But when I do, I make a big deal out of it. Okay, Tom Petty. The reason I ordered this is because we have an OG sealed copy still on Discogs. The cheapest copy for sale in America. If anybody, or in the world, I think, if anybody's interested. Just saying, it's pressed at Palace too. Oh no, more, yeah, we got some damaged stuff here. See, bent corners, bent corners, bent corners, bent corners, bent corners. I'm going to show this stuff, but it's damaged. It's damaged. So it's got bent corners. I mean, you can buy it, or we're going to try to send it back or maybe get a credit for it. So there was a waiting list for Love too. Let me look up Love on our, let's see if the person who's on a waiting list is watching. And then we need to get back to finishing up these auctions before it gets too late, because there's still some crazy stuff to run. The waiting list for Love was Bob Riger. Bob, are you watching? I don't know if he'll want one of these or not. if you flatten it out, it's still kind of wrinkled. That one's not too bad, but they're bent. It's die cut. It's a new release, okay? It's a new release. And then, Danny, we got two Mojos. This one has a bent corner, and this one has a ding corner. If you're okay with that, let me know. Same price for right now. And then Devo is sold to Kevin J. Reeds for $66. There's that. And then Dead Kennedys. Does this not have a bid yet? Does this not have a bid? It does. There we go. Michael Thrower, $75. David Smith, you're out. Okay? Over here, Jerry Stone says put back. No FX. So now there's a no FX left. This has a minute corner crease. I'm talking about like, this is just a light ding. There's one left now. Jerry's putting his back. So Joseph put his back. Jerry put his back. And that was no FX. $29.99. Tom Petty is $39.99. Danny says give him this ding right here. Okay? That's so to Danny. Done. Red vinyl. Dead Kennedy's still getting bids. I'm going to show the other ding corners. The first thing I have is, let's do this Ramones Record Store Day. 2019 Record Store Day. $35 start. Available on vinyl for the first time. Live at the Palladium, New York, 1979, New Year's Eve. Available for the first time. Limited and numbered. The Ramones, Dead Kennedys. And then Scott Dwallow said, what? He must have asked them, are you at a no FX? And then he said, can you order? Did you see me ask about order? I don't see anything. Your comments say, are you out of no FX? And then there's nothing else until your most recent one I just read. And then Clash. Scott does want no FX. What did you ask me to order? And now the Clash. Yes, let's do that. Live at Mont de Marsan. Mont de Marsan. The Clash is a bootleg unofficial. Wow, it's sealed. And it's on mystery colored vinyl. It's sealed on mystery colored vinyl. It is sealed on mystery colored vinyl. It is a $35 start. Recorded live at Mont de Marsan in Nouvelle-en-Aquitaine, France. That was my best French, okay? $35 start. Okay? Clash live at Mont de Mars. And I thought it was a mark. There is a hair, or what appears to be a hair, underneath the shrink wrap. Or it's a fiber of vinyl. It actually could be a fiber from the vinyl. That's what it looks more like. But buyer beware. There's either a 50-year-old hair underneath the shrink wrap, or that's one of the vinyl strands from the edge of a disc. I don't know if I can give you some of this. Some of the bootlegs aren't cut too well. I was going to show you an example. You know, sometimes there's like little strands of vinyl. It's one or two. It feels very. It doesn't feel like a hair. I think it's a scrap of vinyl, but it could be a hair. It looks like a hair now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, it kind of looks like a hair. Wow, that's been underneath that shrink wrap for a long time. That's a 50-year-old piece of hair. That might be Joe Strummer's. Okay, let's go. But it also kind of resembles like a where they don't cut the vinyl too well. Okay, so Scott Dwallow on no FX. Hold on a minute. Okay, so Dead Kennedys 80. Dead Kennedys 80. Dead Kennedys 90. And Ramones 30. Scott Dwallow got the no FX that Jerry put back. Michael Rudolph, do you want on a waiting list? Okay. Clash is at 45. David Smith's out on the Dead Kennedys. That's a final call to Michael Thrower for $90. Clash 45. Clash is at 50. And then Clash 55. Danny said, that was worse than I thought. Give me the best of the two. If I was going to pick one out from over here, I would buy this one right here. This one with the bent corner. Okay? I'll show it to you one more time. That's the best looking one. I mean, they're both dinged, but from the front and back, that's the best looking one. That one is still available if anybody wants it. Okay? Clash 55, Clash 60. What is the Dead Kennedys? No waiting list for Michael Rudolph. And now the Dead Kennedys still getting bids. Okay? Now, the first thing we're going to do is show the Dead Kennedys In God We Trust. It's still getting bids, and plus John Kaiser just asked about it. An 81 UK OG, it is near mint. 81 UK OG, near mint. It just got a new bid for $93. Right next to that is the Ramones. Michael Freiberger has this for $38. It's a 2019 Record Store Day, live, 1979. And then the Clash bootleg, which is sealed. It will be on colored vinyl if you open it. Rebecca has it for $60. Sorry, I keep smacking the camera. Now, this next record also has corner dings. Bad Brains. Bad Brains have corner dings. This is Bad Brains' debut album. Remastered, $33.99. Corner dings, just FYI. I only have two. They're both corner dinged. And so is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The TV special Burl Ives. They also have light corner dings. Those are $33. And Tom Petty. We've already sold one. No, there's one still left in here. So if you want a Tom Petty, there's still a nice one. And then this one has a minor corner smush on it too. Very unfortunate. It happens though. It happens. Everybody, they pack, usually these distributors, they pack stuff very well. They have to. They have to. But every once in a while, you'll get a bad package. You know, something dropped really hard on its corner. Shock waves. Pow. Slow motion. It would be a horrible sight. Susie on Rudolph. Okay? Tom Petty's $36.99. Dead Kennedy's Michael's out. MT Matt, that $93 bid might do it. They're still bidding on the Ramones, and Rebecca gets the Clash, and that's sold for $60. And let's run through the crate again. Let's run through that crate again. Oh, man, we've had so much great new stuff come in tonight. We're not even done. We still got a whole nother Hatchet Ed crate. Rudolph is $33 with corner bump. Okay? And let's go ahead and put this up right here. Let's put up our next auction. And this is coming out of nowhere. Coming out of absolute nowhere. An OG Metallica Garage Days Revisited. An 87 USOG EP SRC pressing. It has the Electra inner sleeve. VG Plus or better. OG Metallica, $35 start. Okay? And then Jackie wants to put back Charlie Brown Christmas. We almost sold every Christmas record. That was in the previous crate, right? I don't think I still have that over here next to me. I don't. Let me go dig that out right quick. Okay, and then let's breeze through these one more time, and then I think we have another Hatchet Ed crate to show. Wow. What time is it? 10:42? Chad needs some peanut butter and bread or something. I'm getting a little famished. We're getting a little hungry. Let me find that Charlie Brown for her. Oh, my knees just popped like a son of a gun. Oh, I'm sure you have several. I probably have sold 7 different Charlie Brown records to people, I'd say, since I've been doing this. Between OGs, different colors, different variants, audio. They even make this Analog Productions, don't they? This is available if anybody wants it, $24.99. $24.99. Charlie Brown, that's available. Okay. All right, now let's go ahead and sell the Dead Kennedys to MT Matt for $93. The Ramones is at $47, and Metallica has one bid for $35. And let's introduce some new auctions. I'll go ahead and add one more item. OG Metallica for $35. Don't say that too often. Next is the Runaways live in Japan. A 1977 Canadian OG with the insert, no condition notes, a $35 start. The Runaways live in Japan. It has this insert, gatefold jacket, which is a pretty incredible cover. $35 start on the Runaways. I wonder what the track listing on the Peanuts Christmas is. Give me 1 second. Golden Doors. This is available for the first time in the United States. The Doors original 1970 Japanese compilation. Purple vinyl, $29.99. Pink Floyd live at Nebworth. A 2 LP 45 RPM with 16-page book, $49.99. Power Trip. Nightmare Logic, $24.99. Suicidal Tendencies Lights, Camera, Revolution, $39.99. Poison Idea, Feel the Darkness, Poison Idea, 2 LP gatefold, $34.99. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99. Super Drag plays Regretfully Yours, baby pink vinyl, $33.99. The last bill of Ramones was $48 and then $50. Metallica, $37, now $40. Any special notes on the ST album? ST album? Suicidal? No, it's just black vinyl, music on vinyl press for $38.39. Terry Gerhardt does get the Tom Petty. Now I have one left, but it has a light corner bump on it. Korn Issues, a 2 LP, $33. Spin Doctors is $38. Pink Floyd is an official release, yes. That's an official Pink Floyd release, yes. Runaways is a $35 start. Somebody just bid it. The Killers Direct Hits is a 2 LP, $44. ZZ Top Live in Germany is $34. Love, the Electra singles. I'm assuming Bob Riger's not watching. He was on a waiting list. Unfortunately, though, these have corner bumps on them. This one here is not bad. I might go ahead and tag him for this one, and then we'll send him a picture of it. This one right here. He was on a waiting list for that. Let's do that. If somebody can do that for me. Or actually, I'll go ahead and snap a picture right now, and then I can send it to him. Unless, Bob, you're back on the feed. All right, because I don't want to forget about his waiting list. That one's pretty bad, but it's not terrible. Tom Petty Mojo, it has a ding corner. It's on red vinyl, $39. Bad Brains have ding corners, $33. Rudolph, same price, ding corner. And Tom Petty, just like a crease almost, $36. Metallica, $42. Runaways, $36. And Ramones, $54. All right, let's bring over the other Hatchet Ed crate. Let's see what's over here in it. Let me move some stuff around. And at some point tonight, man, John has... This is what happens when 9 crates of new stuff comes up. There's still 3 vintage crates over here from John that probably need to be gone through best offer. Oh, and I've got a Blue Million miscellaneous items too. Let me go ahead and show y'all these right here. And last night we finally brought out the Aussie Ducks and did the waiting list. And we actually had a couple extra. Nobody claimed them until almost the show was over. But here's a really cool item because I know we have some David Bowie fans. This is from Weta Workshops, or Weta, Weta, I'll call it Weta though. This is the Lambert David Bowie figure, very cool. That is $39.99, excuse me, $39.99 for that. That's new, David Bowie figure from Lambert. And then y'all asked and you shall receive. You ask and you shall receive. The other duck, there's Lemmy. And guess what? He's holding a bottle of Jack Daniels. There's the Lemmy duck. We sold out of Aussie, of course. And then there is Motorhead. Lemmy, Rubber Ducky, and he's holding a bottle of Jack Daniels, it looks like. I've got 3 of those. Weta, that's what I thought. They got the long A vowel sounds over the thing, though. So there's those. And now let me step back over here and grab this crate. Vlodder checks coming in on the Bowie. I knew there would be at least one. And let me crab walk over here to get this Hatchet Ed crate. I think I got some more miscellaneous stuff that didn't come in either. Let me put this here. All records in this, okay. And then Hatchet Ed. Let's see what we got in here. Nice. Oh yeah, y'all gonna like this one. Wow, some of the stuff I hadn't seen in a while, so that's both concerning and good. And let's get this over here a little bit closer and see what we got going on. Just like Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Hatchet Ed crate coming out. Nice, let's do it. The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Runaways, 42. Metallica, 45. So Runaways, 45. Metallica, 45. And Ramones. The last bit on the Ramones was 55 with Kevin J. Reitz. Wow, the Ramones Record Store Day release is outpacing OG Metallica and OG Runaways. I find that surprising. We first are going to go ahead and tag this to Vladarchek, the David Bowie figure. And I have one more if anybody else wants one. And I got Susie Q on the Lemmy Duck. And I have 2 Lemmy Ducks left if anybody else wants one there. About to go through a Hatchet Ed crate. And Chad's also about to go grab a quick snack before I get famished. Or I am famished, before I get more famished. Famishter. Look at all these wait lists over here. Tanner's got wait lists everywhere. Big Friday night we've had here. Wow. Amazing stuff. I'm going to leave that screen up for 1 second. Final call on all those auctions. Let me step up here right quick. Into the great wide open. Anybody else got Tom Petty stuck in their head now? I do. I do. But we grab a Slim Jim here. Let's grab a couple of them. Wow, 70 in a pack. That's enough for 2 days. Quick bag of tater chips. Slim Jims, tater chips. What about a quick Diet Coke? Diet Coke. I'm kind of uncomfortable. I got to eat something. If not, I'm going to be like in slow-mo Chad. And a bottle of water to finish it off. Let's see what's going on with these auctions, though. I think we're done on the Ramones. I got to clean this place up. I say that every night, and then I make a mess. All right. Lemmy Duck is $24.99. All right, let's see what's going on over here. So, Ramones. Sold to Kevin J. Reach for $55. Okay? The last bid that came in on Metallica was Randy Klein at $46. Empty Matt, you were outbid. Randy Klein has this for $46. And then the Runaways is with Michael Herrera at $48. Chad's Bernie's been looking for you. Who is Bernie and why is he looking for me? Who is Bernie and why is he looking for me? Oh, you're talking about the Bernie guy. Yeah, I actually sent that comment earlier. Is he on the chat right now? Oh, I thought he was on the chat. I was about to say, that would be a miracle. I don't know who that guy is. It halfway makes me mad. Because I think he's just messing with us at this point. But if he's real and he can buy all the stuff and pay for it that he wants to, then which post was that on? Yeah. I'd like to join. How do I get involved with this? I see plenty of albums. I like to make offers. This dude buys stuff on every post, and I said, I don't want to sound like a jerk, but I've asked you dozens of times to message Coletco of your information, and you have not done that. Until you do, you can't purchase anything. I can't make it any more simpler. Sorry. I was like, dude, and if you're out there, Bernie, I would love to sell you records. He comments, he watches every flip video and buys a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, okay. We don't pull anything for him, though. We don't tag it. I'm like, okay. All you got to do is click on that and message our page, and I'll sell you everything. If you can pay for it, I mean, he's probably claimed 5 records on average out of every post, and he never replies to my replies. And I'm like, Bernie, come on, man. Just message the page. And then Karen, she said, see you Saturday, because she thinks it's metal and punk night. And I replied to Karen, I said, you've missed out on hundreds of Beatles records. I told Karen, I said, you've missed out on hundreds of Beatles records. Okay, I think we're done. Metallica was with King Fluffy at $50. That's a final call. And then the Runaways, the last bid on the Runaways was John Kaiser at $50. And he outbid Michael Herrera, and he's out. John, that's so do you. And we're about to put up new stuff. Sorry, I'm on a quick snack break right now. I had to eat something. I was getting pretty much just uncomfortable. My stomach was starting to hurt. My head was starting to hurt. It's that time of night. I'm trying to keep the action going, though. Okay, Metallica. Sold. King Fluffy 79 for $50. Seems like a great price. OG Metallica sold. All right, let's put that away. And now we have the Anti-Nowhere League. Last few punk auctions of the night and a few surprise medals to end the night as well. We're about to go through a Hatchet Ed crate of new sealed stuff. And then we got John, new arrival. We'll at least go through one buy it now best offer. An 82 UK OG. It's a first press uncensored lyrics on track A2. Uncensored first press. We Are the League. EX condition. Anti-Nowhere League, a $35 start. No condition notes. First press. Uncensored. Next is Wendy O. Williams. Excuse me. This is called F and Roll, as in F-U-C-K. Wendy O. Williams is a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive. Side B was left intentionally blank, so there's just music on one side. EX, a $20 start. Pink Floyd has no damage, and I still have it available. Yes, no damage on Pink Floyd and still available. So sell that to Jetstream. Thank you, Jetstream. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. Both auctions already have bids. Thank you for letting me take a quick time out. I'm not done yet, though. One of the best rounds of golf I ever played. I'm done eating now, by the way, so thank you. But one of the best rounds of golf I ever played was in a high school match. And I think I was like on the first hole, second fairway, first fairway. I was hungry. I didn't really eat before the match, but I brought snacks to eat while I was playing. And I ate like 5 of those mini Slim Jims, like on one fairway. And it turned around my game. I mean, I was only through like 1 or 2 holes, but it was like the best golf I ever played. I was like, wow, it may be something in these Slim Jims. So I try to buy Slim Jims now every time before I go play golf. They hadn't worked that well since then, but that was a memorable day. I think I shot we only played 9 holes in high school. I think I shot 1 over, which was at that time the best I'd shot on 9 holes in a high school match. Skid Row, $33.99. Skid Row, $33.99. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Everything in here was either not paid for or put back. Please make sure you pay your bills. Otherwise, you're going to get the Hatchet from Ed. Non-payers, overdue invoices, and irresponsible rockless claims. That's $33.99. We have Pinup Girls, not easy to get. This is sealed, but it's already come open. It's starting to open up a little bit on the side. Pinup Girls is $24.99. Anti-Nowheres at $41. Chris is out. Robert has Wendy O. Williams, F and Roll, F-U-C-K and Roll. That's a final call for just $20 to Robert Warner. Wow. Justin Timberlake, Future Sex Love Sounds. I'm bringing Sexy back, $33.99. John Williams conducts John Williams Star Wars Trilogy. May the 4th be with you edition. 1,000 numbered copies on blue vinyl. $46.99. Really cool refractor cover. And that's from that special run they did, May the 4th be with you. And I think that was May 4th, I think was on a Friday, and that's when that come out. Next is Lynyrd Skynyrd, Live at the Ryman. That's a 2LP gold vinyl. $44.99 for Lynyrd Skynyrd, Live at the Ryman. And the Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. That's a Vinyl Me Please, all analog lacquer cut by Chris Bellman on Noonday Sun colored vinyl. Grateful Dead, $34.99. Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. That is an all analog lacquer cut by Ryan Smith on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl. Dolly's $34.99. And U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. Limited edition red vinyl. This is with 16-page book, $29.99. Robert's picking up the Grateful Dead. James Young on Lynyrd Skynyrd. And Wendy O. Williams is sold to Robert Warner for just $20. Wow. And then Travis Woods on U2. Great Hatchet Ed crate so far. Tony Swanson, you're outbid on the Anti-Nowhere League. John Kaiser did get a bid in for $42. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Metallica, Kill 'Em All. It is a 2014 EX with the insert, Jump in the Fire, Hit the Lights. That's now up for bid, $25 start. The Prodigy, Their Law. This is a Prodigy singles compilation, 1990 to 2005. That's a 2LP, $39.99 on the Prodigy. Also, Run DMC, Tougher Than Leather, a 35th anniversary, lacquers cut by Barry Grant at Air Mastering, and that's a Vinyl Me Please on white and stripe colored vinyl, $34.99 on Run DMC. And there's one of our best-selling vinyl plays of all time, Jailbreak, orange vinyl, an amazing sounding record, remastered, $34.99. Our next auction is Public Image Limited. PIL, Public Image Limited, is a 1987 UK reissue. It is an EX. It does have a seam split at the top. The jacket, other than that, we'll have to call it VG, but not a lot of wear. Gatefold jacket, $30 start on that. Tom Sullivan on Prodigy, that's sold to Tom Sullivan. Anti-Nowhere League is at 42 with John Kaiser. Tony Swanson, if you're out there, it's a final call to him. The Cramps, Smell a Female. The Cramps is $24.99. And Bullet Boys, Acid Monkey. Bullet Boys is on opaque red vinyl, $34.99 on Bullet Boys, Acid Monkey. Also, Breaking Benjamin, Ember. Breaking Benjamin is $29.99. And Pearl Jam, Unplugged. That's an unofficial. It's a 2 LP on red vinyl. Probably one of our best-selling unofficial titles. At Home, drawing pictures of mountaintops with him on top. Lemon Yellow Sun. Great version of Jeremy on there. I'm going to drink some Diet Coke right quick. Hitting the hard stuff tonight. Pearl Jam is $39.99. It's on red vinyl. Now, the official is an abridged version. They have never officially released the full MTV broadcast on vinyl. There was a Record Store Day version that's going to set you back $100 plus, and it's not even the full concert. This is actually the full MTV show and bonus tracks. There's some stuff on there, too, that's not from MTV. Curtis Marachi on Bullet Boys and Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. All right, well, unfortunately, I lost Tony Swanson. So, John Kaiser, you get Anti-Nowhere League for $42. Metallica doesn't have a bid yet. It's a reissue for $25 start, and no one's bid on PIL. I can tell it's getting late. Metallica and Public Image Limited with no bids. I can tell it's 11:05, but it is Friday night. Everybody should be on and watching. Everybody should be on and watching. Next thing we have is Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight, $33.99. What Have I Done? That's on there. And then there is a reissue of Wendy O. Williams, just $29.99. We just sold an OG not too long ago. And there's Plasmatics, New Hope for the Wretched, $29. Those prices are looking pretty tempting based on what we sold OGs for, I'm sure, if you were watching earlier. This is really the only one in the whole bin I didn't truly recognize. So let's put it up. State, All Wrong. State is a 2006 USOG. It's a hardcore punk album. It's a $20 start. Public Image Limited is a 1987 UK reissue, 87 UK, EX vinyl. It does have a seam split at the top. Looking for a $30 start. Metallica Will Sell. It has one bid for $25. In front of the Plasmatics was the Beastie Boys Kawasaki. And yes, these are $29.99. Haven't seen that in a while. Live in Japan, the Beastie Boys, $29.99. State has a bid with $25 and $23. Rebecca bid first at $25. Seether. This was the first time this was ever pressed to vinyl. Holding on to Strings, Better Left to Fray. Seether is $33.99. And Nice, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, the MoFi pressing. Numbered, 45 RPM, $59.99. That's so good. Danger Danger, music on vinyl, $39. And Green River Rehab Doll, $33. Kevin J. Reitz, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Metallica for $25. So Rebecca has stayed at $25. Chris Bryant, you're out. And we have filled up another crate over here. And let me swap those out right quick. And it's up to Chris. And somebody asked about PIL. There's no bids. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now here in just a second. Chad, any info on the Smashing Pumpkins Machina reissue for August? Let me know what you need to know. I will try to answer whatever you can tell me. Now, do you need release date? Do you need price? Do you need mastering info? Overall general info? Let me know. White Line, or excuse me. Yeah, White Line, and I just ordered more of these. The best of White Line, limited edition 1500, numbered on clear vinyl. $56.99. Nice. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. $36.99. And the newest remaster of Load, $39.99. I lost Chris Bryan on State, so let me go ahead and sell that to Rebecca for $25. And then nobody else bid on PIL. I'm going to make that a $30 buy it now. That's a buy it now for $30 on PIL. So let me put that over here. That's like one of the only no bids I've had tonight, it seems like. And Jeremy Bryant gets it for $30. That's so to Jeremy Bryant. I think that's the only thing I put up tonight that did not get a minimum bid. Was that one right there. And then here is Sham 69, The Game. Sham 69, The Game. And this is a 1980 UK OG Super Clean. A $35 start on Sham 69, The Game. Also, Motorhead, that is $39.99, the 50th anniversary of their debut. $39.99 on Motorhead. And then Dire Straits live on Telegraph Road. That's an unofficial yellow vinyl for $29. More Metallica Load. Tesla, that is another copy of 5-Man London Jam like we just had. And then Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $34.99. And U2, the best of U2, 1990 2000, $34.99 on that. All right, give me 1 second over here. Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing. All right. Copy link. Larry Underhill. Here's what I'll do for you, Larry. I just shared the link in the chat. Okay. And Smashing Pumpkins. That will take you to the pre-order. It comes out August 22nd at 25th Anniversary Edition. $44.99. Okay? It's going to be a 2 LP. That will take you to the pre-order. If anybody wants to join the group, just click on that link and we'll take care of you from there. Ken Crooker on Motorhead. I still got one left. And then price on U2. U2's a 2 LP. The best of 1990 to 2000. U2, $34.99. That is a Gatefold 2 LP, and that's technically on sale with that Runout distributor. Runout distributor means they have stuff a lot cheaper than typical MSRP. Nobody bid on Sham 69, The Game. Final call for a $35 start. And that pretty much obliterates all the advertised punk stuff, except for these last few, I think, technically tagged metal auctions. Let me close my laptop. I'm officially done with that for the night. Greg Preston wants U2. Okay, so let me do this. What time is it? Where's everybody at? What we got? Wow, we still got 220 people watching. Okay, great. So we still need to go through some stuff. What's everybody thinking? I need to hear from somebody. It's gotten really scary quiet all of a sudden. Ever since I paused for a brief second to grab a snack, I haven't heard back hardly from anybody. Do y'all want to see a new vinyl recap? Do you want to see New Vintage Arrival's best offer? New Vintage Arrival's best offer? Do we want to go back through the metal stuff? I'm gonna have to play cleanup anyway. I can't even hardly walk around. We have got into a pickle over here. So let me play a little cleanup. We'll get everybody's opinion. We got to get some participation. Whatever we're about to do, it's about to be great. Whatever we're about to do, it's about to be something great because we got to get to 8 crates tonight. We're at 6 crates. We just started on number 7. Yeah. And then Chad's going to go home and eat burritos and watch Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore 2, that is. But my mom made burritos tonight. We have had the largest restock of metal LPs tonight than we've had in a long time. And I still got 80% of them. I went through one whole crate of brand new metal stuff, and most of it didn't get claimed. And punk and hardcore. So I told everybody, we're going to show them one more time tonight. And if nobody buys them tonight, they're definitely going to get grabbed at the 6 a.m. video, especially when I post and it says, all metal, punk, hardcore restocks, everything available. And then you're going to click on there when you wake up and you're going to see a bunch of people buy stuff that you could have bought right now. But I do have Mom's Burritos up front, and boy, are they calling my name. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to make the next hour or two very enjoyable, fast-paced, and a lot of selling. Either the next hour, maybe 2 hours. Let's try to go through a bunch of stuff, sell a bunch of stuff, show a bunch of stuff, sell a bunch of stuff, and then I'm ready for Mom's Burritos, okay? I'm ready for Mom's Burritos, for sure. And then let me start playing some cleanup, okay? So that was all new vinyl I just went through. And I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to have to literally start taking stuff way out of my way because it's just, I'm out of space. So there's that crate. That was new vinyl from earlier. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Okay, here's new vinyl from earlier. Let me do some crate condensing. This was new vinyl from earlier. I'm pretty much like surrounded, and we got to unsurround myself from vinyl. That's y'all's job. That means there's way too much left over. Usually I can condense crates, and there's full crates all around me. And that means y'all hadn't bought enough. Don't be afraid to. You only live once. Buy as much as you physically and humanly and financially can. If you have to go panhandle, go panhandle. If you have to go beg, go beg. If you got to skip a meal, skip a meal. Whatever it takes. If your dog has to go a day without food, sorry dog. Agnostic front. I'm looking. I'm probably going to have to go literally back through everything. I'm going to stack up all the new vinyl in reverse order that I've been through tonight. That's what I'm working on right now. There's a lot of it. We had 7 crates. I bet there's still 5 crates left. Agnostic front. I'll see them in here. I'm kind of doing a quick flip. Put this over here. A lot of stuff over here. What's in here? Docket, Sly, Petty, Grover, Bread, Seether, Morbid Angel. Man, look at all this. Stoner rock, doom rock, metal rock, death metal, hard rocks, groove metal, melodic metal, slow metal, soft metal, easy metal, gold metal, heavy metal. Now, where am I putting my empty crates? Way over here. Why am I doing that? I guess because it's the furthest point away from me. All right. I just said Stoner Rock because I know Josh was watching. Golly, a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff here. Another empty crate. Great. That's all I want is another empty crate to mess up my life. Another empty crate. Another empty crate. Another empty crate. Now, if I don't get all this cleaned up, we're in a pickle, though. Okay. All right. You need cooling. Ba-ba-ba-bom, beep bop. Repeat bop bop. Shooby dooby doopy bom bom. Beep bop bop bop. Repeat bom bom. Dee. Okay. Whoa. Okay. What was the price on YouTube? We sold that to Greg Preston. David Smith bid $35 on Sham. Metal, best offer, half off, new crate. Josh Brown, can I get Super Drag? Josh Brown wants Super Drag, okay? Buy it now, best offer, half off, metal, best offer, auctions, vintage something, new vintage, half off, metal, new, best offer and metal stuff, half off. Hook me up with one of those agnostic fronts. Sold to Chris Bryan, agnostic front. Best offer. Vintage. Burritos, best offer. I logged in after crate was done. Chad, you see my note to put back Motorhead self-titled reissue? I got one through the pre-order. This is put back by Ken Crooker. Okay? Motorhead's being put back. All right, next thing is half off. Agnostic front. New or old new. Log. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, Jim B. This Ukraine needs to find out where the burritos are. Steve Biddlecombe. Oh my gosh. And then what? And then what's more than dog meal or getting a Hatchet Ed Maiden discounted record? Exactly. Refinance and mortgage. Mortgage guy Rob will give you a refinance. There you go. Might have all sold. Half off burritos. John Klein put 3 question marks. Stoner Rock. Is that an Elton John Captain Fantastic? Did you see my Super Drag claim? It's a 500-piece puzzle. Can I show Elton John? Best offer. How close are you to Hico, West Virginia? A long ways. I couldn't walk there, that's for sure. West Virginia's a haul. You got to, from me, you'd have to go all the way through East Tennessee, head northeast to West Virginia. That's a little bit of a drive. Probably wouldn't drive it if you paid me to. It would take a 4-digit number for me to drive somewhere right now. For me to drive anywhere right now, it's got to be something pretty important to miss a sale. There'd be pretty good compensation. David Smith gets Sham for $35. Here we go. Next auction. It's mostly Kiss stuff right here. A lot of Kiss stuff. Here we go. Let's see who's paying attention. Late night surprise. Ozzy, No More Tears, Tears. New record store day picture disc, the full album, No More Tears. Mama, Mama, I'm Coming Home. Ozzy, $1 starting bid. $1 starting bid. Good luck. That's going to come off the table. There's already a bid for 25 on Ozzy. I like that jump. Times have changed. Times are strange. Here I go. But I'm still Chad. The Elton John is a puzzle. That is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. A 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. We're about to go through some vintage, buy it now, or best offer. Okay? Vintage, buy it now, or best offer, and then I'm going to recap all the metal crates in between, okay? All the metal crates will be recapped in between. Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. Dun, 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 dun. Zakk Wylde squealing guitar. That sounded like a dying cat or dog right then. But that was my best at a Zakk Wylde squall. Pinch harmonics. Pinch harmonics. Dust. Dust has Marky Ramone on drums. Frank Frazetta artwork. Dust, Heart Attack is a repress made between 73 to 76. The OG was 72. Karma Sutra Blue Label. Strong VG, maybe VG Plus. Dust is a $25 start. Ozzy's at $50 with Oso Adventure. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Generators plugged up, thank you. And these are new arrivals that's never been shown before. 1126, thanks for spending Friday night with me. Let's get started. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Shrink wrapped, $36.99. No condition notes. Nice. Also, Jethro Tull Broadsword. Broadsword is in shrink. Another really nice copy. $19.99. These are all new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. The Grassroots Feelings. That's a great song. Another Grassroots album. Creed Bratton. $19.99. Ozzy has a new bid for $51. No More Tears picture disc. Dust. Frank Frazetta artwork. Marky Ramone's on drugs. Well, that too. But he's also on drums. $25. Joan Jett was not autographed. Joan Jett is sold to Michael Herrera. It looks like it is, but it's not. That's how it looks. That's how her handwriting. We sold one a couple years ago that she actually autographed right here. She autographed it, and her handwriting looks exactly like that. That's sold to Michael Herrera, unless mortgage guy Rob wants it. And then we have the crust of Humble Pie. This is $24.99. Believe me, autographs aren't going to slip through unless I have had some slip through, but no, that one's pretty obvious. I would have been like, oh my gosh, y'all can't buy this until we get it JSA certified. And then it would have been $375. Jan and Dean, Folk and Roll. Jan and Dean is $9.99. Jan and Dean, $9.99. We have Tommy James and the Shondells. Crimson and Clover. That is a reissue, but a vintage reissue for $19.99. Ozzy's at $52. Now it's at $55. And Final Call on Dust for $25. Jay and the American, Sunday and Me, $9.99. Eric Van Leuven's in at $25. Larry Smith gets Jan and Dean for $7. Still got Tommy James. Still got Humble Pie. Still got Crass Roots. Still got Jethro Tull. And Red Rider, and this one has Lunatic Fringe on it. Red Rider, As Far as Siam, with Lunatic Fringe. Barcoded reissue from the 80s, $16.99. The Buckinghams Greatest Hits, Kind of a Drag. The Buckinghams, $9.99. Sinatra, with the Starline, that's gold foiled. That's a vintage original Sinatra album there for $14.99. That's called This Is Sinatra. Also, we got Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, Way Down on Me. Great opening track there, $34.99. Try Just a Little Bit Harder. And we have the Rolling Stones Dirty Work. Cover has quite a bit of wear on it. No conditions on the vinyl, $29.99. I think Ozzy's going to be going to Oso for $55. We're going to say going to once and going to twice. We got two offers on Red Rider, 12 and 10. First was Stephen Parton at 12. He gets it for 12. John Durden was next. Romy Lou gets Sinatra for 9. That is sold. And we're about to sell Dust for 25 for sure. Rare Earth in Concert, Backpack cover, no condition notes, $29.99. Leon Redbone, Champagne Charlie in Shrink. Leon is $14.99. Nils Lofgren, Wonderland. Nils Lofgren is $14.99. And My Way, Frank Sinatra. Sinatra is $14.99. This is American Stars and Bars by Neil Young. John put this in here the wrong way. Neil Young is supposed to be like this. $34.99. American Stars and Bars. Now the price tag needs to be up here. But either way, whoops, $34.99 on that. Ted Nugent and Amboy Dukes, Marriage on the Rocks, Rock Bottom. $29.99, Polydor label. Some clean-looking records in here for some of these older pressings. Gary Puckett, Young Girl. Gary Puckett, Union Gap, Greatest Hits. That was a major seller, $9.99. Romulus C picking up another Sinatra for $9. How much on Dust? It has one bid for $25, and we're about to sell it. I think everybody set out on Ozzy, right? I hope so. Oso has it for $55, and he gets it. Let's get that in a new sleeve right quick. And then Dust, the clock is ticking. Tick-tock. And let's put this in the sleeve for him. New vintage stuff here. BINBO. Kind of excited to recap the metal crates because I hope the second time around we sell the heck out of some stuff, okay? Next thing I have over here, Quicksilver Messenger Service, $19.99. And we have Archive of Jazz, Gertrude Ma Rainey. And that's $19.99. All right, so Eric Van Leuven, you get Dust for $25. Thank you, Eric Von Leuven. That is so to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is the New York Dolls. It's a Uhas Hauppauge reissue. The year's unknown, but Mercury used this label from 74 to 83. It definitely looks more like a 70s press. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The New York Dolls. There's that Sieg on Ted Nugent for $15. Are you talking about this one right here? Where are you at? Right here. You talking about this one? I'll sell that to you for $20. You can say sold or pass. I can't believe Dust just bought $25. I can tell it's late and everybody's half asleep. They got potato chips all over their shirt. They've spilt their Diet Mountain Dew on them. They're just laying there on their couch. They're snoring. They have no idea what's going on. This is a 1971 USOG Led Zeppelin. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a strong VG. We're talking about a Porky Prime cut. Finally, a real OG Led Zeppelin 4 Porky Prime cut, VG condition, $25 start. A World of Blues. This is a 1982 French pressing, $19.99. Ted Nugent sold to Sieg for $20. Steve McGee on JT for $15. If you're referring to Jethro Tull back here, that is sold to you, Steve McGee, for $15. Also, Roots of the Blues. That's $19.99. Southern Folk Heritage Series. Roots of the Blues, Atlantic, $19.99. Nice, the Grateful Dead's debut, a 74 Winchester press, Burbank label. Grateful Dead, $36.99. That's their debut, original release in '67. Harpsuckers, a 1983 Blues Harmonica compilation featuring Walter Mitchell, Robert Richard, $34.99 on that. No bid on New York Dolls, final call for $35. Wow, no bid on Zeppelin, final call for $20 on that. Is there anybody out there John Emery, Hillbilly Rock and Roll, that's $14.99. That's a Bear Family comp. Led Zeppelin has a bid with John Kaiser at $25. Next is Traffic, Shit at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. Grateful Dead, Steal Your Face, Grateful Dead, a 2 LP, $64.99. Hadn't seen one of those in a while. It is $64.99. Very, very nice. Is that supposed to be on a white label like that? I don't remember the labels looking like that. I guess they are, though. It's not marked a promo, but white labels. I guess it's stock. George Benson Cookbook, nice cover. George Benson Cookbook, $19.99 on George Benson. And we got Chick Corea, Piano Improvisations Volume 2. That's $19.99. Bola Sita, the Monterey Jazz Festival, $26.99. And the Immediate Story singles. So these are artists from the UK on the Immediate label like Rod Stewart and Fleetwood Mac and Small Faces and Glenn Johns. And this is, and Nico. And that's a gold stamp promo for $24.99. Sorry, I smacked the heck out of the camera there again. All right, so nobody bid on the New York Dolls. You can pick that up for $35. It's a U.S. vintage reissue, probably mid-70s. John Kaiser's the only bidder on the OG Zeppelin. Said he won Porky Prime Cut, OG Terre Haute, inner sleeve. One bid, 25, final call. We have the Shadows, and this is called the Silver Album. Shadows, great 60s instrumental stuff here, kind of like the Ventures. $19.99 on the Shadows. And the best of Michael Martin Murphey, $9.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, live and kicking. Wes Bruce and Lang is $19.99. And Cliff Richard, this is Greatest Hits. I think that's supposed to say greatest, and they spelt it in the wrong language. $14.99 on Cliff Richard. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, it's $29.99. Led Zeppelin is sold to John Kaiser for $25. New York Dolls is a vintage reissue. It's on the Burbank label, the Mercury label. We know it's a reissue, but we don't know which year. They use that label from 74 to 83. Based on the jacket and vinyl, we think it's more of a mid-70s, maybe 74 even. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is what, you may ask? It is this. It's a 1976 original club copy of Kiss Destroyer. It has the inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and that's a $30 star. Justin Garrett on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Stephen Parton on Michael Martin Murphey, Wildfire. That is sold for $7. And we have this. Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, $34.99 via satellite. This is a quad. $34.99. Eric Van Leuven gets the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Eric for $30. Thank you on that. Next is John Barleycorn Must Die, Not Dry. Empty Pages, Freedom Rider. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, can't talk right now. Very clean copy. Wow, that's nice. Gatefold jacket. Doo-doo. That is $19.99. George says he'll take the first Grateful Dead. Well, I just shot myself in the foot over $7 because I just took a $30 offer. I just shot myself in the foot over $7. I'll never financially recover from that. I am $7 in the hole on that Grateful Dead record now. I might as well just shot myself in the foot. Next thing over here we have is the Ambroy Dukes. That one's $44.99. That's the more difficult and more desirable one. And wow, what a nice copy. That is actually pretty dang nice for the Ambroy Dukes. $44.99. That's pretty surprising. And then Ma Rainey Harmonica Blues and Roots of Blues, $12 each. All right, let's see what we have here. He's talking about this. He's talking about this. He's talking about Harmonica Blues, the Roots of Blues, and he's talking about Ma Rainey. And that was all right back here. And wasn't it? Hold on a second. There's this one, there's that one, and this one. Okay, you didn't want the World of Blues yet either, right? I don't think so. These are sold to John Barry for $12, $12, and $12. I'll do that deal. Kiss has a bid for $30. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going twice, going once, going three times, going four times, going five, going once. Kiss is at $30. Irish Heartbeat, Van Morrison, the Chieftains. Van Morrison's $39.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. And Dave Hamilton, Blue Vibrations, a 63 mono, $99.99. Dave Hamilton, $99. Blue Vibrations. Joe Farrell, Penny Arcade. Joe Farrell is $34.99. And the Amazing Bud Powell, 1973 Blue Note, $39.99. Wow, some cool stuff there to finish up the crate. Kiss has a high bid right now of $32 with Steve McGee. Chad stretching. Hold on a second. Jimmy's down. Chad is stretching. Jimmy's down. Okay. Next. John Barry says he'll take this one for $12 as well. You got it. Kiss is at $35. Ambroy sold to John Kaiser for $35. You got it. So Steve McGee, you're out on Kiss. Sorry for the quick time out there. I had to check my phone right quick and adjust half of my body back into position. I'm good to go now. And I'm just going to read these titles. If you need a price, let me know, okay? We have the Grassroots Feelings. Don't forget the Crust of Humble Pie. Crimson Clover, Tommy James, Jay and the Americans, the Buckinghams, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, Rolling Stones, Rare Earth, Leon Redbone, Niels Lofgren, Neil Young, Quicksilver, Gary Puckett, John Embry. Also Traffic, Grateful Dead, George Benson, Bo Lassie, Chick Corea, The Immediate Single Story, The Shadows. Over here, Wes Bruce and Lang, 40 on Grateful Dead. This one here, Joshua. I will sell this to you if you want it right now for $45. Okay? And then Cliff Richard, Elvis, Traffic, Van Morrison, Jean-Luc, Dave Hamilton, Joe Farrell, and Bud Powell. Are the punk auctions over? Let me make sure we sold everything. I condensed all the auctions. I have New York Dolls, which didn't sell or get an offer. I got one Hatchet Ed auction left. Kiss. And yeah, everything's sold. Every one of the punk auctions all sold. I've just got I've got 2 things here for tomorrow that John brought me that I think we're going to photograph and advertise for tomorrow. And yeah, everything in that hot picture and everything in the video from yesterday is sold except for a few stray Kiss. Now, I have a whole crate of Japanese stuff over here. And probably just to keep things interesting, I'll start trying to sell some of those. But Grateful Dead sold for $45. And that sold to Joshua Cross. Kiss is now at $40. And what was that on New York Dolls? $35. I'll do $30 on it. Which pressing is Van Morrison? Let's see here. I don't have any info on it. Does have the original sleeve. Let's see if I can figure it out. It looks like it has A1. Master Disc BK. A-1 has the triangle. I don't see a pressing plant denoted. It does have the 53. It's a Mercury label. It has that 53 like some of those Kiss records do. If that helps you. Hot Pog usually. 53, those Mercury records of a 53 usually mean Hot Pog. Okay? And then George Benson Cookbook. Right here. I will sell that to you, Romelu, for $15. Now, the Kiss is up to one person. That's Michael Wood if he wants to bid again before I sell it to Steve McGee. Okay, I'm going to put these right here next to me in case you'll change your mind. And then very quickly, I'm going to breeze through this crate of new vinyl. Then we're going to do another crate of vintage like that because we just sold a lot out there. But we're about to go pretty much back to some of the beginning of the sale. And we're going to fly through a couple of these right quick. And I mean fast. And we had 7 crates of new vinyl. And yep, like I said, there's still 5 crates of stuff left. Usually 7 crates of new vinyl, we can get everything down into like 1 crate. So we got a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. A long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. Jerry Rock said he will do 30 on the New York Dolls. That's so. Thank you. That's so for $30. Thank you. And that's with Jerry Rock. And then Travis, I'm going to sell you Van Morrison for $25. Let's make a note for this record to be clean too. It looks like the inner sleeve was dusty. Looks like John cleaned it, but the inner sleeve was dusty. I'm going to make sure that one gets cleaned again. Please make a note for that for Paul, Laura, or John to clean it. And Travis Woods, so got that for $25. And then Kiss is sold to Michael Wood for $40. Let's put up another one. And Offer Me for Tommy. What does that exactly mean? However, I will go ahead and put this up right here. And this is, where's my... All right. Here's a cool Japanese pressing I don't get too often. Alabama Mountain Music. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is a Japanese pressing of Alabama Mountain Music. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. And then next is Peter Criss. And Peter Criss is complete. No poster. A 78 USOG. The vinyl is VG. It does have the Peter Criss merch insert. Look at that. There's the belt buckles we were talking about the other night. It does have his insert. His insert is the only one that has an insert. There's the inner sleeve, but no poster. Just a $15 start on that, okay? And then over here, Crimson and Clover. Tommy James. I'll sell it to you for $15. $15 if you want it. George, George Benson is Soda Romulu for $12, okay? So Alabama's up for bid, and so is Peter Criss. I have Social Distortion's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Seether, Disclaimer 2, red vinyl with Broken, first time on vinyl, Gayfo 2 LP, $39.99. Morbid Angel, Heretic, Morbid Angels, $38.99. Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffled His Feet, $34.99. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. These are all new, sealed, nothing wrong with them. $36.99 for Tom Petty. Also, Seether, Fine and Beauty in Negative Spaces. And that's a 2 LP Opaque Lavender with Fake It and Rises Above This. That's $39.99. Michael Herrera wants Crimson and Clover. And that is sold to him for $15. That was here out of this crate here. Thank you. That's sold to Michael Herrera for $15. The Best of Bread is an all analog by Bernie Grundman on white vinyl. The Best of Bread. I just want to make it with you. $33.99 on that. Alabama 35, Alabama 40. Justin Garrett on CTD. And that's Crash Test Dummies. That was the last copy. That's sold to Justin Garrett. Grover Washington Jr. This is a pressed on Chardonnay colored vinyl. That has the Bill Withers song, Just the Two of Us on it. And those are both Elektra 75th Anniversary. Also Vader, and this one's Litany. Excuse me. Vader's on gold and brown marble vinyl, limited to 400 with 16-page book. Vader is $39.99. And then over here, we got Romulu on bread. That's sold. I got 2 copies left. Social Distortion is Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $39.99. Peter Criss has a bid for $15. And Justin Garrett, you're out on Alabama. Tom Petty live at the Spectrum Philadelphia. Tom Petty is $38.99 live at the Spectrum Philadelphia. A 2 LP, $38.99. Jack Halsman presents Dylan Circle. This is $39.99. This is Bob Dylan, Fred Neil, Tom Paxton, celebrating the music of Greenwich Village. Grover was $33.99 as well. Television, Rhino High Fidelity, all analog, and numbered to 5,000. Television, $39.99. Also, Sly and the Family Stone, $36.99. My question with audio files, if anybody's watching, maybe Patrick Lear will be, is, MoFi has always been the big audiophile label. Why does all of a sudden Rhino getting access to all these original master tapes and cutting them from analog, and MoFi is still making copies and transfers of stuff, and they only put out like a couple things, it seems like a month maybe, or every quarter. Seems like Rhino, they have outpaced everybody all of a sudden doing all these pressings. I don't know. It just seemed like somebody didn't have their act together, because Rhino has just been pumping all this stuff out. Analog, 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 analog. And I'm like, man, why isn't MoFi doing that? Seems like they'd be making more of that stuff. Okay, let's go back to the top. Peter Criss, 15. Alabama, 45. Rebecca does get that last Social Distortion. And then Peter Criss has a new bid for 18. Alabama, 47. What's the color of Vader? Vader is on golden brown marble vinyl. Limited to 400 copies worldwide. Includes 16-page booklet with liner notes. Vader is $39.99. Alabama, 50. And then over here, we have Bama at 52. Sly and the Family Stone, $36.99. So it's got a corner bump, it looks like, but that's a new live early lacquer cut by Kevin Gray, Sly and the Family Stone, $36.99. Grover Washington Jr. is a new Elektra 75th Anniversary. It doesn't say what pressing. It's just the newest Elektra 75th anniversary celebration. It's fairly brand new. Also over here we have Grover Washington pressing. I just answered that. And then Sean Druin said sold on Vader. So does Sean Druin. And then Preston wants Seether disclaimer. That was my last copy of Seether. Thank you. Also, Misfits Evil Live was $34.99. Mazzy Star Among My Swan, that's $36.99. The Misfits Static Age, and that is $34.99. And Dawkins Breaking the Chains red vinyl, $33.99. Romelu does want Grover Washington. Yeah, it's the new Atlantic Elektra over there. They're doing their own audiophile pressings, cutting out the middleman. Aha. Hi-fi presses are a bargain. Aha. Yeah, because I was like, man, what's... So, yeah, I guess so MoFi's been struggling with probably licensing for years, and probably so... Because, I mean, I guess that's the thing, getting access to the licensing. I'm sure anybody can make them. You just... So, yeah. Well, they've hit a hot streak, I'm sure. They're probably making a fortune then, selling out thousands of copies like that, like instantly. I mean, like 5,000, boom, sold. Boom, sold, boom, sold. All right, Sean Druin got Dawkins, thank you. Justin's out on Alabama. Final call to Alicia for $52. Peter Chris is at 20. That means Steve McGee, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And let's run through those one more time, okay? Peter Chris is at $20. It's VG. It does have the inner sleeve and the insert. No poster. Inner sleeve insert and merch, but no poster. Sean Druin on Seether. Now, do you want Fine and Beauty or this? We just sold out of Disclaimer. We just sold our last copy of Disclaimer. Okay? Here we go. So Morbid Angel, $38.99. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $36. Seether, that's the last one left unless Sean gets it, or there's two left. The other title sold out. That's the last Seether title left. Bread, white vinyl, $33. Still got two left. All analog there. Grover Washington, $33. Vader's $39. Tom Petty, $38. That's a 2LP unofficial. Dylan Circles, $39. Television, numbered to 5,000. That's $39. Sly and the Family Stone is $36. Misfits is $34. Mazzy Star, $36. Misfits, $34. And Dawkins, $33. All right, so Alicia, you get the Alabama for $52. Thank you on that. Sean wants on the Disclaimer waiting list. You can do it because I need to order more of those anyway. You've got it. So he's on the waiting list for that. Anybody else on Seether or anything else he sold out of? That's more like it. We just took a chunk out of there. That's more like it. And Sean says he wants the one in the crate too. Okay. Now there's one left. That one sold to Sean Druin. And there was no other bids on Peter Chris. And that sold to Christina Curtis for $20. All right. Very, very nice. Here we go. Another vintage crate I think I can knock out. Let's introduce some more auctions right quick. And it looks like we got some Kiss bidders. So let's go ahead and put up Elder. Kiss, Music from the Elder, is a 1981 USOG gatefold. It has the original plastic inner sleeve. It is VG Plus or better, and we're going to put it up for a $35 start. There's the original plastic inner sleeve. Elder is an OG gatefold, of course, $35 start. And Josh Brown also wants on the Seether Disclaimer waiting list. Okay? There's that. There's at least one new Kiss auction. Thank you on that. Trying to find out the next oldest thing I went through. Probably this and then Vintage Best Offer on deck. Let me grab this one right quick, though, right quick. There's Kiss Elder. Interesting album if you've ever listened to it. Bizarre, to say the least. Okay, over here we got Sisters of Mercy. This is another Elektra. This is another Elektra red and black marble. First, last, and always. It's a 40th anniversary edition, $33.99. Speaking of Rhino High Fidelity, this is a numbered edition too. The Stooges, last copy. Iggy Pop, all analog, $39. All analog cars, Rhino High Fidelity. Kevin Gray, $39.99. This is new. It's a Toy Story Zoetrope, if you missed it earlier. $36.99. Zoetrope picture disc. I've got those still left. And the Dark Knight soundtrack, the legendary Hans Zimmer green and violet splatter vinyl. That's an epic one there. $39.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $35 start. Let's see what else I got over here in the Japanese bin. Alabama was a hit. Let's see what else I have over here we can surprise you with from the Japanese bin. We're gonna be a bunch of Japanese auctions tomorrow. A whole lot of auctions. How about a Van Halen? Let's see who's paying attention. How about a Van Halen 2 Japanese pressing for a $35 start? No Obi. Does have some of those humidity spots there on the cover. Not bad whatsoever, though, especially the vinyl being absolute near mint minus and pristine. There's all the inserts. This is Have You Seen Her? That's Dance the Night Away, $35 start. Also, we have Mars Volta, Francis the Mute, $59.99, triple LP. Over here, this is Metallica and Justice for All. This is $44.99. Darkness Imprisoning Me, $44.99. $44.99. Also over here, we have Testament Demonic, $29.99. Testament Demonic, Cradle of Filth, Cryptoriana, Go Vinyl, $36.99. That is Cradle of Filth, Go Vinyl. Also Carcass, Surgical Steel, red with black splatter, $36. Dokken, $24. We have De Profundis. That is $33.99. That's another Vader album. Vader again. Carcass Heartwork is $39. And Testament Titans of Creation. Testament, $36.99. $36.99 on that. Kiss is bizarre. If you don't like Elder, you're not a Kiss fan. You don't care for Elder. I will just say, if I have all the Kiss discography and someone's like, hey, Chad, put on a Kiss album we can jam to, I don't think anybody's going to be grabbing the Elder. I don't think anybody's going to be grabbing that one. Sean Druin on Vader. I had a feeling you was going to at least get that one there. I would go for Hotter Than Hell or Kiss Alive. Probably Kiss Alive. I love Kiss Alive. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's so good. You can put that on, I think. That's my work music. Okay, that was a quick read-through. We sold one record, so we're done. That's all I need to do is just read through them once. We sold a record, mission accomplished. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. There's about 3 or 4 in here. If you don't have, then you're missing out. Okay, my two I would say would probably be the Cars or Metallica. If you got to ask yourself, especially if you just got to ask yourself, do I own those albums, the Cars or Metallica and Justice for All? If not, then when I read through these again, go ahead and buy one. The Sisters of Mercy, Stooges, The Cars, essentially a debut album with nothing but greatest hits. Toy Story, Dark Knight soundtrack, Mars Volta, Metallica. We have Testament, Cradle of Filth, Carcass, Dokken, Vader, Carcass, and Testament. Van Halen's at 36. Stooges. That would probably be number 3 just because it's all analog. And then probably the Dark Knight soundtrack. That'd be my top 5 out of the crate. Metallica, The Cars, not in any order. The Dark Knight soundtrack, The Stooges, and probably... I don't know, that Toy Story would be pretty cool. So yeah, there we go. George Scher on The Cars. Thank you on that. There it is. All right, and then we have a question on Kiss. I was actually about to make it a buy it now, but I will show it to you very quickly and tell you all about it as soon as I go grab this next. Metallica's $44.99. It's a 2 LP remaster. See, my recommendations may be selling something. I sold a Cars. There's one left. Now I'll take my recommendation on Frayed Ends of Sanity and one. And let me show this, and let me grab this crate of Vintage Best Offer. Here we go, Vintage Best Offer. Moving in stereo. Bam, 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 bam. All right, thank you. Okay, so here we go for Carolina. Kiss, Music from the Elder. It's an 81 US OG gatefold. It is EX, VG Plus EX, a pretty nice copy. It has the original plastic inner sleeve. It's an original gatefold jacket. Not bad whatsoever. We're looking for a $35 start, and as of this moment, there's no bid. And now we're going to go ahead and sell Van Halen. It had 1 bid, 2 bids, and then out. And so this is sold to Stephen Parton, a Japanese pressing of Van Halen 2 for $36. Van Halen is sold for $36. Done. See you later, Van Halen. Have you seen her? I don't know the rest of it. Okay, everything in here is best offer. Nice. Elton John, $34.99 with inserts. With inserts. No condition notes on anything in here. $34.99. You just need to go ahead and buy it. That's a buy it now. No offers. Best sides of Herman's Hermits, $9.99. Both sides of Herman's Hermits. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still with Dirty Laundry, $19.99. Let me make sure John didn't put out an autographed brown vinyl version. Let me make sure it's not an autographed brown vinyl. Okay, it's not signed. I already looked at it, but I just want to make sure. Yep, okay. We're clear there. We're clear there. Next, Jimi Hendrix, Hush Now. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. Steven gets Elton John for $30. And then we have Lou Gramm, Ready or Not, $19.99. Chad, Sean asked you about a waiting list. Was there another Vader you sold out of but didn't get your name? Can I get on a waiting list for that? Yes. It was Vader. Well, if you hang around for about 10 more minutes, we're going to go through the rest of the new vinyl. As soon as I finish this crate, you may see it again. I'm not for sure. Okay. Also, Hagar, Sean, Harrison, Sheave. That's Through the Fire with HSAS. Original under sleeve. That's $24.99. And then Jay Giles, The Morning After. That's $26.99. We have Jimi Hendrix, a German pressing of The Cry of Love. $39.99. Red cover. I'll be on the lookout. I don't remember the names either. Those are all kind of new things to me. But if I don't find it, I'll make sure Sean on waiting list for Vader red cover. Okay, nobody bid on Kiss, so it can be a buy now for $35. If anybody wants it, you can pick it up right now for $35. I just remember listening to this for the first time. Isn't the first track like got bagpipes or something on it? Doesn't the first track have like bagpipes or something? I've only listened to it a couple times. So, Alan Parsons, I, Robot. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. $19.99 for Alan Parsons. And Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. Hall & Oates, $19.99. And Bobby Bland, Reflections in Blue, $24.99. Justin Garrett on Kiss for $35. Justin Garrett on Kiss for $35. Let's see what's in the Japanese bin. I love some Japanese vinyl. A lot of tomorrow. There'll be over 50, 60 Japanese pressings tomorrow. Let's do an audiophile grade type copy here of Footloose, Cut Loose. This is from the Master Sound series. So Japan has kind of its own kind of sub-label of audiophile stuff. It's called Master Sound. I think they're digital mastering, but they might even be made on better vinyl. And maybe just slightly better mastering, even though it's digital, it says. So I just held this up to the light. It's near mint minus and pristine. Comes with a stick, audio Master Sound, sleeve, insert. There's all the movie inserts. Shrink, Hop, Obi. $35 start on that. Larry Smith got Hall & Oates for $15. And then we have the Hello People Fusion. The Hello People's $19.99. Also Giants. Giants is a gold stamp promo. $24.99 for Giants. $24.99. And nice. The Very Best of the Doors. $64.99. This is a pretty desirable compilation of the Doors. It's a German press. It is a German press too. RCA Music Club. A German. Was that right? It's an RCA Music Club. And it's a German import, $64.99. Very Best of the Doors. The Heart Fixers, Cool on It. Wow, look at that. He's about to start speaking in tongues. 1986, $19.99. And New Ray of Sunshine, Dobie Gray. Gimme the Beat Boys and Free. That song's not on there, but that's Dobie Gray. Norman Greenbaum with Dr. West Medicine Show and Junk Band, 1999. And Jimi Hendrix, Purple Haze. Wow, never seen that before. Purple Haze, 55th anniversary and All Along the Watchtower. This is a 12-inch single from 1988, Polydor UK. It looks like it's promoting the Jimi Hendrix Singles album. Wow, never seen that before, though. It's a 3-track UK official real Jimi Hendrix, 1999. That's available. Also, nice, the Hollies Bus Stop, $34.99. That's on this Imperial label, super clean, $34.99. Final call on Footloose. Next auction is Kiss. Alive 2, oh boy. A 77 OG Terre Haute with inner sleeves and booklet. VG++, a $35 start. It's not bad whatsoever, and I think Seth did the grading on these, so he's about as peculiar as a cat in a hat. And this is a 2 LP, and that has the book. Very peculiar, Seth. Very peculiar. $35 start on that. Footloose is a $35 start. And the Kink Controversy. This is $64.99. Nice. Tricolor, the Kink Controversy, $64.99. Does have some noticeable cover wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, a Gatefold 2 LP. Jefferson Airplane's $29.99. That is Flight Log. Also, Grand Funk Shine On with the 3D glasses unpunched, $39.99. Unpunched 3D glasses. The Hollies is sold to Susie Breedlove. And then right in front of Grand Funk was Eddie Grant, Killer on the Rampage. And this has his big song, Electric Avenue, $19.99 for Killer on the Rampage. The Kink Chronicles. This is a 28-track compilation, has a promo sticker on the back, $39.99. And Sammy Hagar, 3-lock box, I Can't Drive 55. That song is not on there, but just to remind you of who Sammy Hagar is. Whew. 1 second, please. Okay. And that's $24.99. Justin Garrett on Killer Rampage. Kill on the Rampage. That's sold to Justin Garrett for $15. The Alan Parsons Project Gaudi, G-A-U-D-I, in shrink. I don't get that one as often, $19.99. The J. Giles Band Bloodshot, and this is actually on red vinyl. Very sweet, $29.99 on J. Giles. And we have the Kinks, the File Series. Another Kinks. This is a 2 LP, a 77 UK. I don't recall seeing that album too many times. The Kinks, $34.99. Also over here, the one and only Sam Cooke. This is not OG because it's on RCA Camden, but that's a nice, still very nice. Don't see that particular version or anything too often. $29.99 on Sam Cooke. Also, in the beginning, the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. And that's on T-Neck, 1971. Wow. I don't recall seeing that too often. $54.99. In the beginning, the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. $54.99 on that. Here's Art Tatum, Brunswick. $19.99 for Here's Art Tatum. That's $19.99. No condition notes on that. And then Phil Upchurch, The Way I Feel. From 1969 on Cadet. Phil Upchurch is $39.99. That's a sweet, shiny record. Phil Upchurch on Cadet. Also, King Crimson is $39.99. This is Lizard. It's a gatefold jacket. King Crimson, $39.99. Very nice, Atlantic Records. Also over here, we have Juicy Lucy. There she is. Juicy Lucy, a 1970 Terre Haute, $29.99. Kaleidoscope is a 1969 Pittman, and Kaleidoscope is, maybe it's just called Kaleidoscope. I thought it had something else to go with it there. The Kaleidoscope, Incredible Kaleidoscope, $39.99. Romelu on Art Tatum. Thank you, Romelu. You were the first comment in 3 minutes. I thought everybody, I had to go outside and make sure there wasn't a nuclear holocaust going on, a nuclear apocalypse. I was making sure like the world wasn't ending outside. Luckily, Romelu is still alive and buying records. And here's Billy Joel. And this is a true 71 Monarch OG copy of his debut album, Cold Spring Harbor, $79.99. Romelu, are you in a bunker somewhere? Let me go out front and make sure that, you know, there's not like explosions going off and like the grid's down and I'm in the twilight zone right now. Kiss Alive is a $35 buy now, Unbelievable. A no bid, $35 buy it now. And then over here is Footloose. It's also a $35 buy now. I know it's getting late when an OG Kiss Alive does not get a bid and Footloose doesn't get a bid. Master Sound Series. And I'm also asking if anybody's still awake and nobody's still commenting. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's time for me to go ahead and go up front and eat my mom's burritos and go home and watch Harrison Ford, The Fugitive. Harrison Ford, The Fugitive. You know, y'all ever seen that? Harrison Ford, The Fugitive. I might have to go home and eat some burritos. Let's go ahead and say, well, everybody's Sleepy Town. Sleepy Town. Chad, go ahead and go home and eat your burritos. We're all in Sleepy Town. We're all in Sleepy Town. We're all in Sleepy Town, Chad. Just go ahead and go home and eat your burritos. All right. First thing we have, Susie got the Hollies. We sold Killer Rampage. We sold that. Justin Garrett gets Kiss for $35. That sold to Justin Garrett for $35. We got two $28 on Footloose. Two $28 on Footloose. Just waiting for half off. Probably not going to do it now since Jim B asked. CDs, please. No CDs tonight. Billy Joe for $30. Can't do it. And then over here, what was the Jimi Hendrix? There was about 7 Jimi Hendrix records in here. And then over here, Footloose. So let's go ahead and sell that to the first $28. Steve Parton. $28. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve. All right. Yeah, everybody was up to almost 3 a.m. last night. We're not going to do that again tonight. No way, Jose. I got to eat. I got to sleep. I got to get ready again for tomorrow, as usual. Post to be made, pre-orders. I was laying on my couch at 10 a.m. this morning, and I was still awake after doing everything I did last night, knowing that I had to wake up in like realistically 5 or 6 hours, and I still had a lot of stuff to do before I could go to bed. I was like, dang, I'm basically going to have to take a nap and go right back to work for the next 18 hours. All right, so let's go back through these again, and let's just remind everybody what's in here, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is let me put this away for Stephen Parton. I'm going to maybe try a couple more auctions. Y'all are starting to concern me, okay? Starting to get a little bit concerned, and then we're going to recap these last couple crates of new vinyl. Boy, this is hard to get into a sleeve. Okay, there's that. All right, so here we are. Let's read the titles. If you need a price, let me know. Herman's Hermits, Don Henley, Jimi Hendrix. I'll show these all to Clifford in a second. Lou Graham, HSAS, Jimi Hendrix, Alan Parsons, Bobby Bland, The Hello People. I knew it was something going wrong when there's like 7 Hendrix records left behind, and The Doors, and The Giants, and The Heart Fixers, and Dobie Gray, and Norman Greenbaum, and another Jimi Hendrix, and The Kinks, and Jefferson Starship, and Grand Funk, and The Kinks, and Sammy Hagar, and Alan Parsons, and Jay Giles, and The Kinks, and Sam Cooke, and the Isley Brothers with Jimi Hendrix, and Phil Upchurch, and King Crimson, and Juicy Lucy, and Kaleidoscope, and Billy Joel's debut album, The OG First Press. Goodness. All right, so let me show Clifford the Hendrix records. The first one's called Hush Now. Hush Now, no condition notes, $34.99. It's on a Time Wind label, and I actually think it may be a UK import. It could be US. I don't really see a definite marking. This is definitely German. Sorry, I keep smacking the camera. This is the Cry of Love. This is a beautiful German press, the Cry of Love. Next was a official 3-track, 12-inch single of Purple Haze, 51st, and All Along the Watchtower. And that's from a UK advertising his singles album. It's $19.99. And then over here, we have Jimi Hendrix and the Isley Brothers in the beginning. This is $54.99, okay? And then over here, did you say the Kinks? There's about 12 Kinks albums in here. There's about 14 or 15 Kinks albums in here. There's one. There's two. And then over here, there's 3. And there was at least one more. Nope, there's 3 Kinks albums in here. There's 3 Kinks albums in here. I knew I caught everybody snoozing. They're like, hold on, Jimi Hendrix? What? What? The Kinks? The File Series, a 77 UK, $34.99. The Kink Chronicles, a 2 LP, that's $39. And then Controversy, $64. These are all best offer. Don't hesitate. The Cry of Love and the 3-track. He wants this and this. So to Clifford Umstead. Everybody said, they heard Jimi Hendrix like 12, 15 times in a row. And I started waking them up. They was in a comatose. They was like, whoa, Jimi Hendrix, what? Where am I? What? Kaleidoscope is right here. It's called the Kaleidoscope. It's a 69 Pitman press, no conditioner. It's a Unipack sleeve, yellow Epic label, $39.99. I can't believe Kiss Alive just got one bid for $35. Can you believe it? Everybody fell asleep during that auction too. Master Puppets is new and sealed, $29.99. All right, Patrick Lear gets this for $40. Sold. Done. See how easy that is? Boom. Gone. Okay, very quickly, I'm going to breeze through these other crates right over here. Well, actually, sold quite a bit out of there, honestly. Well, we sold, how many crates? We sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We sold 7 out of there. That's a pretty low percentage. What year is it? It's brand new. Now, Raul, I was trying to say something the other day, and I think you got confused on shipping, and I never did hear back from you. So, I don't know what you were trying to buy the other night, but whatever it was, I didn't sell it to you because it sounded like you didn't want to pay $8 shipping. So, before we go any further, it's $8 in limited shipping, and that's whether you buy one record or if you buy 3,000 records. Okay? Kiss is sold. Okay? Kiss is sold. And Jim B's going to bed. That means we can bring out the half-off stuff. Great. That's what I've been waiting. Got to make sure he's not watching before we do the half-off stuff. Okay, very quickly. Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly. Cradle of Filth, $34.99. We have Moss Icon. That's $33.99. Minor Threat out of step was $29. Dawkins, $44.99. Blue vinyl with the lenticular cover. Also, Wasp, the Crimson Idol. Wasp is a 2 LP with bonus tracks, a half-speed master, $44.99. I will sell you as much as you want to buy. But whatever you bought the other day, you claimed it, and then you asked about shipping, and then I never did hear back from you. I never did get a message from you, and you $8 limit shipping. You have tonight and tomorrow, and then that cuts off. We'll invoice you on Monday. Monday we'll start a new week, and you can buy all week for $8 limit shipping as well. We have Wasp, the Crimson Idol, for $44.99. Also, Out of the Cellar, that's $49.99. It's on the splatter vinyl with the bonus 7-inch. That is available. And we have the Pretty Reckless Going to Hell, Purgatory Purple Vinyl, $33.99 on that. Circle Jerks, the hop sticker got messed up. It would honestly look better if you took this off, but I kind of want to... Yeah, that bothers me. I want to rip that off so bad. Circle Jerks, Group Sex, $38.99 for Circle Jerks. Joan Jett's Greatest Hits is $29. MC5 is $24. Overkill was $33. Doc and Back for the Attack was $39.99. And Corrosion Conformity, limited to $1,500 on crystal clear vinyl, $54.99. Sinead O'Connor, The Best Of Clear Vinyl 2 LP for $36.99. Kill Switch Engage, The Consequences, $44. Train, My Private Nation, $33.99 for Train. Suicidal Tendencies is $33. Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying is $38. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Dag Nasty, Wig Out of Dinkins, that's $29. Also, Testament, The Legacy was $29. And Wasp, the half-speed master of their self-titled debut album, $38.99 for Wasp. There's only one proper way to say Wasp, and that's by saying Wasp. And then Stephen wants SOC, or is that a miscue on your keyboard? SOC, Sinead O'Connor. Aha. I figured it out. You didn't even have to tell me. Okay, anybody else? Thank you, Stephen. Hey, we sold the one record out there, needed to advance to the next crate. There it is. You got to buy one record for me to advance to the next crate. It's like a video game. How do I get Chad to show a different crate? You buy a record, and he'll bring over another crate. Oh, okay. Stephen completed the objective. Achievement unlocked. Buying a record to advance to the next crate. Anybody else? We have Wasp, Testament, Dag Nasty, AC/DC, Municipal Waste, Suicidal Tendencies, Train, Kill Switch Engage, Sinead, Corrosion, Dokken, Overkill, MC5 Joan Jett, Circle Jerks, Pretty Reckless, Rat, Wasp, Dokken, Minor Threat, Mass Icon, and Cradle of Filth. Sunday will most likely be a show with Paul. Yep, and then we've bought a lot. Probably by the next Sunday, I'll be ready for another big coin sale. Okay. I thought I did, Scott. Let me look into that. Can we make a note to make sure I ordered? Let's make a note to make sure I ordered his Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood. And let me knock out one more crate right here, right quick. And we're going to go through this last crate, Vintage Best Offer, okay? How much more of the new Punk did you buy? This is it. There might be a couple things coming in from another distributor on Monday, but pretty much this was it. Because last night we had, what, 3 crates? We had 7. I thought it was going to be about 10 crates of stuff I bought. We had 3 last night. There were 7 tonight. So, yeah, this is it. Hopefully, I'm going to order different stuff, but hopefully I can sell a lot of this the next 48 hours before I pile on any more. I mean, I went through a lot of Punk Essential playlist and ordered stuff, and a lot of it's still left. But I got to get a little bit more. I got to get it exposed a little bit more before it sells, probably. All right, here's the Coven box set. And this is $149.99, half of a century of witchcraft. That actually might be sold to Steve Weaver. I wasn't for sure. He wanted a waiting list on one of their albums. Well, their albums are not in print individually, so you got to get that box set, and I got to make sure he wants that. So that actually may be sold. I'm leaving it in the bin to see if I can sell another one right now. We also have DRI, Dealing With It, $29.99. Let me see if Laura sent me hot pictures for tomorrow. Did she? She might have picked them out. She don't have them photographed yet. Yeah, she don't have them photographed yet. Okay. We have Gorgira Magma for $33. AC/DC High Voltage is $33. Minor Threat is $29. Poison, Open Up and Say All was $34. Dokken Under Lock and Key, that's yellow vinyl for $33. Gorgira The Link is $39. And then Jail. And Jail is called Persona. It's on plum colorway colored vinyl for $29. Also, we have Testament, The New Order for $29. Poison Idea, Pick Your King EP, $36. AC/DC's $33. Metal Church, The Human Factor, 1000 on flaming yellow red marble vinyl, $39. Agnostic Front, First Warning for $33. Misfits Collection, $34. AC/DC Ball Breaker, $33. Rat Detonator red vinyl, $33. Also, we have Winter Sun, Time 1. Clear of Blue and White Purple Splatter, Winter Sun is $29. Linkin Park Meteora, that's on gold and red splatter for $33. And then Back in Black is a 50th anniversary black and white swirl marbled. There's Angus. We have a poster signed by AC/DC from this new collection. We do have a poster signed by AC/DC. Yep, we got to get a letter, but we will have it before the end of the year. Minor Threat and DRI sold. Let's pull those for him. Minor Threat, that was right here, and DRI sold to David Smith. A Japanese crate read-through. I can. Of course, I plan on saving a lot of them for tomorrow. Probably going to be saving a lot of them, but I'll give you an idea of what's on deck for tomorrow. We have Salute to British Rock, Joan Jett, Janis Joplin, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Grand Funk, Paul McCartney, The Beatles, Billy Joel, Miles Davis, The Eagles, Ozzy, Kiss, David Bowie, Ozzy, Beatles, Paul Simon, John Denver, Kiss, Secret Policeman's Ball, Footloose, Sting, Jackson Browne, REO, Michael Schenker, Television, Television's Greatest Hits, not the band Television, theme music. Michael Schenker, Wings, Deep Purple, Cheap Trick, Deep Purple, Ringo, The Beatles, Cyndi Lauper, Rainbow, Don Henley, Clapton, 38 Special, and Fleetwood Mac. Some great titles are going to be going up for auction tomorrow. Fantastic titles. Great titles. All right, let's do one more crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. Okay? One more crate of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. How about it? There'll be a lot of great Japanese stuff sold at auction. Don't tell David Johnson. Oh, and there's another half crate as well. There's another half crate as well. Bum, 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 bum. All right, I was taking a peek at it. We've almost filled up our 7th crate, so we're going to get to where I wanted to tonight. Let's do this. Let's do it. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. 12:30 at night showing new arrivals. It's took me this long to show everything, do a recap, and we're here. Might be one of the last crates. I don't know. Depends on how well this goes. It'd be very helpful if I cut out about 3 hours earlier than I did last night. Mambo Madness, Tito Rodriguez, 1957. Take a look at that, $29.99. Tico Rodriguez on the Tico label. Also, we have Latin Airs, Louis Aracaz and his orchestra. RCA Victor Mono, $9.99. Meet the Mariguen with Killer Joe. Interesting. More like dance music. 50s top dance music, $14.99. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, a very big record, $19.99. It's in shrink. Also, we got Kenny Rogers in the first editions. That's Greatest Hits for $19.99. Three Dog Night, that is hard labor, has the Band-Aid cover for $14.99. And the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. Get Your Yayas Out. Blue label here. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. Also, 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. 10 years after is $19.99. Gatefold jacket, Durham label. Very nice on 10 years after. Also over here, we got Bobby Charles, Chess Masters. Bobby Charles is $16.99. Chess Masters, blue chess label there. Ayers John Barry, let's go ahead and sell that to him for $6. Thank you, John Barry. And we have Mother Focus, $19.99. No condition notes on that. Always been a interesting cover. Mother Focus, $19.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Igmanatic Ocean. Igmanatic, I can't say that right now. $9.99 on Jean-Luc Ponty. We have Lie Back and Enjoy It, Juicy Lucy, another Juicy Lucy. This time a 1970 Presswell press. That's $34.99. We have Blessed's Pointy Little Head, Jefferson Airplane. That is a 69 Indianapolis with the insert, $39.99. That is Jefferson Airplane. Now that was originally like inserted into the cover where you could see it underneath the shrink wrap, $39.99. Jim B's going to bed. Now, that was his second false claim, or his first one was a false claim. Now he's really going to bed. So now we really can do a half off crate next. Got to make sure he's actually left the chat. He already missed out on NoFX tonight. There's Jefferson Airplane, $39.99. Also, we had Jimi Hendrix Plays, Curtis Knight Sings. That is a 68 Jacksonville from Capitol, $49.99. Hendrix Plays, Curtis Knight Sings. So before Hendrix started a major solo career, he played with not a lot of people, but he played with Curtis Knight. He played with the Isley Brothers. Really before, all the RU Experience stuff from when he was over in England recording that. Just FYI, if you didn't know that. Hey, there's the Dobie Gray that actually has Drift Away on it. Gimme the Beach Boys and Free My Soul, $29.99. Dobie Gray, that is actually on there. We have Stereo Tommy by the Alan Parsons Project. Haven't seen that one in a while. Shrink wrapped. It has the second cover. The first cover is like blue and red, translucent. It like slides and changes colors. The World of the Partridge Family, that's a 2 LP. It is available only through mail order. This was not sold in stores. It was only sold through mail order. $34.99, The World of the Partridge Family. I did not know that. Also, J. Geils Band Live, Full House. That's a German pressing. Yeah, Hendrix also played with Little Richard. Yep. All that before he really turned out psychedelia rock in '67 with Are You Experienced and changed the world forever. J. Geils is a German press, $19.99. Herman's Hermits is in shrink. Blaze, $9.99. Has the hop sticker with it. Elvis, this was sold only through TV. The only way you could have bought this was TV and mail order. This Elvis record was not sold in stores back in the day. John tells me all the time they used to run commercials for this around the clock. I mean, he said it was like all the time there was a commercial advertising this compilation through TV. Also, Cliff Richard's 20 Golden Greats. Cliff Richard is $14.99. And the most exciting new guitarist of the jazz scene today, it's Uptown with the George Benson Quartet, $19.99. Also, Traffic When the Eagle Flies, $19.99. And Ronnie Hawkins, the Hawk. And this is a 71 white label promo, $39.99. That's on the Cotillion label. Ronnie Hawkins is a white label promo. Patrick Lear, speaking of Hendrix, he wants to put back the one with the Isley Brothers. If anybody wants this for $40, I think that's what I sold it to him for. It's a 71 T-neck pressing. In the beginning, the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. Leon Redbone Double Time. Leon Redbone is $14.99. And we have Dale Hawkins, Goodnight Sweetheart. Dale Hawkins is $24.99. That's available. Matucci Records, yellow label, $24.99 on that. And the Guess Who, Sewn and Grown in Canada. Guess Who is $19.99, Sewn and Grown in Canada. Jefferson Starship, Freedom of Point Zero, $14.99 for Jefferson Starship. And Ars Nova, Sunshine and Shadows. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. 69 Presswell, Ars Nova, Sunshine and Shadows, extremely clean, $34.99. Nat King Cole, Love is a Mini Splendid Thing, $9.99. And Rare Earth Grand Slam. Rare Earth is $14.99. Also, the Best of the Guess Who, that is $19.99. Best of the Guess Who, $19.99. And Procol Harum, Erotic Birds and Fruit, $19.99 on Procol Harum. Grateful Dead. Is this the Vinyl Me Please edition? It looks like it. What kind of pressing is this? 2000. It's not Vinyl Me Please. It's 2018. 2018. Yellow Orange with Swirl. $49.99. Grateful Dead. Bill Keenum says Little Richard. Jimmy Plays. Patrick. And then Jay Neutra on Best of Guess Who for $15. Thank you. Thank you. So did Jay Neutra. We got a live one here. The Best of the Quicksilver Messenger Service, $19.99. EMI Capitol Records, that's $19.99. Also, Frank Sinatra, That's Life, that's $14.99. Jerry Rock on Starship for $10. Let me find that one here. That's So did Jerry Rock. That has the big hit song Jane on it. Thank you with that. And then Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight. This is $39.99. It's got a book with it. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. Or an insert. Anybody else ever seen that? I've never seen that before. Tonight's Tonight, that's $39.99. Also, Leon Redbone is $19.99. Rare Earth, One World. This has I Just Want to Celebrate on it. That's a very clean copy. Original on her sleeve. $19.99 on that. Grassroots Loving Things, $14.99. Another Grassroots. We put out several tonight. $14 on that. Also, the Guess Who Wheatfield Soul, $19. Bill Keenum on Quicksilver and the Anthem, okay? So Quicksilver is sold to Bill Keenum. And Anthem of the Sun is a 2018. That's all John has on it. And then, of course, the color of the vinyl. It looks like the same color they used for the Vinyl Me Please edition. I think that's what it looks like, but I'm not for sure. I can never tell Vinyl Me Please records when they're not in the sleeve. There's that. Guy Shard on Neil Young, and that's right here. Thank you, Guy Shard. Appreciate that. And then Zappa is a 77 Gloversville press, $39.99. Bill Keenum wants Cliff Richard. Okay. That's right here. That's sold to Bill Keenum. And then we have Norman Greenbaum going up to the Spirit in the Sky. 69 Terre Haute, $34.99. Two-tone reprise label going up to the Spirit in the Sky. Any more Kiss? We have sold all Kiss, at least that I'm going to sell tonight. Everything sold, no bids. No bids. Everything sold tonight. I have a whole crate of Japanese for tomorrow. We got a Japanese Kiss Originals. I got a couple more Kiss auctions over here. I got a Kiss self-titled. I got another Kiss Alive 2. That'll be some stuff I'll start out tomorrow night show with. We're going to have more Ozzy and Black Sabbath tomorrow. Hadn't really told anybody. I'm going to put it in the hot picture, though. Or just see who's paying attention and watching. And that's what we're going to do. Okay, I think I'm going to end the show with a half-off crate now that Jim B's gone. And back Black to the Blind, okay? Sean, make sure Sean Druin's down on Black to the Blind waiting list for Vader. And, yeah, we have two earlier records here. Dance the Myrrh and Goo with Killer Joe. And that is $14.99. And then we have Mambo Madness. And those are like mid-late 50s, like almost like cha-cha dance records. And those are $14 and $29. The Norman Greenbaum is OG. It's got a clip corner. A lot of these were in the cutout bins back in the day. $34.99, Norman Greenbaum. And I think I still got that in stock. The new pressings over here, the all analog, these are $33. So I got brand new sealed. Are they analog? Yeah, all AAA lacquer's cut. So your pick there. I got brand new sealed, and I've got OG. Or you can buy one of each and do a A/B test. But yeah, let's knock out a half-off crate. And I think this is sold to Jeremy for $28. I did have one more crate of new, but I don't think it had any Vaders in it. I'll look through it right quick. I'm not going to show it. Yeah, so I must have sold out. So I definitely will put you on a waiting list, Sean. That artist has ended up selling pretty good. I don't know a lot about him. Okay, let's find one good half-off crate. And I'm going to say goodnight. But I think there's some people hanging around for one good half-off crate. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. Marunge. Exactly. Murangoo. They misspelt it, evidently. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is Vinyl Me Please. No. 2018, I don't think Vinyl Me Please had even started yet. Yeah, I'm over here yawning, everybody. Oh, that's not good. How many people we got? 137. All right, let's knock out a half off. I've almost filled up our 7th crate. I want to get to 8, even if it's not all completely full. And then I'm going to, all the new vinyl that's left, I'm going to post. I got to make a vintage crate. And we're going to have a big show tomorrow. Because I think Paul's here. Laura's probably going to have to be here too. I know she is. And then, and John. So you can plan on a bunch of new stuff being priced. There won't be any new vinyl because the mail doesn't run. UPS doesn't run. This is stickered at $49.99. And Focus for $15. And that's sold to Ryan Mustaine. So there won't be any new deliveries. No, this is one of their studio albums. So this is an interesting album by The Dead. What happened is this album came out in 68. That's their second album, I think. Their first album came out in 67. 66, 67. This is one of their first couple albums. It's either 2 or 3. And then it was like remixed later. And you don't hear a lot about albums in the 60s being remixed. But they remixed it later, and they pressed it later in a different mix. And I just know from all of my Dead fans, I always get asked, do you have the mix and this? And I hadn't really figured it out. But also, this is available through Vinyl Me Please, and we keep a lot of them in stock usually. I think I still got one up front. And the Vinyl Me Please is all analog. The Vinyl Me Please edition, and I have those for $34.99. We just sold one tonight out of the Hatchet Ed crate. I'm pretty sure Robert bought it, right, Robert Warner? I bet Robert's still watching. I think Robert Warner bought that one, and I bet I still have another one. And I'm not for sure exactly what this is. But that's more of like, I would say, trippy Grateful Dead music. I say that's less jammy, and more trippy. I need an input from a Grateful Dead head. I'm sure I've listened to it at some point, but I don't know it too well either. I just know about it. I know what the OGs look like. I know what the reissues look like. I just don't know a lot. I think it's more psychedelia Dead than jam, you know, the typical Dead scene you might, or sound you might think of. All right, let's find a half-off crate. Yeah, and here's the other Japanese pressings over here too. Let me step up here. Do I have another one of those? No, I have this one. Let me grab this one then. I got this one right here. I'll show. This is American Beauty. This one's more, this is more of the Dead signature sound. Sugar Magnolia, Friend of the Devil, Truckin'. This is probably one of the most classic Dead albums here. Garcia, Lesh, Pigpen was still on this one. Weir, Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, Robert Hunter. And this is all analog, $44.99. That's none of the Rhino. Truckin', Friend of the Devil, Sugar Magnolia, Till the Morning Comes. That's true. We need Connie Francis up here. Jake did a good job with that. I think he ran that through AI. So thank you, AI. I think he did Ozzy and Hulk high-fiving or whatever. And then it generates an image, and then add Chuck Mangione standing behind them. Okay. Truckin'. Rooting. Jerry Garcia, a legend. One of the first times I remember I was out like at a collection purchase, and it was an older guy, and he kind of reminded me of, like, he gave off a lot of hippie vibes. And one of the first times I remember somebody seriously talking about Dead heads, he's like, oh man, he's like, I need some Dead heads back in the college. He said, man, they worship Jerry Garcia. He's like, they thought that man was literally God. He said he could have formed a cult if he wanted to and brainwashed people. All right, let's do some half off. I think this is a lot of vintage, classic rock, pop, soul type stuff in here. You know, let's knock this out and see what we got, okay? Let's see who's paying attention. The prices I'm telling you are the half-off prices, no more, no less. Homer and Jethro, Fractured Folk Songs, $7.50. Homer and Jethro. 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. We just had an OG earlier. This is a reissue on the Chrysalis label, blue and white label, no condition notes, $10. Smash Your Head Against the Wall. That is John Entwistle. He was the bass player for The Who. This is now $10. Jeff Brent RTO wants Homer and Jethro, I think. It says Homer and Trump, one of the two. So Jeff Brent on that. Mick Vicar soundtrack, Shrink and Hype. That's Roger Daltrey, $10 on that. Jimmy Webb, El Mirage. This is $7.50. Okay? He does not want Homer and Jethro. Okay, so I'm putting that back in here. Next is Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII. This is $10. Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII. $10 on that. Now Bill Keenum wants Homer and Jethro, not Jeff Brand RTO. Also over here, we got Jerry Jeff Walker. Jerry Jeff Walker is now $10. No condition notes. Gatefold jacket, MCA Records. Also, The Best of Stan Freberg. That's in Shrink, $5. Comedy album there. Homer and Jethro at 10. Homer and Jethro again. That's Homer and Jethro at the convention. At the convention, $7.50. Bill Keenum on Jimmy Webb. That's so to Bill Keenum. Thank you on that. Also, 10 Years After, Undead. Another one. This one's in Shrink. This one's on the Durham label. Not bad. $10. Very cool psychedelic cover there. 10 Years After. Joe Walsh recorded live. You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind. This is Joe Walsh. $10. Also, Big Daddy John Cougar Mellencamp. Price, $10. Also, Melanie in Shrink. And this is now $5. No condition notes on Melanie. $5 on that. Jim Ciascio on RW. And that was for the Rick Wakeman. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. That's so do you. Appreciate that. And Paris, Texas. Music by Rycooter. It's VG Plus, $17.50. VG Plus, $7.50 on that. And we have Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Away We A Go-Go. Smokey Robinson. EX, $12.50. And Three Dog Night Harmony. Three Dog Night VG Condition, just $5 on Three Dog Night Harmony. If you just join us, doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. Chad's going to take a quick drink of water. Water. Jim B is signing off. Perfect. His third false claim. Now we're really going to bring out the half-off lower crate now. We got Phantom Canuck on Melanie. Very nice. And I think that really fills up my crate over here. It does. So let me swap out crates right quick. Oh, yeah. That is plumb full now. And let me grab this right here. When the morning comes. Till the morning comes. Okay. And Jay Nutra wants the $5 Three Dog Night. And check to see if you can get Vader Tibet in Tingini. I've got it right here next to me, I think. We had that tonight. I remember reading that because I didn't know what it said or what it meant. Let me see if I can find it right quick. So much new vinyl tonight, I can barely figure out what. Usually I go to stuff pretty fast. I got Litany. I could have swore I had that one earlier. It kind of had a demented looking person on it. No, this is De Profundis. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Buddy Miles Express, Booger Bear. Buddy Miles is VG plus $10. Robert Parker, Barefootin', VG Condition, $12.50. Brother to Brother, Let Your Mind Be Free. We have VG $6.50. Base kicking, I can check on Vader, though, to be it in Guinea. I will check on that one. Hopefully whoever's watching makes me a note right quick. The Association's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $5. Green Warner Brothers label, Never My Love. The Association. Also, Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos. That's VG Plus, $14. Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos, VG Plus, $14. And Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams, EX Condition, $11.50. Heard It in a Love Song, Marshall Tucker. Also, Shiitake with John McLaughlin, Natural Elements. That's VG Plus, $6.50. And the best of Buffalo Springfield, that's EX for $14. J Nutra on Marshall Tucker, thank you on that. So do you. Every Mother's Son is EX, $6.50. Country Joe and the Fish is VG, $5. And Stephen Steele's EX, $7.50. Also, the Box Top Super Hits. When I think about the good times you gave me, I cry like a baby. It does have some writing on the cover, but that is $7.50. Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits, VG Plus, $7.50. Does not have Son of a Preacher Man on it, though. We have Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen. That's VG, $5. Ow. VG, $5. Also, we have the Authentic Sound Effects. That's VG Plus, $5. Bill Keenum on Stephen Steele's. Thank you, Bill Keenum. That's So Do You. Also, the Sounds of Sebring, 1962 on the Riverside label. VG Condition on that. Riverside is now just $5. Also, the new Cactus Band, Son of Cactus, VG $6.50. Susie Breedlove on the box tops. That's So Does Susie Breedlove. And we have Rye Cooter, Paradise and Lunch. Rye Cooter is EX, $7.50. Bill Keenum on Commander Cody. And then Jim Ciacio second. John Berry on the Sounds of Sebring. Thank you, John Berry. And Jimmy Buffett, a white sport coat and pink crustacean. VG Plus, $7.50 on that. Michael Church wants the 10 years after. This one right back here. That's So to Michael Church. Thank you. The Beach Boys in concert. The Beach Boys is in VG Plus condition. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, RCA Club. $12.50. Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. VG Plus, $7.50 on Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. Cruising People with their hit single, It's the State of the YMCA, which stands for, that's VG Plus for $5. We have My Boy Lollipop by Millie Small. Big 60s hit there. VG $7.50. That's the original album on Smash. VG Vinyl, about a VG Plus cover, $7.50. Black Oak, Arkansas, 10-night overnight success. 10-year overnight success is $5. And John Cale, Guts. And John Cale is EX, now $15. I was trying to figure out how this sleeve got this dusty. My goodness. EX, $15 on John Cale, Guts. Whew, I need to just put that in a new sleeve before it makes something else dusty. All right. Let me save that price tag. And Jeremy Bryant's going to get it. Great. And you're going to get a brand new sleeve. That one was just dusty, but I don't like that. I don't like dusty. I don't like dusty. All right, let's make sure everybody got everything in here they want before I maybe perhaps bundle these, okay? Brent was second and Jim on Black Oak, Arkansas. And then Eric Van Leuven on Paris, Texas. That was that was Cooter. What was that? Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, let's try those very quickly one more time. I have a feeling, I know John Berry. Come on, John Berry. We might do a bundle here. We got old John Berry watching, but let's read through these one more time, make sure everybody's got what they want. Okay? Here we go. Wes Borland. Yeah, that kind of looks like something. He's talking about the guitarist from Limp Bizkit. That's kind of how he dresses. Hands up, hands down. Da, 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 da. Move in, move out. 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green. $10 on 10 Years After. John Entwistle, Smash Your Head Against the Wall. $10. Gatefold, Decca, very clean. If I don't say anything about condition, then it's nice. Mick Vicar, that's $10. Shrinking Hot. Jerry Jeff Walker, that one's still available for $10. Also, the best of Stan Freberg, Shrink Wrapped, $5. Homer and Jethro, $7.50 at the convention. Joe Walsh recorded live, $10. Big Daddy, John Cougar Mellencamp, $10. Smokey Robinson the Miracles, EX 1250. Buddy Miles Express, Booger Mare, that's VG Plus for $10. Robert Parker Barefootin', VG 1250. Brother to Brother, Let Your Mind Be Free, that's VG 650. Bill Keenum on Entwistle, that's so to Bill Keenum. Also, the Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $5. Psychedelic Lollipop by the Blues Magoos, We Ain't Got Nothing Yet. One of the big hits off that, We Ain't Got Nothing Yet. VG Plus $14. And then Stephen Parton on JJW, and that was for Jerry Jeff Walker. Bill Keenum on the Buddy Miles, that's so to Bill Keenum. Thank you on that. And then we have Shiitake with John McLaughlin, Natural Elements, VG Plus $650. Retrospective, The Best of Buffalo Springfield. This is now $14. Atco Label, EX $14. And we have Every Mother's Son, EX for $6.50. Country Joe and the Fish, VG $5. Dusty Springfield Golden Hits, VG Plus $7.50. And Authentic Sound Effects. This is Authentic Sound Effects, VG Plus $5. Zoom out a little. I do this right here. Seems to be tilted up just a hair. Also, Cactus, Son of Cactus. That is VG $6.50. Next is Bill Keenum on John MC. John McLaughlin, so to Bill Keenum. Leslie Holt on John Cougar Mellencamp. That is right here. That's so to Leslie. And then we had Rod Cooter Paradise and Lunch. EX $7.50. White Sport Coat and Pink Crustacean. That's old Jimmy Buffett there. VG Plus $7.50. Every song on there credited to Jimmy Buffett, it looks like. Yep. VG Plus $7.50. Bill Keenum on Cactus. So to Bill Keenum. Also, the Beach Boys in concert. VG Plus $12.50. Viva Terralinga, another Jerry Jeff Walker. This time, VG Plus $7.50. Live recording concert, Luckenbach, Texas. And the last two was the Village People Cruising, $5, VG Plus. And Millie Small, Bob Boy Lollipop, VG $7.50. Move in, move out. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Final call before I count these and try to do a good old bundle deal. Come on, John Barry. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's only 21 records in there. And I'm willing to do these right here. Village People sold a Phantom Canuck for $5. There's only 20 records now. And I'm willing to do those for $75. That's $3.75 each on the button. If you take 20 and you times it out, $3.75 each over 20 times, $3.75 each over 20 times, $75. That's all we need. Come on, John Barry. Ow. I'm also stretching my leg right now. Righty. Okay, I'm back in the room. What happened? We have, these are sold to John Barry for $60. And then Chuck Haley wanted Every Mother's Son. I've already sold these to John Barry for $60. unless John Barry lets me still sell them to him for $60 and we give Chuck Haley every mother's son. He probably don't want to do that now. Probably don't want to do that now. Okay, awesome. We're getting there. I'm supposed to stop the show right now. What should I do? What's in this crate right here? I feel like that was already shown. It was. Wish I had a half crate. Yeah, let me see what I got over here. What time did we start this thing? I didn't start till like 1 or 5, so yeah, we should have got plenty. Problem is I condense all these crates, so we never have like a. Here, we'll do this one. We'll do this one. Last crate, and then Chad's got to go eat his burritos. Burritos. Chad's got to eat his burritos. So, freebies. I only offer one thing free here, and that's air. So take advantage while you can. Before I start charging for air. Let's do one more, then I really got to go. I told, there's probably, the reason there's only 154 people watching, I know that's actually pretty good, actually. Now that I think about it, it's 1 a.m. But I did tell a lot of people, I was like, you know what? I'm probably going to go ahead and stop tonight like at midnight. And I did see a lot of people fall off. I try to never tell people when I'm going to end the show. Because like at 11:30, they're like, I'm going to go ahead and get off. Chad's stopping at midnight anyway. And then this always happens. I could have probably had a lot more people watch. Some people went ahead and said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. And that's how we end up here. All right, so let's do this half off crate. This is the last one. Hot air. Yeah, I'm selling some hot air tonight. About every other word I say. Okay, it's Friday night. See, I don't even know what time it is. I don't even know what day it is. Yeah. There's a lot of people watching on, it looks like Twitch, Facebook, 8 p.m. in Hawaii. Kevin, are you in Hawaii? Kevin. Is that Kevin? Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, right? Kevin, you sent me the Tom. Yeah, Kevin, I'm gonna get with you because I rediscovered your Tom Petty guitar picks the other night, and I'm gonna message you and work out a deal with you on these because I have some people interested, and so be on the lookout from a message from me, maybe even tonight after the sale, and I'm probably going to pick one out to keep, and I'm going to, I know you sent this to me. We really hadn't transacted any money on them yet, and before I start selling them, I'm going to get with you, okay? I just rediscovered those. All right, here we go. First thing we have is the Platters Reflections. I'm glad to see you on. Welcome. Hawaii. Hawaii, wow. Viewer in Hawaii right now. The Platters, $5. Chicago is $10. It's a double LP. Original or sleeve, $10 on Chicago. I have BG, Spirits Haven't Flown. BG's is just $5. Fleetwood Mac, nice. Their self-titled album. No Condition Notes, $15 on Fleetwood Mac. Very clean copy, $15 on Fleetwood Mac. And then Funny Face, that's Barbara Streisand. Funny Face is $10. That's on the Blue Verve label. Soundtrack with Barbara Streisand. Also, the Kingston Trio. I love the hype sticker. In this album, the best-selling single, We Don't Give a Blank About a Greenback Dollar. It's got a greenback dollar hype sticker. Kingston Trio, $5. Romelu first on, or excuse me, Stephen Parton first on Fleetwood Mac. Romelu first on the Platters. Bill Keenum on Bee Gees. And then Michael Church looks like he was next on Fleetwood. Another Platter, Sing of Your Moonlight Memories. That Platters is $5. Paul Revere and the Raiders featuring Mark Lindsay, Going to Memphis. That's $5. Romelu wants Barb. There's old Barbara. It's yours. Yeah, and then Kevin, what I'll do, I know you have some maybe other signed stuff. We're about to do a big mass submission to JSA again. We just bought a lot of memorabilia. I've got 2 or 3 people that I've been talking to that have a lot of autographs, and I'm basically going to let them know if we can get some stuff here, 1 or 2 things, I can get it authenticated for you, and hopefully that means I can get it sold for you. So either way, I know you have some really cool stuff. I'm going to try to get with you, and if you want to, talk about some more stuff like that. Orleans Forever, Shrink and Hype. Orleans is $5. Melanie is $5. There you go, Phantom Canuck. This one's called Murgagurada. I think you've already bought that one, but no problem having 4 or 5 copies. Neil Sedaka, Sedaka's back. Neil Sedaka is $5. Bill Keenum on Paul Revere. That's sold to Bill Keenum. And then Junior Jump, The Rage of the Age, Sugar Child Robinson, $12.50. But if anybody has any autographs that you want to sell, if you want to go ahead and do a deal with me, let me know, because we're about to get everything authenticated. And sometimes before I buy a lot of expensive stuff and tie up money for months, I like to go ahead and know that I have it. And, I just bought a bunch of stuff through some customers, and, we got to get it authenticated. Stevie Wonder Talking Book. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. Greenbelt Live, original soundtrack recording. This is actually on green vinyl. It has artists such as Brian Haworth, Cliff Richards on here, Randy Stonehill, Larry Norman. It's on green vinyl. It's $15. It's called Greenbelt Live. $15 on that. Also, Tommy James, Christian of the World. Tommy James is $10. Thank you, David Smith. Wow. Linda Ronstadt featuring Aaron Neville, Cry Like a Rainstorm. That's now $22.50. That was $44.99. That's always been a tougher Linda Ronstadt album to get. Billy Joe, Cold Spring Harbor. We had an OG earlier. This is an 83 Carrollton press for just $15. 83 Carrollton press. That's $15 on that one. Near mint. Rare Earth. Get ready. Get ready. A German press. $15. Get ready. Written by William Smokey Robinson. They turned it into a 21-minute jam session on this. $15. A German press. That's a fun list if you've never heard it. Tim Curry from Home Alone. Fearless. Tim Curry from the movie Clue. Tim Curry is $10. Also, we have An Introduction to the World of Quadraphonic Sound. That's in shrink wrap for $10. Quadraphonic Sound. Very nice. That is $10. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. A Fleetwood Mac is available. Let's see how fast before it gets claimed. $12.50. That's a little bit more earlier, almost like bluesy Fleetwood Mac. $12.50 on that one. Also, we got Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. $5 on Peter, Paul, and Mary. Jim B on Billy Joel. Sold to Jim B. Holy moly. What is this thing worth? $400 or $500? Jim B just bought that. Oh my gosh. And then Firefall, Clouds Across the Sun. Firefall is $5. And Carrie Livgren, Timeline. Carrie Livgren is $7.50. That's Carrie Livgren of Kansas. And then Jim B says, good night. Oh my gosh, he made a score. Oh my gosh, what's that record sell for, Jim? $400 or $500? Holy moly, he just got the score of a lifetime. Back here is the Swinging Medallion double shot. $7.50 on that. Willie Nelson sings Christofferson. That's Willie Nelson doing all the big Chris Christofferson songs like Me and My Bobby McGee. Sunday Morning Coming Down, $7.50 on that. The Two Grateful Dead, This is a Rhino all analog cut of American Beauty for $44.99. And then this was in a new arrivals bin from John. This is Anthem of the Sun 2018 yellow vinyl, orange vinyl, $49.99. And it's a 2018 colored vinyl. And we started talking about this because we never had seen that version before. And then I went up front and got American Beauty off the shelf. We got Stephen Parton on Willie Nelson, Bill Keenum on the Swinging Medallion, Chuck Haley second. And Chuck, I got to message you because I got to get some of that stuff here, or we can either do a deal or get it mailed here before we do a big another JSA day, because some of this stuff is going to require letters. Some of these things that require letters, it's going to be months before we get the letters back, you know. So I want to have all this stuff bought and have it ready before the end of the year, so we can have some like massive, you know, incredible auction nights for some super rare stuff. Doug Kershaw, Alive and Picking. Doug Kershaw is $10. Super Oldies Volume 4. That is now $12.50. Glenn Campbell, Bobby Gentry, Steve Miller, Nancy Wilson, Patty Drew, The Letterman, Lou Rawls. Also, Ricky Skaggs, Country Boy. Ricky Skaggs is $5. And Paul Anka's 21 Golden Hits. $5. Paul Anka's 21 Golden Hits, $5. And Bee Gees Star Point International. Bee Gees is a 1970 German box set. A little bit of discoloration along the top. Looks like the box kind of needs to be cleaned off a little bit. I'm sure John just cleaned the disc. Firefall is $5. Also, we got Peter, Paul, and Mary. $5 on Peter, Paul, and Mary. There's another Tim Curry. Tim Curry. Simplicity, $7.50. Also, Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown, Carefree Highway, nice, Lightfoot for $10, a legend. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures, Jean-Luc is $5. Bill Keenum says, give me that BG box, sold. And then we had Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon for $10. And we have Maureen McGovern, The Morning After, $5. Leslie just missed the Bee Gees. Anybody else want anything else in there before we put a final touch on this crate and possibly, most likely, who knows, you never know, the show? Okay. No Tubular Bells. No, not yet. Anybody else? I think I can read through them one more time, though. Chicago for $10. Kingston Trio for $5. The Platters is $5. Also, Orleans was $5. Chat on Facebook, and I'm in the group, but rarely log on to Facebook. I'll try to check for pre-orders. There's at least 1 or 2 pre-orders a day. The easiest way is when you're in the group, you click on my name. And then when you click on my name, you can see all my posts in the group. But I post at least 1 or 2, and then every once in a while I do a mass, like Sundays, Saturdays, maybe even tonight, maybe where I have maybe a little extra time. I'll sit and I'll schedule 4 or 5. I scheduled 4 or 5 yesterday. Both Peter, Paul, Mary, so did Jim Ciascio. Nice. Let's pull him both of the PPMs. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. Those are so do you. Thank you as always. Also, we have Melanie for $5. Neil Sedaka was $5. Sedaka's back. Junior Jump, The Ragey Age, Sugar Child Robinson. Sugar Child Robinson on Charlie. That's $12.50. Stevie Wonder Talking Book, $12.50 on Stevie Wonder. Greenbelt Live is $15. Also, Christian of the World, Tommy James. That is $10. We got Linda Ronstadt for $22.50. Cry Like a Rainstorm. Tim Curry, Fearless. Tim Curry is $10. Rare Earth is a German pressing for $15. This is the Quadraphonic Sound record for $10. Fleetwood Mac's available for $12.50. Firefall is $5. Also, Kerry Livgren for $7.50. Doug Kershaw is $10. Super Oldies Volume 4 is $12.50. Ricky Skaggs' Country Boy was $5. Paul Anka's 21 Golden Hits, Firefall is 5 with promo sticker. Tim Curry again for $7.50. Gordon Lightfoot, can't believe no one got that for 10. Jean-Luc for 5, and then Maureen McGovern was 5, and Dennis DeYoung was 10. Dennis DeYoung 10. Now, anybody else, before I count these, and maybe we can do one last bundle of the night with John Barry and put a bow on tonight's epic show. Tonight was Metal Night 2.0, and it was Punk Night, and we sold everything. We sold the rest of the metal I had. We sold all the Punk stuff for sure, and we had a ton of new arrivals, and I'm going to carry all the crates up front, spread them out on the counter. I'm going to shoot the video as soon as the sale's over, and I'm kind of excited about these burritos. Fleetwood Mac is Bare Trees. Bare Trees, $12.50. Bare Trees. $118 faithful viewers. All right, let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27. Jerry Rock says he wants Melanie. He says he wants to pay for it and send it to Guy Shard. Okay. So first, Jerry Rock wants the Melanie record. He says he wants to pay for it and mail it to Guy Shard as a gift. I've already forgot what my count was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yep. I think I said 27. So now there's 26. And we have a bundle price for $105. $105 divided by 26 is $4.03 a piece. Now, there's great titles in there. It's late. There's still stuff like Fleetwood Mac and Gordon Lightfoot. Also, I'm really surprised, like the Rare Earth, even the Linda Ronstadt, that was originally marked $44.99, and Stevie Wonder. Some great titles in there. 403 average makes it $105. John Barry said he would do $90. Sold to John Barry for $90. Awesome. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. Thanks, everybody. That's a great way to stop. I think we need to blow the air horn for John Barry and for the whole night of action we've had tonight. We had a few things almost get to an air horn. We sold that Sam Hain for $400. It got close to an air horn. Thank you, John Barry. That crate is emptied. You're going to have a big box show up this week, sir. Hope everybody turns down their volume. I'm about to blow the air horn as a big thank you to everybody. Hope you're ready. It's about to get loud. GMB says good night for the 10th time. Perfect. We can bring out the lower crate now. I got all this sealed stuff over here. Melanie Martinez, Tyler the Creator, all half off. That's all she wrote. Thank you. If you got any last goodbyes to say, now's the time. What a fun show. 8 full crates. We did it. I usually don't stop until I get to 8 crates, even if I'm got one eye open and I have one leg. One eye and one leg, I'm still going to at least get us to 8 crates. And it's done. They're packed full, too. That's really like the equivalent of us flipping through records. That's the equivalent of like 15 crates. Because usually when they bring me a crate to flip them good, they're like 2/3 full. So we pack them in here. That's 8 full packed crates. So, awesome. And thanks John Barry and Bill Keenum and Jim B and Josh Brown and Phantom Canuck and Jerry Rock and anybody else that wants to say goodnight. And fully vested tomorrow night. See you then. Chris says he's going to be ready to go. It'll be the end of the week, and we'll be doing more discounts. Everybody's got to take advantage of $8 shipping. And Patrick Lear's still on. Glad to have you on. And Jeff Brent. And we're going to do another epic show tomorrow. I don't even know what kind of auctions we're going to have. I just know we're going to be selling records and tchotchkes, okay? I don't even know how to spell that. Paul leaves Sunday to go to Texas to buy more records. We hadn't even opened up the tubs of the new stuff, really. But that's it. Thank y'all. Good night. Time to clean up, shoot some videos, burrito time, chocolate pudding time, apple time. I'm going to go get an apple right now. I got to do